Impact's the #1. He's probably got an MVP. That's a great bullseye right on his forehead. And I'm aiming for it. And we'll see, because I feel like he's a really good benchmark for what is greatness.
Yeah.
I think that you have the best players in the region. Like, not the best necessarily, but you have good players in the region, and then you have great players in the region. And I feel like Impact's like right there up with the great players in the region. So if you can go above him, if you can beat him in a best of 5 and like outperform him in a best of 5, that's a great benchmark for fantastic international success. And that's why for me, I'm always very happy to be able to play against him, because it really sets the standard of where I'm at in terms of my own performance. And there's nothing left to be desired as a competitor,
Yeah. What about you, Masi? What about going up against TL?
It's always fun.
Jan and Core?
It's always fun. I think Jan and Core pressure the hardest out of the bot lanes in lane, and out of lane they just, I think, move around the map the best. So yeah, I hope it's like a fun game. I hope there's going to be a lot of kills, but we'll see.
Yeah, just fight.
Yeah,
I have 2 bot laners here. I need to have this conversation, because everyone was laughing at me when I said that Berserker was not him anymore in spring. This conversation has completely died, and it's not because I was wrong. I need to know after today's series, is he him? Is he close to being him? Or is he where I'm at? What I think of him.
I don't think it's that far. I still think he's pretty good. Yeah. I still think he's a very good player.
So
I just think I don't know.
Because I'm just saying, like, you're 6-1 against him in best of 5s this year. Just saying.
Oh.
Yeah,
you have him on form,
Yeah.
So if he's that good still, then like it's team gap. But I don't think it is, Like I don't think he's him because I have Maso on my team.
So I think your standard for him is like dominant level of like.
I mean, just like never misplay, Like sometimes bad decision is fine, but like mechanics never misplay. Like for me, that's like when I think of AD carry as him, it's like this guy, no matter what situation he play, never int, never make mistake individually. Always deal damage, like always. If he doesn't carry, it's like maybe his team's too bad, but like he will never be the reason his team loses fight. That's for me like the definition of him. He was him in 2022. He was him. 2023, he looked like him.
Okay.
You didn't think so?
Wait, is Jan now him, or is it Masu?
I think if your definition of him is like standard is very high, it's very
true.
hard to
It's very high.
achieve
It's very high.
in the NA. I think maybe because the other people are not fight him strong enough. So like that's how hard like becoming him. I think Berserker is actually doing a good job. I don't like even today's series. I don't think he was deciding factor that they lost the game in most cases. Just not much thing to do most case. So
Yeah,
I don't think he didn't change the game, like losing games to winning. But yeah, it's very hard to do.
I agree. I just think that he was doing that. I mean, when everyone was talking about him, that was kind of what he was, right? I just wanted to bring it up because for me it's really interesting because like I noticed it already like in spring.
Yeah.
And I agree, it's extremely hard to do, and my standard is very high.
Actually, if there is a Yumi,
Yumi? Oh yeah.
if there's a Yumi,
Yeah, maybe.
can be different.
Tom and Jerry.
Yeah.
Maybe he carries.
Okay.
I think Yumi with a Berserker can be him.
See, now I don't have to take it into account then. They tried Senna. He was not him with Senna.
Yumi's coming back.
Yeah, Yumi's back.
Please no. For the last part, so we have 100 dig, winner faces C9, and then the loser of your game faces that. I want to know who's winning 100 dig, and then who's winning C9 versus that.
The winner of that?
Yeah.
Is that happening before our match? Those two best of fives?
It is going to be Friday. I think it's split. So it's basically like Friday is going to be 100 dig. Then Saturday is going to be you guys to give them a day off. Yeah. And then Sunday is going to be C9 versus the winner of 100 dig. So they get a day.
Okay, it'll be interesting. I mean, my prediction for 100 Thieves dig, I mean, like I said, I think it'd be 3-2 either way. I'd give it to 100 Thieves if they can clean up their lane swaps, but I can definitely see them getting absolutely ran if, like, Sniper's down 2 levels from a lane swap in every other game. Like, they'll go down 3-1, maybe even 3-0. It really depends how well they take the TL loss. And then the winner, I mean, it's
C9 versus 100.
It has to be a 3-0. Like C9's still like just way better individually and across the map. I would be shocked if it wasn't, but I don't see C9 not beating both of them.
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves, probably like 3-1 or something. And then either team C9, probably 3-0.
If you guys choose 100 tips, I'm gonna go on the Dignitas. The theory behind this, like, they start talking about the serious talk,
Oh, okay.
and then someone is crying, then try to talk like inside what they are thinking, and then start randomly trusting each other, and then they're gonna win against 100 tips, 3-1. And then they're gonna lose to the C9 3-1.
Okay.
All right.
It'll be interesting to see, though.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I think it's actually a really exciting match.
Yeah. I think Dig 100 is like super interesting to me.
Yeah.
I'll be really
Very
curious
close.
to see who comes out of that. We're almost at time. Whippo, I have to ask, what is your little shark? It's adorable.
You want to read it?
Emotional support shark. Always here to remind you you're fantastic. That's cute.
Wow.
Yeah, my girlfriend gave it to me 2 days ago, and I already talked about this on air with like having anxiety and stuff on stage, and I brought my emotional support shark with me, and he actually reminded me that picking Renekton every game is okay. I've always been known for having so many signature picks, and that's because I was always very anxious that my signature picks weren't good enough. So I would play my signature pick, and then if I would lose in a series, I would stop playing the signature pick, and I would play a different signature pick, because that was comfortable for me. Today was a pretty big deal for me, not only because we made Worlds, but because I locked in Renekton 4 games with no mercy.
Nice.
I just told myself, it's good enough. I trust myself that, I'm a big, bad, mean crocodile. And it looks pretty strong when I play it, so I'll just keep playing him until the end. And I know that a lot of series in the past, I would come in game 1 with like a really strong opinion of a champion, and I would play it, and then I'd be really strong, and I'd lose, and I'd be like, no, I need to change pick, give me something else, And spring finals against TL this happened, and it just goes to show that I have a lot more room for growth, and that's why for me today was a shark diff.
Nice.
My shark had my back.
That's awesome.
So 1v2. Sound fair.
Yeah.
1v2.
He's really cute too.
He didn't have a chance. Thank you so much, guys. This is a great episode. Thank you for taking the time to join me. Congrats on making the World Championship to all of you. All the best in facing off against each other this coming week. And a reminder that Pros is now available on Spotify and other podcast platforms. If you can't catch it on YouTube, you can catch it on one of those. Once again, thanks to these guys. Thank you to you for watching or listening. Have a good one.
Thank
very
you.
much. Thank you. Bye.
Are you guys having a team dinner?
Yes.
I
Yeah, I
believe
hope
so, yeah. Our food spreadsheet said McDonald's if we lose, ball if we win. So I'm hoping we're going to get some steak.
Yeah, we'll see.
Nice. So what is the balance between confidence in your own execution, what you're comfortable with, versus changing it up?
Like, even though you played better than your expectation, but still hard, something is going wrong. You didn't play well, but game is easy. Our draft is good.
Welcome back to another edition of Pros. Why are you laughing at the opening? Did I make a weird face?
No, it's the stickers on your PC. Some of them are questionable to say the
Oh,
least.
are they? Is it the butt?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is
That's
it
the
don't
one
be a
that got me.
butthead?
That's the one that got me.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm sorry for ruining the opening.
It says, why be a butthead when you can have
Oh.
empathy?
Nice.
Which I
nice
think
sticker.
is, I don't know, a great way to start off the episode. We're off to a great start. We were talking about before off camera, leading in, how surprised we were at. Maybe you guys aren't surprised at the result, right? Because you go in expecting to win. However, what surprised you about C9 specifically in today's series?
I guess I was just surprised that they played really slow. Very slow, very predictable. I feel like C9 was always a team, especially the players they have, that were like willing to go crazy. Like if I think of Blabber, Vulcan, I don't know. It seems like they had a leash on them. Same as JoJo, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, they were all like on a leash. I don't know if that's the coach's leash or like they just have like that's like pressure. But I felt like mistakes were illegal on their team. And I think that when you're playing on a team where mistakes are illegal, it's really hard to play a good game of League. And I think that's what they suffered from today.
You agree with that assessment?
Yeah, so it's kind of similar.
Okay.
But also, I think in general, like mechanically, they were also lacking, especially compared to like how they usually play, because they have pretty good players who know how to like use their fingers, and I think today they didn't. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, for today's game, I think like kind of top 3 team can win or lose, depends on draft, and then depends on day by day. So I wasn't like that surprised that FlyCast won a series, but I was surprised that like they interviewed like, we are better at slow game. No, we are better at slow game. Inspired and Jojo were talking about that, and then I was thinking like, both of you guys are not doing good at slow game. And then it was a slow game, and then FlyCast was actually better.
When I do want to talk about draft a bit, just only because C9 were so stubborn.
Yeah, it's a good word.
Core back here, we went through all of the drafts, and like, how surprised were you? Because I'll get to these guys and facing it, but how surprised were you that they very stubbornly stuck to this kind of like Lilia, Corki, Cassante rotation, especially in game 4?
So thinking about that draft pattern again, I think they think the problem was enemy champions, not their comp and then interaction with the enemy champion. So they try to change the ban, so they try to change the enemy team's champion, but FlyCast always find the different champion can do similar job. So since FlyCast C9 didn't change the way they work, the way their comp works, so I think it was kind of, for us, it looks kind of same game, same full game.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
When that draft came in, what did you guys think?
I mean, like Cor said, their first 3 bans were Ezreal, Senna, and what was the third?
Nasus.
Nasus, right. And then they kept like changing one ban, then it became like Smolder, and then they did the same comp, and then it became Ivern, and then they did same comp. So they were like confident in themselves to play the comp, but they just thought maybe they need to like ban out certain champs. So I wasn't very surprised that they ran it back, just because like if they feel like they could have won and they should have and they just misplayed, they're probably going to do it again. And they have the kind of players, I think at least, that might do that.
I don't know. I felt like it was pretty silly. I feel like whenever you're playing an active series, you have to just respect like how much actual value a champion is giving in the actual series. And if you're going to lock in the same champion over and over again, that's because you're getting more value than what normally is expected from your pick. So if you're going to slam Lilia like 4 games or 3 games in a row, you need to be expecting something more from your Lilia, right? Like, I feel like that's because it did something that you didn't expect. I think in Lilia's case, it was definitely like they didn't want to give us Lilia no matter what. Like, that was not allowed. You know, they were even willing to play a Mumu into, like, I don't even remember, what did we play? Like,
Ivern.
yeah, they're willing to play Ivern and Mumu just to make sure we don't play Lilia. Like, they're pretty committed to making sure that didn't happen. But especially for Corki and Cassante, I felt like both champions didn't do too much in the series. And I feel like after 2 games, if not 3 games, I believe he played all 3 games. He played Cassante, right? All 4 games?
All
4 games.
Yeah, we played same match of every game, yeah. And then same with mid, like he played Corki every game, right? I feel like going into the 4th game, maybe you'd want to reconsider playing the champions that have just been like, whatever. Like, especially when you're down in a series, I feel like it's pretty reasonable to try and change something so you can get a little bit more value. because I felt like their recipe, like it didn't work in game one either. We just yeah. Well, let's not get into it.
How about that early game?
Where?
Yeah. I mean, it was tough. Yeah, our early games, but that's what I'm saying. Like even when our early games were really tough and we were like literally hugging our nexus every single game and not doing anything, it was still like really free win, 5v5. And I felt like, you know, like this was a 4-0 basically, you know, like.
Yeah, I thought from C9's perspective, I think if you guys were winning game one
Yeah.
with a game like game four, how do you guys won? They would change the draft. But they were like so close to win
Makes sense.
with a one fight, game deciding
Yeah,
fight.
yeah.
Someone messed up like or something.
Yeah.
You guys outplayed or something. So like, if you change only this one, this would work.
That's
I think
true.
Makes sense.
they got trapped.
That's true.
I think so too.
Yeah.
When do you think, just because a lot of people on the outside, including myself as an analyst, like to harp on a lot of draft stuff, but to put a bow on the series, when do you think is a good idea to change? Because obviously when we see drafts change the most from an outside perspective, it's typically in game 3 when sometimes you're switching sides, or it's in game 4 when you have to come with an entirely different strategy, which C9 did not do. So like, what is the balance between confidence in your own execution, what you're comfortable with, versus changing it up?
I mean, from my perspective, it depends on your preparation in the best of 5. Like, sometimes you're so well prepared that like you play game 1 comp and you see their priorities and you're like, oh, they don't know what to do if we play this either. So you play game 1, you win game 1, and then the bans, for example, let's say they banned Renekton, right? And I was playing, I don't know, Cassante, right? And it's like, oh, so they're not comfortable playing into Renekton because they're banning it, and they also just lost to Cassante. So you already have them like in a corner, you know? So I think that's like a really big part that like has to be acknowledged before you can go into best of 5 prep, because what champions you are comfortable giving your opponent and what champions you're not comfortable dealing with is like basically the name of the game. Yone for us was a ban in every game, right? So it's like, if they can force us to consider a priority that is above Yone, and we have to open Yone to do like to get a good draft for something that we're comfortable on the day, that's when it gets really hard. And I think that that's kind of what happened with them, where they really didn't want to give us Lilia under any circumstance, but they also didn't know what to do about Ivern. So they ended up in a really tough spot because, well, Ivern just showed up every game.
Yeah, I mean, like Bippo said, there's the prep, which is important. And then I think the most important part, at least from like the few best of 5s that I've played, is just like adapting to the flow of the series. You just like, you will just like figure it out, like what picks are strong, if you need to change your priorities, if they didn't prio a champ as much as they thought you did, or if they prio a champ more than you thought. It's just like, you have to adapt.
Yeah, for me, it's like kind of feeling. You kind of know you played really well, but game is somehow hard. Then it's time to change.
Makes sense.
Even though you played better than your like expectation, but still hard. Something is going wrong. But like can be vice versa. You didn't play well, but game is easy. Our draft is good.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's true.
Carried by draft. Yesterday, you absolutely destroyed 100 Thieves. What is your feeling coming out of that series?
Well, yesterday is kind of different. I don't think, especially I didn't play well. I think there's a few mistakes I made, decision making or something. And then draft, didn't think about too much, but also team by team. Whatever I do, didn't feel like we were gonna lose. We were gonna lose anyway. So just play whatever I wanted to do. It's also different. Like if team is like, the level is different, regardless of draft or the situation, you feel confident they're gonna do something wrong, and then you will come back.
Kind of like the Nautilus like swap situation too, where you're just adjusting in the moment.
Yeah, I mean, if I have some advantage, I'm gonna use it. If I'm behind, I'm gonna adapt it.
Yeah. I like that. I thought
Yeah.
I thought it was really funny. I was like, wow, like what a child, you know? He goes top lane, tells his top laner to go figure it out. I respect that, you know? Like I think something that watching that series, something that I really liked watching TL. I feel like the players are really good at adjusting the speed at which they play. Like when someone's speeding up the game, I feel like most of TL will meet that. And when the game slows down, they're very good at also slowing down. And I feel like it's not something necessarily that's like specifically communicated. I think you guys just have a really good vibe, like a very, very good feeling of how fast you want the game to be. And I think that comes from a great game understanding. And I felt like that series was like really obvious where you had the swap situation where Ornn was behind and you were ahead, and then you guys just waited until like an opportunity came up, and then like the game blows open. And that's what I'm saying is like you can definitely tell that the entire team changes the pace based on like the entire game duration. So you watch the first 5 minutes, like slow game, the next 5 minutes, really fast game, and then they adjust really well together.
What do you think of TL coming out of that series?
To be honest, we were scrimming, so I watched it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I feel like I never know how much you guys get to, and that's not like a slight. It's just literally I know you're prepping for today. So.
Yeah. I watched a bit of it, and then somehow, like in the middle of scrims, I would just hear Bwipo say something about the game, and he's just like alt-tabbing, watching every now and then. But yeah, I mean, I think TL is the best team as of right now, and I guess that's like my thoughts about them is just they're a really strong team. They know how to play together really well. They know, like Bwipo said, the pace of the game, like the tempo, and how fast or slow they want to play the game. And I think it really feels like 5 people playing together. If something happens, then somehow all 5 players will be involved to make it a good situation. So yeah, I just think they're the best team right now.
What do you guys think of 100 Thieves coming out of this?
I'm excited to watch. I'm excited to watch.
I think they are doing much better with Toma.
Yeah.
I think he's
That's true.
a very good addition. But I still think they really need their mid jungle to carry the game most of the time. So I don't think they're that strong.
I mean, I'm excited to watch the game. 100 Thieves dig. Ooh, that's gonna be fun. But honestly, I just want to highlight the fact that if you're a player coming in as a substitute halfway through the summer split or later even, it's like really, really powerful if you're on a team that has struggles to show up as a guy that has no baggage, right? So like looking at Meech, for example, like it's really easy to be like, oh, Tomo came in, like obviously he's much better than Meech, but that's not necessarily true because there's so much baggage from spring split, summer split where they were unsuccessful. And it's really easy to start losing things that make a great team, like trust, kindness. Like you stop being kind to your teammates, you know, because you've been with this guy for X amount of months.
Honeymoon.
Yeah, exactly. The honeymoon phase is over,
Yeah.
right? You don't have to be nice. Like, you don't feel like you have to be nice anymore. So you're just like, what the fuck are you doing? You're so bad. Like, how can we be doing this? And I think that's like a really big deal. Like Solo comes to mind, where he would always come in and like end of summer, and like it's really underestimated how powerful it can be to be the guy that comes in and like cheers everybody up because like you're 100% happy. You just got a job. You were on the bench, and now you're like, fuck yeah, I'm playing LCS. You're so happy. You're spreading out positive energy, and I think that really shows. And I just wanted to highlight that Tomo's been doing a really good job because he's also got more reserves in the tank. He's got more patience. So when something goes wrong, he doesn't feel the need to like, I need to do something right now and throw the game. He can play the game out slowly. He can wait for a mistake for his opponents. And I think that's something that like definitely like, it's an attribute to being a veteran, you know, is like being able to handle that kind of negative stress and then still play a really solid game of League of Legends where nothing crazy has to happen. Because once you're in the sauce, that's how, like, in the sauce, you've lost a lot, you've struggled a lot, the drafts don't work, and the next patch, it's another problem. That's what I define as the sauce.
Nice.
Once you're in the sauce, it's really easy to start believing that you need to make miracles to win. When in reality, every single great team in the world never makes miracles. They only pull out miracles when it's like convenient, you know? It's like, they shouldn't win that game, but they're too good, so they win together, you know? But it's very rare that they feel the need to do that.
Yeah,
It just happens.
I think 100 Thieves in a spring split, when even though they were doing well, like I don't feel like they're just winning. they were winning with a miracle.
Yeah, exactly.
Winning with a miracle every game. But I think these 100 Thieves, it's like, they're more like team. So we could win against them because we were the better team compared to them. But I think they play like more team. So it's good to see.
With Whippo talking about a player being able to come in, APA did that for you last year. Is that what happened on TL? Like, was he a breath of fresh air just in terms of he had like literally no baggage with the team?
So I think last year we started really well, and then we were collapsing. So it was like, I think it was kind of even situation, and then APA comes in. We were like not decisive. We were like, what is working on our team? What is working on our team? We lost on this one. We lost on this one. Like, we don't know what is good for our team. And APA comes in, and they nobody asked him, what are you good at it? And then he said, I'm good at jigs. Okay, we don't know what's gonna work. We are playing jigs. We are making a jigs comp. What can you guys play with a jigs or something? And so I think fresh member helps a lot, especially when team is not doing well. I think when team is not doing well, they lose a lot of trust. But new player can make it together easily.
We have to do kind of a slight postmortem on Dig NRG. How much, because again, obviously all you guys are practicing, how much were you able to watch of that?
Most of it, I think. I mean, we were screaming each other, and like we were like, we need to watch until the last team fight.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why I watched the last game.
There you go.
I didn't watch the entire game, but I watched the last game because our screen was not starting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, we were stalling to like watch the final team fight because it was personal for us, you know, like Jensen was playing, so.
Oh,
That's
wait.
We couldn't miss the elimination match, you know. We have to know.
I was gonna say, what side were you rooting for on
I mean, honestly, like both sides. Like I didn't mind who won or lost. It was just fun to watch, you know. I just wanted to see I guess it was just like, you know when your stove is like boiling over, you know, like you gotta put on the stove,
when I cook,
and it's
so
like
no.
you just like you go and turn it off, you know, it's like. Like you're scared. It's like that's the experience, but you just see what happened. Like you just leave it going, and it just your whole kitchen blows up. That's kind of how it felt, and I just wanted to see which players would handle the kitchen blowing up better. And I feel like it really showed. Like I think Licorice and Sven did a really good job with their kitchen on fire. They like didn't lose their minds. They just kept playing normal games, playing like standard champion, nothing crazy. I think that's the only two players in that series that stood out to me is like did a really good job when their kitchen was on fire. Everyone else had moments where it was like, this guy, he's lost it, you know? And that's not to say that they're bad players. It's just like under that amount of stress, it gets like, you know, it ties into the fact of like, you know, you have so much stress, so much baggage. You feel like you need to pull off miracles to win. And, you know, you have Kennen flashing into a Bardal. You know what I mean? Like that's the type of stuff where it's like, if you're calm and collected and you're just like very level-headed, you're just like, you win the game on the spot there.
Yeah, that was an unlucky moment. What I'm learning is that, does Whippo cook for you? Because
No, he does not cook. We do not live together.
Yeah,
okay.
I only cook for my partner.
Okay.
I don't cook for anyone else. I'm pretty good. But
Okay.
just, yeah, I in general, all I cook for Maso are builds and champions. And
Nice.
so
There we
far,
go.
like it
All
takes
right.
a while for me to convince him. But when like usually he agrees with me in the end. Like Static Shiv, RFC Jin, IMO, that shit's not it. So whenever he buys Collector and I press tab on stage and I see Collector, I'm like,
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm a very happy panda.
A postmortem on, I guess, NRG. It's a weird end of an era for this roster generally. What are your thoughts on them and on Dig coming out of this series?
About energy.
Yeah.
So I think energy, like even last year, they were strong because they played like team. It was not they were strong because they were individual. It's like outperforming the C9 or the other teams. So I think when a team is very strong as a team, I think single member change can change the team chemistry. It's whether good or bad. and it's not like particularly like fault for anyone, but sometimes it is what it is. And I don't think they come back as strong as last year. And when they're not strong team and they're not strong individual, not a good team.
I think last year I was still in academy, so like I don't know much. But from what I watched, I still like Cora said, they played very well as a team, and I think their mid jungle especially like played very well together. And then this year, they did it like very few times, and individually they're like good, but they're not like super above everyone else that they can just gap them and then win. So yeah, I think.
I would say, because they had like the 5 coaching staff thing, they had it again this year, right? Different coaches, but I'm pretty sure they have the same
shuffled
system.
it around, I think, a bit. Yeah.
They removed the coaching step.
They don't have 5 anymore? That could be possible, but I feel like when I watch their team, especially against G2 at Worlds, right? Because that's the games I watched like the most closely. I felt like they had a really good job description for the champions they picked, and I think that comes from that staff, except support, where they would just tell Ignar, like, do whatever you want. Like, just play your game, do whatever you want. Everyone else had like a very clear game plan of like, this is when you're weak, this is when you're strong, this is how you manage lane, this is what you do. Like, we picked you this champion to do this, except for Ignar. And I think that his kind of X factor is what went missing, because I think that he followed up really well when Contract did something crazy, or like good invade, good advantage. Like, I always thought of him as the type of support player that won't just let you wait for your flash to come back, you know? He's gonna really make sure that when someone loses flash somewhere, you know that guy has no flash. Whether his screen will be gray or theirs, not sure, but he will try. And I think that when that went missing with Huhi now, like Huhi playing, I think that they didn't really know how to adjust the formula to get the same kind of results, because I felt like they just had one less very active playmaker. And I'm not talking about teamfight playmaking, I'm talking about like just, you know, when the 15 minutes before teamfights, you know, like minute 10 to 25, like looking for side lane picks, looking for flanks, looking for things and creating things. I think that Ignar was very specialized in that, and I think that they weren't able to recreate kind of what he brought to that team, because I don't think any of their players did anything special, like Cor mentioned. Like, they weren't special individually. They just had a really nice, good, clear job description, and they had a crazy guy making sure that their champions could scale well and still had some proactivity.
With Dig, looking forward, they face off against 100 Thieves. What is going to happen in this series?
No one knows. Like, honestly, I don't know. No one knows. Like, I mean, if I had to guess how many games, it's 5. Like, for sure, it's a 5-game series. Like, I would be shocked if it's not a 5-game series. That's my first take. I don't know what else is going to happen, but like, if I had to guess, had to put money on it, I'd say it's a 5-game series, because like, both teams got pushed far enough. Like, I know Dig played 100 Thieves, right? And they got shit on. Like, Dig got shit on.
They already played.
Yeah. It won't be like that again, because like 100 Thieves right now, they're in the sauce. Like, they are fully in the sauce, and Dignitas is fully in the sauce. So it's like, it's just purely on the day. Like, that's where I'm at.
I mean, it's like also another top 3 team in the bottom league. So, like us, C9, Blackhead can win, can lose. They can win, they can lose.
I'm excited to watch though.
Yeah, I was
I'm
going
all
to say,
for
because
it.
it's like, it's weird because Dig are coming out of a really close series against NRG, right? And 100 Thieves are coming out against getting absolutely destroyed by Core and TL. So, like, is there a chance that Dig end up ramping up? Because going into that series, if I'm looking at it, I'm like, I still think 100 Thieves, from my perspective, are playing a bit more cohesively.
Honestly, like I said, they're both very deep in the sauce. I will say, honestly, I did not acknowledge the fact that they got absolutely crushed. They got destroyed. 100 Thieves did. They got destroyed.
Yeah, it was.
It might affect the power rankings for sure, because like champions that like they should be playing and have every reason to play, and they're usually very confident on. Maybe after getting demolished, they're like, yeah, we shouldn't do this again. So that's something to consider. I'm not sure though. Like, I'm really not sure, because I feel at the end of the day, it really just depends on how well they take the TL loss. Because I think if they take it well, play their own game, they should be fine.
Yeah, if they take the TL loss well, like get their learnings from it and don't kind of like lose their mind because they got crushed so hard, then I think they're still the better team than Dig. But I think it can go either way.
Yeah, it's very hard to predict because I didn't watch the previous series, NRG and then Dignitas.
Yeah.
So
Don't tell my coaches. I think when I was watching, I didn't watch everything. But what I noticed when I was tapping in and out is that Licorice was always really far ahead in lane swaps. Like the NRG lane swaps were so bad.
yeah,
So if 100 Thieves doesn't clean up their lane swaps, they're going home like fast. So I will say that, like I immediately recognized, like I could see Sniper being in the same spot as Dokla, like running around, hopefully not playing Poppy. Dear Lord, why did that guy lock in Poppy more than once? Once was already much, but like the second time, Jesus. Like no offense, but like I'm not even blaming him. I'm just like, I know that their energy was completely lost in the sauce because they decided that that was the champion they should be playing in a best of 5. I can relate to it. 2022 when I was in TL, like. Bro, I was there too, and my team was like, Gangplank blind.
just nodding.
Gangplank blind, and my team was like, yeah, we should still go Ornn. And I'm just like, all right, I guess. And that's how you know a team is completely lost in the sauce.
Do you agree?
It just doesn't make sense.
you know, that's why lose makes draft impossible.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're just in the sauce.
Well, we'll move on to something related to draft, which is coaching. TL won coaching staff of the split. I did want to ask all of you guys what you think makes a good League of Legends coach for you.
Actually, I'm gonna bring something from the pre-post war. I think like what NRG did well was like players know what their job is. I think it's kind of impossible that when draft is over, every player know their job until they play multiple times. They are doing same thing. So make sure they know what's the role in the draft, and then make sure players are understanding what our comp is, basically.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And then if some players are thinking about differently, make sure everyone is doing the same page, being on the same page. I think making everyone be on the same page is very important.
I agree. Number one trait. Most important.
Most important. Same
100%.
page.
Yeah.
I value it the most out of all coaches. It's something that actually we had in Fnatic as well when we had our most successful years. Know your role. Now, back then we were like a little bit more like extreme. It was like it was your responsibility as a player. We didn't expect the coach to teach you that.
Yeah, I mean it's contextual, right? You know,
But-
because I think I think what Core said is broad enough that it's going to vary.
Yeah.
So like someone coaching, for example, like I'm bringing up Dignitas because it's 5 players, 4 of whom are veterans. Isles has also been playing for a long time. So they're all already going to be coming into it with very clear-cut ideas of like how they want to play. So someone can do what Core said with that team a very different way than you would do with like a younger group.
You say that, but I think a lot of the reason why veterans cannot work well together is because
Oh, I agree with that.
the guy, like in their former teams, you had a different idea of what the champions or players would do. So I'll give you an example. Like when I think of like Reckless in our team and then Reckless in G2, like so he swapped teams like after like 4 years of me playing with him, 3 years, and I felt like that was like a really obvious example where he was so used to me and Hilly playing a certain way with like the similar champions that when G2 drafted even the same champion, similar champion, same thing, it's like it looked completely different the way they played, and I think that's because like sometimes your past experience just speaks louder. It's like you're like so used to playing with someone for so long and that like the champions look different. Like I'll be honest with you, like there are certain champions that do different things in different players' hands. You watch Caps play Azir, like or you watch I don't know Rookie play Syndra, and it's like, is this the same champion? Like same. It's the same in every single team. I think it's important to acknowledge that like it's still really important that you don't carry that with you, and I think actually that's why Dig struggled a lot, because I think that from their perspective, at least from my perspective, especially in their mid jungle, it was really unclear who should put their best foot forward first. And I think that's one of the reasons why they're so dysfunctional as a team.
What do you think, Masu? Oh, so you have like a limited experience compared to these two guys.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I've only had like 2 coaches, but yeah, I think the most important thing is a coach needs to put like all 5 of his players on the same page and kind of develop like an identity almost that the players can fall back to. When maybe like the team is doing bad or they're having a slump, if the coach already built like an identity for them to fall back to, they're going to have a better baseline. And yeah, I think a coach is really just like an important facilitator. He can get everyone on the same page, and he can see his players' strengths and weaknesses, and he can use them to his advantage. I think that's what a good coach can do.
Shout out to Mitty. I think he made a huge difference.
Nice.
Coming in between splits, I mean, I know C9 fans aren't going to like hearing this, but he is phenomenal at his job. I worked with him in 2020, and he was our head coach back then. His first year coaching, I think, as like a head coach. It was a tough year for him. It was a tough year for everyone in that team. But I just want to say that like I've wanted to work with him every single year since that year, and I was extremely happy when he decided to join us because this guy knows what he's talking about. Like he really has gone above and beyond, especially with Alan, but Lucio, but also with Masu, in making sure that like they're at top of their game. And
Nice.
I just wanted to take the opportunity to say that because he didn't deserve the flack he got on the way out of C9. In my opinion, of course.
Nice.
Again, I like him a lot, so I'm biased.
No, that's good. I mean, we're all biased. We should just all admit it. Well, thanks to you, and thanks to your coaches. Everyone here at this table is going to Worlds. Congratulations.
Europe.
But just generally on the table, how does it feel? You're all qualified.
So every world's deciding moment was very important, and then was like extremely happy. But this time was kind of easy, so like less happier.
Yeah.
And then like not only like the game was easy, like kind of like during the regular play, like the league is like kind of split it
Yeah.
by level. So still happy. Happy.
My favorite part from your team is that Umti did not know he was qualified.
Yeah.
That's really cute.
But yeah, Masu, your first World
First
Championship. Congratulations.
Sorry, the international.
Yeah. I mean, I'm really happy. I think international tournaments are like the thing I aim for the most. It's just really fun to play against the best players in the world, and I feel like it helps me learn a lot faster. So, yeah.
Is there any one player you want to face off against?
I mean, what I've been watching the most is like Pays and Elk, but any of them, honestly. I would be happy to go against any of them.
If I had to
Over
guess,
for
I
you.
would say Elk for him because he always talked about him. So
Yeah.
PLG is good.
for me, I don't know. I mean, it's a big deal. You know, I agree that it was like easier than expected. I just played my game, and I felt like angles to win came by themselves. I didn't have to sweat for it. That's not unusual, I guess, for me. But like if I think back to the years before, I had some clinchers, but for the most part, it was like we were a good team, and it was somewhat expected for us to go to Worlds. That said, I mean, Worlds for me is like it's the biggest deal. You know, it's why I play competitively. When I took a year off, like I realized like I want to go back to being a pro because I want to play Worlds. That's always been the reason. I want to perform really well internationally. And to be careful, because I turn into a very different player in terms of demeanor when I go internationally. Like I'm very harsh on everyone else, and I'm very harsh on myself. First and foremost, I get really harsh on myself, and then I start becoming like very critical of everyone else on my team. And that's a formula that worked really well for us in Fnatic. I think at MSI it didn't really work, so I'm gonna have to reevaluate kind of how I want to approach that. Because I know that that's tough for other people, but I'm obviously super excited to play at Worlds. Like I said, this is what I live for, really. Like that's what I realized when I didn't go to Worlds. It's like there's something missing in my life, you know. I didn't get to play Worlds, and I'm really, really happy that I got to qualify. I just want to make the most out of it, because it's like there's very few games of League you get to play that like you know you can make a You know, you can make a very big influence or difference in the way people perceive the game. And I feel like every single Worlds I've played, there's been like that one moment where people are like, wait a sec, this guy's cooking. And I want to work really hard to make sure that I don't lose that streak, because I've cooked every Worlds and I want to bring that back. For me personally, it's going to be in Berlin. It's going to be the first time I play on the LEC
that's what I was
stage
gonna
since I've
ask.
left.
I saw you tweeting you're returning to the LEC stage.
Yeah, I've really actually, coming back to pro play, I've really drawn from my past experience in the LEC and my teammates. It's going to be, it's going to be really weird for me to play my first games there without Hilly, because it'll be the first time I ever walk on that Berlin stage without him there. So.
Are you going to catch up while you're there?
I hope so. I hope he's going to be in Berlin. I mean, either way, I'm after Worlds, I'm happy to go visit him or whatever, because I've realized that what we shared together was more than what two normal players would ever share together. I think that I trusted him more than anything. You know, I really trusted him through and through. Even when he didn't show up or I didn't show up, I knew he was there, And I think that that's something that you don't have often in teams. A lot of times performance is what builds trust. So when you stop performing, you lose that trust. With him, that was never the case. Like, I could run it down for a month straight and I knew he would be there the very next day. And it's been tough for me to like come to terms that I don't have that anymore. But I'm trying to build it with my team right now, and I'm really hoping that I can have that kind of relationship with my bot lane, with my jungler, with my mid laner. But I understand that it's really tough and it takes so much work, from both ends. So that's why it's like pretty sentimental actually today for me. Like,
no, that's great.
I'm
happy for you.
I'm happy too, but at the same time, it's like I'm also a little sad,
Yeah.
because he's not there. But it's a big step for me actually. Like for me personally, it's a huge step as a player.
Is there anyone you're looking forward to facing?
Fnatic, of course,
Yeah.
I mean, of course, we have history, Like I'd love to play Fnatic and get that grudge match out of the way.
What about you, Core? Anyone you're looking forward to seeing or playing?
I want to win, so I will also choose the Fnatic.
You guys have Fnatic on farm this year. It's crazy. They can't win. I think I don't know why exactly, but you guys just can't lose.
Yeah, I mean, we only played the 2 cities, so
Two best of 5s though.
third time can be different. Actually, I actually want to meet a T1. So, on the other hand, like we lost against T1 last Worlds, this MSI, EWC. I think every time, whenever we play versus T1, I think it's getting closer.
I agree.
So, I think if we win T1 in this World, it's good story, no?
It would be a fantastic
That would be a great story.
NA, NA baby, let's go.
It took 1 year.
We'll end with your match against each other. How's that going to go? What do you think? Obviously, you're not going to say much to each other. I already know that.
Yeah.
Well, I can say this much. I think after today,
Nice.
I would say TL is the only not sandbag team. What I mean by a sandbag team is when you hit the sandbag, it doesn't hit back. I know that when TL is going to receive hits from us, they will come back swinging. I felt C9 was that kind of team. After the day series, sucker punches, at best, jabs and sucker punches. There was no weight behind those whatsoever. I felt like anytime they did something, I was like, wait, what? That's it? Like there's nothing there, nothing of substance really. I feel like playing against TL, it really feels that way. You make a mistake, it's like, fuck, like you feel like you made a mistake. When they made a good play, you're like, fuck, they made a good play. That's the only team in the LCS that is currently at that status for me. C9 lost their rights, unfortunately, today. So I'm excited for that because honestly, that's the best kind of series, I think I talk back about my career when I think back of G2 Fnatic, that was every single game. Every single game. Well, sometimes we were kind of lightweights, but for the most part, we were both heavyweights, and that's what I'm excited for. That's why I think our game will be the heavyweight match. There will be fists flying left and right. We will be trying our damnedest to win that game, and that's exciting.
Yeah, I mean, even from the spring split, when we play versus each other, every minute is a kill.
Exactly.
Someone is dying every single moment.
Yeah.
And then,
Exactly.
like I said today, like Flycast always wanna move the game forward. No matter what situation, they wanna make a game forward. And then, if enemy team doesn't punish Flycast using the time, then they're gonna be the only one making game forward. So it's unfair. So I think it's gonna be a fun game. And then hopefully we can make a similar game as a spring playoffs game. Not the final, the playoffs game. It was
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
3-2.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
That was a banger.
That was a banger game.
I hope so too. I hope we win again. It wasn't fun losing.
Yeah.
But it's exciting, for me, speaking on my top lane matchup especially, I've always been kind of the runner-up, in my whole career. I've been the runner-up, and I've kind of come to terms with that, and I'm happy, honestly. I get to be the runner-up again, Impact's the number one, he's probably going to an MVP. That's a great bullseye right on his forehead. And I'm aiming for it, and we'll see, because I feel like he's a really good benchmark for what is greatness.
Yeah.
I think that you have the best players in a region, like not the best necessarily, but you have good players in a region, and then you have great players in a region. And I feel like Impact's like right there up with the great players in a region. So if you can go above him, if you can beat him in a best of 5 and like outperform him in a best of 5, that's a great benchmark for fantastic international success. And that's why for me, I'm always very happy to be able to play against him, because it really sets the standard of where I'm at in terms of my own performance. And I have nothing. There's nothing left to be desired as a competitor,
Yeah. What about you, Masu? What about going up against TL?
It's always fun.
Jan and Core?
It's always fun. I think Jan and Core pressure the hardest out of the bot lanes in lane, and out of lane they just, I think, move around the map the best. So yeah, I hope it's like a fun game. I hope there's gonna be a lot of kills, but we'll see.
Yeah, just fight.
Yeah,
I have 2 bot laners here. I need to have this conversation, because everyone was laughing at me when I said that Berserker was not him anymore in spring. This conversation has completely died, and it's not because I was wrong. I need to know after today's series, is he him? Is he close to being him? Or is he where I'm at? What I think of him.
I don't think it's that far. I still think he's pretty good.
Yeah.
I still think he's a very good player. I
it's
just
teamed up?
think. I don't know.
Because I'm just saying, like, you're 6-1 against him in best of 5s this year. Just saying.
Oh.
I
You
guess
have him
so.
on form, So
Yeah,
if he's that good still, then like it's team gap. But I don't think it is, Like I don't think he's him because I have Maso on my team.
So I think your standard for him is like dominant level of like.
I mean, just like never misplay, Like sometimes bad decision is fine, but like mechanics never misplay. Like for me, that's like when I think of AD carry as him, it's like this guy, no matter what situation he play, never int, never make mistake individually, always deal damage, like always. If he doesn't carry, it's like maybe his team's too bad, but like he will never be the reason his team loses fight. That's for me like the definition of him. He was him in 2022. He was him. 2023, he looked like him.
Okay.
Is
You
Jan
didn't
now,
think so?
Wait, is Jan now him? Or is it Masu?
I think if your definition of him is like standard is very high, it's very
true.
hard to
It's very high.
achieve
It's very high.
in the NA. I think maybe because the other people are not fight him strong enough. So like that's how hard like becoming him. I think Berserker is actually doing a good job. I don't like even today's series. I don't think he was deciding factor that they lost the game in most cases. Just not much thing to do most cases. So
Yeah, I'm fine.
I don't think he didn't change the game, like losing games to winning. But yeah, it's very hard to do.
I agree. I just think that he was doing that. I mean, when everyone was talking about him, that was kind of what he was, right? I just wanted to bring it up because for me it's really interesting because like I noticed it already like in spring.
Yeah.
And I agree, it's extremely hard to do, and my standard is very high.
Actually, if there is a Yumi,
Yumi? Oh
think
yeah.
so?
Then
if there's a
maybe.
Yumi,
Yeah,
can
maybe.
be different.
Tom and Jerry.
Yeah.
Then maybe he carries.
Okay.
I think
Tom
Yumi
and
with
Jerry.
a Berserker can be him.
See, now I don't have to take it into account then. They tried Senna, he was not him with Senna.
Yumi's coming back.
Yeah, Yumi's back.
Please no. For the last part, so we have 100 dig, winner faces C9, and then the loser of your game faces that. I want to know who's winning 100 dig, and then who's winning C9 versus that.
The winner of that?
Yeah.
Is that happening before our match? Those two best of fives?
It is going to be Friday. I think it's split. So it's basically like Friday is going to be 100 dig, then Saturday is going to be you guys to give them a day off. Yeah, and then Sunday is going to be C9 versus the winner of 100 dig. So they get a day.
Okay, it'll be interesting. I mean, my prediction for 100 Thieves dig, I mean, like I said, I think it'd be 3-2 either way. I'd give it to 100 Thieves if they can clean up their lane swaps, but I can definitely see them getting absolutely ran if, like, Sniper's down 2 levels from a lane swap in every other game. Like, they'll go down 3-1, maybe even 3-0. It really depends how well they take the TL loss. And then the winner, I mean, it's
C9 versus 100.
It has to be a 3-0. Like, C9's still, like, just way better individually and across the map. I would be shocked if it wasn't, but I don't see C9 not beating both of them.
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves, probably like 3-1 or something. And then either team C9, probably 3-0.
If you guys choose 100 tips, I'm gonna go on the Dignitas. The theory behind this, like, they start talking about the serious talk.
Oh, okay.
And then, someone is crying. Then try to talk like inside what they are thinking, and then start randomly trusting each other. And then they're gonna win against 100 tips 3-1. And then they're gonna lose to the C9 3-1.
Okay.
All right.
It'll be interesting to see, though.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I think it's actually a really exciting match.
Yeah. I think dig 100 is like super interesting to me.
Yeah.
I'll be really
Very
curious
close.
to see who comes out of that. We're almost at time. Whippo, I have to ask, what is your little shark? It's adorable.
You want to read it?
That's cute. Emotional support shark. Always here to remind you you're fantastic. That's cute.
Wow.
Yeah, my girlfriend gave it to me 2 days ago, and I already talked about this on air with like having anxiety and stuff on stage, and I brought my emotional support shark with me, and he actually reminded me that picking Renekton in every game is okay. I've always been known for having so many signature picks, and that's because I was always very anxious that my signature picks weren't good enough. So I would play my signature pick, and then if I would lose in a series, I would stop playing the signature pick, and I would play a different signature pick, because that was comfortable for me. Today was a pretty big deal for me, not only because we made Worlds, but because I locked in Renekton 4 games with no mercy.
Nice.
I just told myself it's good enough. I trust myself that, I'm a big, bad, mean crocodile. And it looks pretty strong when I play it, so I'll just keep playing him until the end. And I know that a lot of series in the past, I would come in game 1 with like a really strong opinion of a champion, and I would play it, and then I'd be really strong, and I'd lose, and I'd be like, no, I need to change pick, give me something else, And spring finals against TL just happened, and it just goes to show that I have a lot more room for growth, and that's why for me today was a shark diff.
Nice.
My shark had my back.
That's awesome.
So 1v2. Sound fair.
Yeah.
1v2.
He's really cute too.
He didn't have a chance. Thank you so much, guys. This is a great episode. Thank you for taking the time to join me. Congrats on making the World Championship to all of you. All the best in facing off against each other this coming week. And a reminder that Pros is now available on Spotify and other podcast platforms. If you can't catch it on YouTube, you can catch it on one of those. Once again, thanks to these guys. Thank you to you for watching or listening. Have a good one.
Thank
you very
you.
much. Thank you. Bye.
is looking for flash.
Careful.
It's
Flash.
watch
Later
behind.
Watch him move. Look, I'm upside.
I'm
Pre.
I'm probably gonna die.
I'm still look.
Watch Renekton.
Yeah.
I should be fine.
I think we should win.
Through look. My W2.
Play with
I
impact.
change bomb. Okay. I'm ulting Kalista.
Just go.
Kalista.
Kalista Nautilus ulted. I'm
Azir just
fair.
flash in. Azir just flash in.
Don't
No
flash
flash
Kalista. Kalista's ulted in. Nice job. Next.
Place
I'm Jan, be careful.
Baby coming.
I'm ulti.
Hey, I ulted
Hit him,
you.
move.
Come slowly. I'm outside.
I'm flash.
I'm fine.
I'm looking at Azir side. Azir Junior. I'm fine. Azir.
Azir no flash.
I'm fine.
Azir no flash.
We turret.
Cross hit target.
Turret.
Cross hit target.
End the game.
Yeah.
Good job, guys.
Nice job.
Yeah, but this might look good. I'm flanking.
No. It's good. Really
I'm
good.
flanking. Yeah. We killed them all here. We killed them
Corki, no
all.
flash.
Yeah, kill them. Kill front.
Yeah, I can
I'm
flash
coming.
Q, but
I'm going
I think
Corki.
I
Don't
will.
use us. Corki. I stunned the thing. He might be.
Just
No.
finish it.
We killed him. I'm
I've
so
done
strong,
everything.
guys. Just play your own game, okay? Play your own game.
That's fine.
Play your own game.
I will jump from Maokai.
MF no flash. I'm fine. I have Starak. I'm fine. I'm fine.
yeah.
Cleanse no flash.
I'm fine. MF no flash, no cleanse.
Yeah, I will
MF
get
has nothing,
MF.
MF
I will
has
get
nothing.
MF.
Okay, I look Corki, guys.
I saw.
Yeah.
Be careful, I'm on the flash.
Yeah.
Kill,
Kill.
Ulti, Jan.
I block.
Yeah. Renekton.
I'm fine. Go
Up to your
Renekton.
alone.
We can go better after.
Yeah, watch this.
Okay,
Ace low.
I go easy.
End the bell.
Penta.
And then penta. I'm pushing it. Keep going.
Can you?
Focus there. We can.
Pentakill.
Let's go.
Let's go mid.
Let's go, man.
Okay.
Okay, then let's walk up. I'm going. I'm out. I'm done for now. There he kills everyone.
Help there.
Nice.
Corki,
No flash, Corki. She's killing everyone. She's killing everyone. Pentakill.
Q.
Nice though.
I got his, squad got his.
Nice one, God.
Power. Block them back
Don't get
outside.
sucked in. Don't get sucked in.
I need out.
Play together.
Play together.
Play through.
I need to use
Look
W
at my
first.
side. Jerry jump. Jerry jump
I need to
in.
use W
I
first.
need help, please.
I'm fine.
Hey, Jerry 오고.
Jerry,
오고.
Jerry, no. Jerry,
Coming. What you say?
I can't
Jerry.
tell you.
Nice.
Jerry,
Kill them all.
우콩.
Dash.
Hey, I press.
We can. GG, nice.
Go top. A jungle canyon, empty.
Jungle Gap, let's
Wow,
go!
empty jungle gap.
Oh boy, I love LCS. I sure hope Cloud9 plays Skarner today against 100 Thieves. It's gonna be so hype. That's right, Flowers. I've sure got faith that today the viewers will be rewarded.
Just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine.
Try coming top lane and see what happens, bro. You think junglers are going top lane? Woo! Just give me silver scrapes, y'all. I love lane swaps. I sure hope we get more. Oh, hell nah. Ah! Hey, does anyone have a prediction for this series? I have a golf game to get to. Focus up, chat. We got games to cast. Oh, hey there. It's not what it looks like. Is the LCS starting soon?
Your time's over, Zell.
Oh. All right, well, welcome to the waiting room. We are here for the final match here in the LCS studio to qualify for that LCS finals weekend next weekend, as well as the last ticket to Worlds. We've got APA and Inspired. You guys are already going to be at the LCS finals weekend. You guys are already going to Worlds. How does it feel to be able to kind of sit back and relax a little bit?
You can go first.
Feels pretty chill.
Yeah.
It's always like very stressful to play for the last world spot because you know, like your whole season is on the line, and
Your whole year.
one mistake can just cause you to go home way earlier than you would want to. So it's nice to be in the position where I can just watch Cena and do it.
No, I agree. Last year when I was fighting, I think it was GGS or EG for the last world spot, I was
sweating. I was so stressed out the entire week, the entire series. So like, just to be here now, we have the cushioned seat. Don't need to worry about that anymore. It's so nice.
Yeah,
What do you guys usually do to like ease your nerves in those moments though? Like before a series like that?
Well, last year was a lot different than this year, just
Yeah.
because I felt like I was so inexperienced last year. So I didn't really know what to do. This year, I just take like a minute or two, time to myself, like go use the bathroom or whatever. It's like, just talk to myself, and then normally I'm all set.
Okay.
I just don't put expectation or pressure on myself before the game. So if I would lose it, I would be really sad after. But before the game, I just treat it as just like a normal game, so I don't really get nervous and I can play like I usually do. But yeah, if you would lose like a very important game, then right after you're like really mad because all the pressure just goes to you. Just like, you lost something that was very important, and that's when it hits you the most.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's so hard to not be thinking about all the work you put in the entire year, right? Not culminating in whatever you would have wanted to have happen. But let's take a look at how we actually got here so far. We can check in on the bracket. TL obviously making all the way through that upper bracket. You guys are waiting in the grand finals next Saturday. You guys obviously fell just short against TL this weekend. It was a really, really close series. Talk to me about that a little bit, Inspired. Obviously you'll be awaiting the winner of C900 Thieves, but also your match against TL was so close.
I mean, yeah, as I said, the series against TL was really close. It could have went either way. But we lost, so we most likely are gonna get our rematch against C9, and I'm assuming it's not gonna be that easy this time because I think C9 didn't really come well prepared into playoffs. I feel like they were stuck in the previous patch, playing kind of stuff that already got nerfed and is not like the best. So I think I'm looking forward to see what they cook today because it's gonna give us a lot of information on what we need to expect.
The scouting report. You'll be watching.
Just sitting here taking notes.
Absolutely. I mean, 100 Thieves have also already made it further than they did in spring. They're now locked in for top 4, which I think is surprising to a lot of players, especially a lot of pros, because in spring, everyone was talking about from the pro side about how this team was really bad in scrims. They don't actually perform like that on stage. They're, kind of getting a lot of fluky wins, this sort of talk. But at the end of the day, they came into summer, they finished even better.
I mean, I'm not too surprised. Some of the bottom half of the LCS teams are just complete trash. So
it's not a good thing for 100 Thieves.
Like, in all reality, this LCS year has just been 3 teams, FlyQuest, TL, and C9. So if you're just below then, to me, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I agree. I think Quid and River are good enough to carry the team to top 4, but I think they just can't break that top 3 mark because the top 3 teams are just way better than the others.
Was there anything you saw in the 100 Thieves Dig series that surprised you about how 100 Thieves performed, or did you expect them to win that match?
I think I expected them to win. To be honest, I didn't know what to put like a game score on it because I just knew the series was going to be sloppy, and that's what it looked like. It just looked like a very sloppy series.
Yeah.
I mean, the first time they faced against each other, I kind of felt like it's going to be 3-100 Thieves because they were performing pretty well right after making the roster change. But I feel like losing to Team Liquid 3-0 probably destroyed their confidence a little bit. So I kind of expected the series to be a bit closer, but I still thought that 100 Thieves will win.
Okay.
That was the point that you mentioned about the roster change that I thought was really important because like going into the playoffs, some of the 100 Thieves stats were horrendous early game wise, right? Like because they didn't have a side lane that they really could play through. But bot lane, when Tomo came in through, their laning phase got a lot better. It feels like their team fight got better. And immediately when they went into playoffs, their lane swaps were significantly better. So it felt like a lot of it was just juiced up from I'm sure the coaching staff does quite well for them. And the team was learning, but also the fact that they got in Tomo really did boost them as a team.
I think it's also like I have my experience from last year of doing the same thing as Tomo's doing this year. It's just like you kind of just have a honeymoon phase when you just enter the team and then all the previous problems just don't exist to you. And then, yeah, the team just enters like a honeymoon phase for like 2-3 weeks. So I think that's what they were riding off of.
Okay.
Well, there's a lot of stress on both of these teams. The Cloud9 have had a lot of experience in the gauntlet, in these lower bracket runs. Did you guys watch way back in the day, the kind of like famous Cloud9 gauntlet run, reverse sweeping all the way?
No, sorry.
No, before your time.
What year was that?
This was like 2015.
Oh.
every
They were
single
like,
match,
no.
and they had to go. I think it was 3 or 4 series in a row, and every single one they started 0-2 and reverse
Really?
swept the entire
Wow.
way
Yeah.
to Worlds.
That's impressive,
So it was pretty crazy, and that was where all this kind of talk about the Cloud9 in the Gauntlet started. Obviously, Blabber has been with the team for a long time, so he's been through some of those lower bracket runs. But 100 Thieves over on the other side, when we talk about Worlds legacy and people who have been there for a long time. 100 Thieves definitely has a lot less experience, so maybe there's going to be more kind of more of an effect for those nerves.
Yeah, and I feel like this is on USL because I don't remember those periods of time where the gauntlet felt a lot more rigorous. Like
I'm going to bring something up.
what?
And I'm
Yeah,
gonna
you gotta
hope
bring it
you know.
up because back in those days, it felt because I know from the LPL side, the gauntlet was like you played one day, you're also playing the next day.
It was like
Yeah.
back to back to back.
Yeah.
Pretty much,
So this one, at least you have a week to prepare and
Yeah.
stuff like this. But like, my God, Cloud9 back in the day would be able to go through those bracket runs, and then I would see the LPL teams go through those bracket runs. And I'm like, when are they tired? Like, it's actually at some point the fatigue is going to hit you. So that's always been my fear when it comes to Gauntlet. For the experience is a big one because being able to prepare for the next opponent and still be in it, I think is the biggest skill that you kind of need.
I Maya qualifying for Worlds 2016, never forget.
Yeah.
I think the big difference to me here for this series specifically is that C9 are pretty heavy favorites, I'd say, going into this, and they get seeded ahead. But the org has so much history and experience with like these kind of lower bracket runs.
And you're also talking about fatigue, Raz. 100 Thieves also only got, 2 days?
Yeah.
So they're for sure fatigued because they just went to 5 games versus Dig, and now they had 1 day of rest, and now they're going straight into another series. So
That's true.
Probably 0 days of rest realistically, right?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
you come off that and you're immediately
you're for sure
starting to
just
prep.
scrimming and like doing
Yeah.
prep and draft prep and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's definitely really hard. I know, Emily, you want to talk some about the Cloud9 drafts.
Yeah, let's do it. Everyone was talking about Cloud9 drafts after this. Inspired can chime in at any time. I mean, the big thing, because I know C9 got heavily criticized. This is game 1, game 3, and game 4. I wanted to include game 3 to show their red side draft where they continued the quirky Cassante Prio, but also did the Senna Amumu. The big thing for me in these drafts were that they did not want Inspired to have this pick. And then that was like the highest priority, I think, when you look at drafts across the board. And then additionally, they tried to identify what the problem was in every game. So after this game, when the Ivern still won, they were like, okay, the Ivern was also the problem in addition to the Smolder, and still kept their Lilia prio. Inspired, I don't know how it felt like for you being on the other side, especially in terms of the red side drafts, if you agree with what C9's prio was or what you think they could change going into today.
Man, they kind of committed to the same prio, like starting in game 1 and
quirky.
all
Yeah.
the way picking the same stuff. And I kind of knew after every game that they either won or lost. Like I kind of expected what they are gonna change, and like I knew that after game 3 they will just ban Ivern and try to play Lilia. So we kind of had a plan prepared for that, and we managed to like pick more early game champs and get the lead to not let Lilia scale, and we won the game in that way. So I mean, honestly, I don't know, we came pretty well prepared into the series, and it seems like Cloud9 didn't. So I think it's because we also got to practice against NRG on stage. So like basically we got one more series where we played a lot of champions, and we kind of felt like what was working for us and what wasn't. So I feel like that's just a benefit of actually playing in the playing more games on stage, especially in playoffs.
What do you think C9 like changed for priority going up against 100?
Honestly, I'm not sure. That's what I'm looking
We'll see.
forward to see.
Because I was thinking maybe the Cassante versus the Renekton. Because for me, Thanatos all split long, his biggest boon was his laning phase.
Yeah.
And how he would like basically either go for a Renekton or something that he could honestly find an advantage within the lane and then try and snowball off of that. But that series he was going Cassante through and through. Were you surprised specifically about that? They were willing to go more Cassante side than Renekton?
I mean, we play a lot of Cassante as well, so I assume they just didn't want to let us have Cassante.
Yeah.
And I think Thanatos is also pretty good on the champ. I think his laning phase is very strong on Cassante. He knows how to not fall behind and just get strong in the game, and then be really tanky champion in the team fights that can also make a lot of space for his teammates. And I don't know, Cassante seems like all around the champ. Like you can be just tanky, you can make engages, you can peel for your team. So I feel like it's just very good champ to pick early in the draft.
It's interesting because I actually have a Telstra and I want to get your thoughts on it because you're talking about how you think that he is a pretty good tank player, a pretty good Cassante player. One of the things that I've kind of seen from C9, one of their struggles is I feel like when things go wrong, it's often because their front line and their back line players aren't actually connected. And a lot of these situations we've seen, Thanatos have mistakes where he's maybe TPing in early or he's kind of disjointed from the team. This was actually against you guys inspired. So we're going to start rolling this clip out. This obviously starts with you guys getting a little bit of poke down onto JoJo. We have, Bwipo, he's over here coming for a potential flank. And Thanatos is going to move in, up here. And basically what's going to happen is Thanatos and Vulcan are going to be moving in, looking for a potential engage over on this side and getting pretty split from the Cloud9 backline. The Cloud9 backline is kind of identifying Bwipo, and we're going to have JoJo and Berserker and everyone coming up here, while Thanatos and Vulcan are going to be kind of diving and getting a little bit split from the team. So obviously Sleep is used here by Blabber. Over on this side, they're looking in towards Bwipo. Thanatos is now, this is kind of where I see a little bit of a problem, is it's like they're looking towards you, right? We're seeing a dive from both these players up towards there, but there's no way any of the damage from Cloud9 is actually going to be able to follow up on what you're doing there. So all the damage here is being put in onto Bwipo. Busio makes a really nice play, flashes in, actually interrupts the bullet time, CCs out those players on the Cloud9 backline to actually protect Bwipo. Bwipo is able to kind of peel back the rest of your team, while meanwhile, over here, everyone from FlyQuest is just basically beating up on these two members here from Cloud9. And this is a problem I've seen, a number of times when team fights go bad for Cloud9, is that the front line is not always coordinated with the back line. And this is something that I think, is sometimes really kind of underestimated as a difficulty about playing tanks, because the difficulty in playing tanks is not about like, can I do the combo on Maokai? Yeah. It's about like, when do I engage? Do I flash forward and twisted advance? Do I need to peel? Do I need to, just actually fully sacrifice my life and trade here? Like, how much damage can I tank before I pull back? So is that something that you guys have seen from Cloud9 as an issue as well? Or do you think this is maybe more of like, oh, they're not doing this in scrims, so maybe it's more of a stage nerve thing for someone like Thanatos who's newer to a big stage like this?
I think it's for sure their issue, and I also think it comes from nerves, because I feel like sometimes the best play during the team fight is to just do nothing and just look at your teammates deal damage.
Yep.
Especially if you're playing a tank. Like once you are in a good position in the team fight, your job is basically to just stand next to your ADC and wait until enemy team answers. You don't use anything, and that's basically in this clip what Cassante should have done. But he decided to like use his spells.
Make a play.
Yeah, make a play when the best play was to just stand AFK. And I kind of felt like he's gonna do it. Like when I was walking up to that Renekton, I was telling my team to just look on frontline, because I said flash there, I'm pretty sure, and I was trying to make the frontline go on me, because otherwise my Renekton is just getting free hit and we can't really hit anyone. So it looked like a successful bait to me, because Leona decided to go on me, and I think I didn't even have to flash out there. So we won the fight because of that. So as you said, I think it goes through nerves. I think they're just nervous, so they want to play their champions, and they don't really look at the big picture and take it slow.
You feel like you have to do something. Cloud9 here was arriving at the studio just moments ago, earlier today. Do you kind of agree with what Inspired was saying? APA, obviously you're newer to the professional scene. You kind of had maybe similar experiences to what Thanatos is having last year when you were first coming in and having to play in some of these big moments. Did you feel that pressure to like, hey, I have to do something big, like I need to make something happen for my team?
I mean, for sure. I think it's also, since he's newer to like, I guess like tier 1 play, even, I know he played in LCK Challengers League. You don't necessarily know your job, like how he's describing the job of just like pretty much sitting next to your AD carry or your mid laner and just do nothing. He didn't really understand that was his job there. So he's like, it's like a solo queue mentality where like you have to fight when someone's on your screen. So that's kind of where, to me, it feels like.
Yeah, and the hardest thing about this a lot of the times is, at least in the LCS, you don't have a lot of stage games if you're coming in fresh to be able to practice some of these things. And a lot of the times in scrims, I don't know what you guys end up using within your review, but most of the time coaches will be like, I want to talk about like setting up for objectives, like some of the basic things that are based around like setting up for dragons or Gromp, but not really grubs, but not really about team fighting. Like, do you guys see, like, what about your guys' review? Do you guys focus on team fighting a lot? Because that a lot of the times I feel like kind of goes under the rug, like not really seen a lot of times.
I mean, we definitely go over pretty much all of our team fights, and we'll just like, not like nitpick, but we'll just point out like little things. We'll be like, hey, in this position, Impact, you should do this. And when I'm in this position, I should do this. We call it like a rook position, like that position that Azael just showed.
Yeah.
Where we say Thanatos was in a rook position. If he just sat there and did nothing, the enemy backline also can't do anything. But since he
the threat is better than the play itself.
Yeah, the threat is better than the play itself.
Yep.
But since he couldn't,
so I tell myself when I don't use hook on Blitzcrank.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm gonna miss that shit.
Staring at him.
But yeah, when he couldn't just sit still and like do nothing, he just goes in uninspired, completely runs it down, and then FlyQuest wins the team fight.
Absolutely. Well, we're gonna talk a little bit about the mid lane matchup, but as we move into the mid lane matchup, JoJo had some thoughts on why Quid really won MVP last split. Let's take a look.
To be honest, I think I made Quid good last split.
What?
Because like I
He was a Highland maker.
I mean, I was his 1v1 partner, and I like kept like he kept asking me about the match, so I kept telling him, and then I gave it to him. So then I mean, so this play I had to stop 1v1ing him.
So JoJo taking a lot of credit for Quid getting MVP as a practice partner, as someone who he felt maybe he taught a little bit too much to. What do you think about the mid lane matchup, APA?
I definitely think it should be JoJo favored. I think JoJo overall is a better laner. What I'm a bit worried about is I think C9 puts a tremendous amount of pressure through mid lane with Vulcan and Blabber. I'm worried if Quid can nullify that and River can have impact and do some like funny plays on the top side of the map or bot side of the map. And it can just make like really weird game states that will probably benefit 100 Thieves.
So we actually saw you tweeting out that JoJo's a choker in playoffs. So how much of that is banter? You know, I'm a little bit surprised because you seem to have a little bit of rivalry with JoJo. You guys like to go back and forth a bit. How much of it is just the kind of the cheeky banter, and how much of it is you actually think he's a choker?
I think both, to be honest with you. Like, it's definitely banter.
All of the above.
It's definitely banter because, you know, I think he's a great player, but it's been what? I've knocked him out of playoffs like twice now in a row. Sadly, I don't get to face him hopefully yet. You know, hopefully FlyQuest beats him and I don't end up facing him at all.
Sick kind of kick out of him. But like, I want to be there when it
Inspired's like, yes, hopefully also I face you. You guys can both agree on that.
Yeah. But like, I just haven't lost him yet in playoffs is all. So that's why I think he's a choker.
You can't just be good, he's a choker?
I don't think I was that good last split.
Okay, fair.
I want to get Inspired's take because I feel like you're the biggest, even though you guys are on separate teams now, right? You've played a lot with JoJo. What do you think his strengths are going into this matchup against Quid? And then also defend your boy to APA.
From the attacks.
I don't know, to me, the mid matchup is like, JoJo is just a better version of Quid. I feel like both of them are not that good at playing side lane and playing team fights, but they are both focused really hardly on lane. But I think JoJo is just better at it. So that's why, in my opinion, the matchup is kind of one-sided. Like, I don't really see what Quid can do to beat JoJo. And about JoJo as a player, I mean, I wouldn't say that he's playing worse in playoffs. Like, when I was playing with him, I knew that he will always perform no matter what game we are playing. But I feel like I kind of made him maybe. Without me, he didn't win anything. So I don't know.
A little bit.
Just take credit for it. So.
Oh, he took credit for Quid's MVP. So
Yeah,
you can
exactly. You can take credit for JoJo.
I did make it.
What's actually crazy, so from 100 Thieves side, the last series that we saw from them, the amount of faith and like I guess they let them cook a little bit, 100 Thieves side. So like Nocturne, Silas, there's the Yone, the Yasuo. Like there's a lot of creativity that goes into 100 Thieves draft. Sometimes it's a little bit too much cooking. Like what's your thought process on just how they draft, and especially around mid jungle?
I feel like these picks are good. That's their win condition, especially going into C9. I feel like if they pick something funny, like Yasuo with something, and make the game very chaotic, I can see them win, because that's like their only win condition. I think if the game is stable and JoJo knows the matchup well, he will just be very stable in the mid, and if mid jungle doesn't care from 100 Thieves side, I think it's going to be very one-sided series.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see. And before the series, Inspired caught up with Blabber and Sniper. Let's check that out.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Blabber and Sniper before the series today, and I have some questions to ask you guys. First of all, you guys played against Dignitas 2 days ago, and it looked like you were already thinking about your series against C9, because the Dignitas series was a bit way too close, right? What happened there?
I actually feel like they got better as the series started like progressing, so definitely a lot of props to them, but we still managed to win, you know? We still managed to be the better team that day, and yeah, we just always knew we were gonna win.
Yeah. Did you watch the series, Blabber? What do you think about 100 Thieves' performance?
I mean, I thought the series was pretty low elo, especially compared to the series yesterday. But you know, I'm always respecting my opponents, and I know 100 can be a good team, so I'm expecting them to have a good performance today.
Yeah, so you expected them to beat Dignitas, right?
I did expect 100 to win, yes, but not 3-2.
What'd you think? What'd you think?
We thought you guys were probably going to win like 3-0, 3-1. Yeah.
Honestly, I also expected that. That's why today I might be leaning a bit biased towards Cloud9.
Oh, okay.
But
Fair enough.
we'll see. Like, actually, what do you think about the top matchup? Like, the Thanatos is kind of like similar player as you, because both of you like to play carry champions, both of you like to go for solo kills, and the last time you played against him, you got the solo kill. So you think he's gonna go for the revenge this time?
I think he's gonna be a little nervous today because it's like his first playoffs, and he's also like a rookie. So I'm gonna try and get into his head a little bit. I might have like a pick cooking up. I might have like Riven or something, but he's a good top laner.
You are talking like you're like a big veteran.
No, I'm not veteran.
I just wanted to remind you, also almost good rookie of the year.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't win rookie of the year, but Thanatos is a good top laner, and I'm gonna show him respect.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about Riven. I think everyone watching the game for sure would love to see Riven. So, please. And about you, Blabber, what do you think about 100 Thieves mid jungle? Because I feel like they're like the best part of their team, and you guys seem to prio Corki a lot. And you know, as a jungler, like when you have Corki mid, you can't really play the game. So like, what do you think about prio picks and like playing against that mid jungle?
I think that River and Quid are definitely the best part of 100. I think like their top and bot are good, but I think their mid jungle is really what carries that team. So yeah, just gotta focus on them, and I think it'll be a good series.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone is looking forward to the games, and I wish you guys both good luck and see you on the Rift.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was good. That was actually a really fun interview to listen to. And now it's time to get into the predictions. And as we start to talk about the predictions here, we have a graphic here showing, well, okay, all our predictions. As we have 3-0, 3-0, 3-1. What are your guys' predictions, APA and Inspired?
So I think it is definitely a very heavily C9 favored series, but I'm not the most confident that C9 will keep it clean. So I think it's going to be 3-1. I think 100 Thieves will sneak one game by doing some funny things with River, you know, like maybe a River Jarvan game or something.
I want to press you guys. So pro players love to talk about draft and who won draft and what is good draft, what's a bad draft. If you guys had to draft 400 Thieves, what would you be picking for them to actually try to get those games?
I don't know, honestly. Yasuo. I think Quid been playing a lot of Yasuo in solo queue, and he's been playing Yasuo very well. So maybe Yasuo matchups, like bait Jojo into AD picks that Yasuo can play against, and play some skirmish heavy mid jungle with it, and like some CC support like Alistar, Rel, and just play there. And look, maybe you can cut Jojo on side lane once, then Yasuo will snowball the game, and you win off of that.
Yeah, no, I think similar thing, like Yasuo Yone for Quid.
So basically melee matchups, really volatile, you want to see the skirmishing.
Yeah, and I know River just has like such a massive champion pool where he's just picking crazy things. Like he's shown like Shaco and like Kane, and just like I call them funny characters, where you just don't really see them that often. They're just kind of solo queue characters. So I just want him to pick one of those characters today and just like completely run Blabber.
Yeah, if I'm 100 Thieves, I'm thinking the same thing. I didn't like the Nocturne. The one thing I'm curious about is that they're great to be able to get leads off those picks. The only thing I'm afraid about is it feels like scaling picks seem to be the pick, like the meta for playoffs, like the Ivern, Smolder, stuff like that. So, and I don't have faith in them being able to close out a game. So that's my fear.
Yeah, I agree with kind of everything that's been said. I think if they try to throw C9 off kilter, it'll be just full dive comp, full send it, and then if they get ahead, they might be able to snowball it. But I think it's going to be similarly heavily C9 favored.
Yeah, well, Cloud9, you can see it in the wall behind us. Cloud9 versus FlyQuest and TL. These two guys, 4-5 competitive. Cloud9 versus everyone else, 10-1. They've been very good against the bottom half of the league.
Who did they lose to?
Dignitas.
They lost one game to Dignitas right towards the start.
Yeah.
But that's about it. So we're going to hand it over to the casters. Take it away.
I will not back down. If you hit me, I'll hit you back.
Just let me cook,
We're gonna 2-0 them very easily.
Oh, he kind of like stole my whole flow.
back to the Summer 2024 LCS Playoffs. One spot. There is one spot left at Worlds, and there is one spot left next weekend at the YouTube Theater for the LCS Finals. Today, Cloud9 and 100 Thieves go head-to-head, and we're going to find out who deserves that spot and who's going to be left behind. It's time to put up or shut up for both of these orgs. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe and Jat for this one. Yesterday, we were treated to a 5-game banger. I hope we get to repeat some of that same magic here today.
We have had 2 series with silver scrapes in a row. Can we go another one here? This weekend? Let's get into it. To me, I'm very excited for this matchup because I feel like both these teams have a very similar approach to the game. Everyone's all focused on their mid jungles, but also their top laners are very, very similar. Inspired even touched on it in the interview, with both of them being rookies, both of them having very strong lane phases, both of them wanting standard lanes so they can actually flex those laning prowess that they do have. And as you mentioned, Sniper actually got the solo kill last time they played. And there's been an interesting trend as far as the draft goes for these two top laners. Both of them have fairly restricted champion pools. Sniper, we always go over with the Renekton as well as the Jax. But Thanatos has played 4 Cassante games in a row, and then it was Renekton and Gnar for his other 2 ones. So fairly predictable champions pools for these two, and it's really about how they actually play out the lane phase.
On top of that, JoJo played Corki 4 games in a row in their last series against FlyQuest. Different priorities for sure right off the bat, though, with the first pick Misfortune.
Yeah, first pick MF for C9. It's Azir, Smolder, and Lilia banned out by them. Nasus, Ezreal, Rumble banned out on the other side. Yesterday, we saw Misfortune have problems into a comp with a lot of answers for interrupting the ulti. And with this being the first pick for C9, I want to see 100 Thieves be able to put together something that can shut it down.
And the Ziggs right away is something that can just press R when Misfortune presses R, and there's a 75% of Misfortune's health threat with that one button press, and it is generally the answer when someone early picks the Misfortune like that. So 100 Thieves very willing to go with what I think is going to be Ziggs bot lane. I'm 95% sure for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, especially with the double lock in here, because you're always pairing Ziggs with some melee support to be able to go roam around for you. Ziggs is very good at focusing on the minion wave and clearing those out, or going for satchel charge kill combos, but slamming down the LeBlanc right now for JoJo. We're going back to like OG JoJo stuff here. Very excited to see this one.
And we're also going back to Thanatos' best champion. I think one of the things that happened whenever these guys played FlyQuest, and even yesterday we got to see this, if Renekton was open for the red side team, it was taken in the first 2 picks. Because 100 Thieves didn't do that, C9 picks it right away. And for Thanatos, it is his winningest champion of the split, probably his best champion. So all of these first 3 picks, that's the damage for Cloud9. That's this blind pick. We're going to try and win lane with our very strong picks.
And I love it because Cloud9, you heard Inspired. He was kind of disappointed. He was like, what the heck? You guys been doing Corki, and it's so hard for jungle to play when you have Corki mid. Guess what? LeBlanc is the go-to assassin. So easy to set up kills for your jungler. So now we're going to look down the line at what jungler Blabber is going to be able to play. Some AD threat that will also have high pressure that can come play off of JoJo in the mid lane. Honestly, regardless of the matchup. And I also want to keep hyping up this LeBlanc because on patch 14-17 is where those nerfs came in. The solo queue oriented nerfs for LeBlanc, but we're still on 14-16. So this is pre-nerf. This is full power. Big abuse here from mid-jungle.
Okay, so in the second half of the bans, it's Yasuo banned out by C9, respecting the pocket pick for Quid alongside the Vi. 100 Thieves banning out the Poppy. And Kobe, when you're talking about AD junglers that love to scrap early and be active with LeBlanc, Lee Sin is one of LeBlanc's best friends. 100 Thieves do not want to allow that to go through.
And I think that's actually a very smart ban by 100 Thieves because that is actually the combo that can attack mid lane whenever you want. And the shoe is going to be completely on the other foot with the way they banned out Yasuo and already taken the Blanc. Quid's playing Corki. He's playing the less aggressive mid jungle by default. And let's see what Blabber tries to pair with this LeBlanc. And it doesn't need to be a LeBlanc pair. It could be a Renekton pair as well with this Nidalee Hover. I'm not shocked if he locks it in.
All right, it's locked in. I am the LCS resident Nidalee hater, but the hate subsides a little bit when they've got Renekton in the same draft just because of the way that that duo works together so well. But when you lock in Nidalee, that to me is always a big flashing light that says, I have confidence, have faith that I can accelerate this game. If you do not accelerate the game, that pick is not going to work. Vulcan on the Alistar as the final pick here for C9, and the last pick of the draft for 100 Thieves is Maokai for River.
And you can accelerate a game in different ways as a Nidalee jungle. I know everyone is going to be drawn to the classic combo, Renekton stun into Nidalee, and them being differing damage types. But Nidalee also has the ability to invade a Maokai and steal away a Maokai's camps and get way ahead in CS. It doesn't have to come from those kills, especially since your opponent is a Cassante. And even though Corki could rush early magic resist, and honestly should, Nidalee plus LeBlanc is still a combo you can pull off, even though you know the Corki is going to be investing in some MR.
So if we're talking about early magic resist for Corki, are you talking just wanting to see a no magic mantle, Mercury treads, or like full Hex Drinker here?
No magic mantle is very cheap and very effective super early on. So we usually go into Hex Drinker when you're facing double AP mid jungle as a Corki, but we'll see how much money he actually wants to invest in that defensive, because that does kind of put off your big offensive power spikes, and you don't want to put those off too much as Corki, since your whole purpose is getting to become this big late game powerhouse.
And big picture for me, this draft is super interesting because compared to what we've seen from these teams in their last series, they've pivoted. When Cloud9 played FlyQuest, they were the ones playing the Corki Cassante, try and outscale and win late game team fights. And when 100 Thieves had their 5-game series against Dignitas, they were playing up-tempo, high execution the entire time. But I feel like since C9 have committed so hard to this hyper-aggressive early game, LeBlanc doesn't even have flash, by the way. They've committed to this ignite, teleport, LeBlanc.
That's Chad.
That 100 Thieves almost by default said, okay, well, we'll just try and keep up and win late game. But I just want to point out, that's completely different than the style 100 Thieves played to get to this point.
And I would say my read here for Cloud9 is that they're saying with 100 Thieves being our opponent now, this is not a FlyQuest, this is not a Team Liquid that are going to out macro us later. This is not a team that is going to prefer lane swaps. This is going to be like kind of a fair standard fight basically versus 100 Thieves, and they're not really worried about them in the late game. So they just go, you know what? We'll all in on our early game because we know we are actually a similar style of team and we are just way better at it. So they slam a bunch of this very offensive stuff, and even JoJo, as you said, going for the ignite over the flash. Now I'm even more looking forward to Blabber's early invades because you have Renekton on top side, you've got LeBlanc with ignite in mid lane. So Cloud9 pressure, honestly, it's going to get started very quickly.
I mean, I'm right there with you, Kobe. I feel like this is C9 just saying, yeah, we are the better team. You're going to have to prove us otherwise, or we're just going to play stuff like this. The misfortune slammed first, allowing the enemy team to pick anything they want to deal with that, I feel like was the first indicator of that sort of a mindset.
Meanwhile, as we continue to focus on this LeBlanc pick for JoJo here, it was one of his very, very prominent early on picks, and people really feared his laning power and his ability to get so many kills and carry games with this champion. The nerfs that came in on the next patch that is live, that if you're going to try this at home, are the AP ratio nerfs on Sigil of Malice as well as Distortion, but you can still go for similar trading patterns like we've observed so far from JoJo. From the very beginning, you always go for these distortions plus autos. LeBlanc is very good at that. At the early levels, being able to get a spell plus an auto on someone is just such an advantage in so many mid lane matchups, and he has gone for the electrocute version, so he even sticks around, gets those electrocute procs.
She also has a really clean auto attack animation, right? It's a very snappy one. Some of these older mages, especially champions that were released like over a decade ago in mid lane, they have really slow, wound up auto attacks. LeBlanc doesn't do any of that. It's so easy to execute on that.
Yeah, you go in with the distortion and immediately do the auto and immediately snap back, and it's just very difficult for many champions to trade back. Sometimes we'll see the Corki try and time the Foss Bomb trades, which is what you get into later. And some Corkis in the past even have taken exhaust, but not this time around.
Talking about some of the other lanes, though, because they had early vision on River in this top jungle, Thanatos was already able to go back, clear the wave, and have a really beneficial recall timer going back, getting boots, longsword, and then just really being able to save his TP and walk all the way back to this lane. He'll catch almost all of those minions. So early top lane has gone great for Thanatos' Renekton.
Yeah, the advantage of your solo laners having some pushing matchups here, and now we get to see the cat in action. Blabber wants to take advantage of that power on top lane. Yep. So Blabber's Crabbers will go to the top side Scuttle Crab. And meanwhile, they should know and be very aware that bottom side is going to be the area for River. So you see Jojo hovering to his control ward, hovering to his jungler. Don't want to ever over chase here as 100 Thieves, but they will be able to, with the sapling, push them out and take down that control ward. It's honestly a big investment early on, being able to get that control ward early. Feels so good, because you know Jojo wants to look for kills on Quid, wants to constantly distortion forward, go for these trades, soften him up so he can use his Ignite and actually get kill credit.
Exactly, the Ignite versus the Flash, making the safety that much more imperative. So we're talking about mid lane a lot. I also think top lane is so interesting this game because we're talking about how both these guys are young players. They're both very aggressive in lane, and then they can get a little bit too aggressive once laning phase ends. Yeah. They're on the staple top lane matchup. Like, if you can't play Renekton Cassante from either side, what are you doing playing top lane right now?
And I will also say the laning phase has not been the problem for either of these guys. It's been the team fight phase, and it's also been about when or when not to initiate. They're both laning quite well. I do want to call out, though, Ayla has been mid a lot. Like, his roam top was what originally allowed them to clear that ward, and then after recall, he came straight out mid lane again to keep Jojo pushed in, and they haven't lost anything bottom lane from it because of the Ziggs push.
Exactly. That's why you always pair Ziggs with one of these melee supports to be able to go influence the rest of the map. He's so good at handling the waves. And right now, Thanatos has been doing a good job himself, by the way, of keeping control of the wave for the past couple of minutes. He was able to prune it and keep it pushing towards him. So his CS lead should continue to grow here, doing a very nice job.
And I think you can kind of tell how even top lane has been by the state of the teleport cooldowns. A little bit of trading in bottom, but it probably shouldn't turn into a whole lot here. The teleport cooldowns in mid are already almost halfway done, and a lot of times you'll see all 4 solo laner teleports pretty close in the early game as everybody goes back for that first recall, but neither one of the top laners has had to use theirs until just now as Sniper casts his. River showing up mid again. 100 Thieves just always with this little bit of drive-by pressure to keep Quid farming safe.
And I gotta say that 100 Thieves has played this early game quite well, especially keeping the jungle CS as close as it is. They didn't get double crabbed. Blabber hasn't been able to counter jungle anything yet. C9 hasn't been able to take away any crabs. We're probably going to see our first action here at the Krugs with Blabber moving up and Renekton having level 6.
Okay, so first grub has already gone over to the Maokai, but there's going to be a dive down to the bottom lane at the same time as Vulcan engages with a headbutt pull, but Tomo with a flash out, going to be staying safe for now. River soaks the spear up by the grub pit at the same time, securing the second one of those. Tomo still alive with about 100 HP, but it's first blood for Berserker as the last minion gives him enough time to walk in there and take that away as the last Void Grub is stolen by Blabber in the top side River.
Yeah, nice punish here from Cloud9, seeing that they have Ayla roaming once again and actually pulling off the dive. They get the flash out of Tomo as well as getting the kill because Vulcan's able to tank the tower long enough to allow Berserker to actually reset. And there's 1 minion left, so Berserker's like, you know what? Wait for my Q to come back up. You are a dead Ziggs walking right now. Waits for the Q to come back up, finish him off. So good punish on seeing them go for the grubs, but you could tell what the idea from 100 Thieves was to take away that early pushing power, that grub buff that Cloud9 would use to accelerate and actually start to take down towers and snowball an early game comp.
And that was very close to being a very good 100 Thieves play if Tomo could have found a way to clear that last minion, because Ayla had been leaving him so often, and that was the first time that Cloud9 was actually able to punish it. The cherry on top for Cloud9 is the fact that Blabber did steal that 1 grub, though, so that means they still have the window for 4.
Yeah, it was our first real big action sequence here in the early game. Reminder that today's winner takes on FlyQuest on Friday, with TL waiting on Saturday for the LCS Championship. Perfect timing. We just released more seats. Head on over to riot.com/LCS Championship to claim your seat at the YouTube Theater. See who can take that title, take that trophy, take that crown. But before we get there, we still got to decide who our third competitor is going to be, and Jojo snaps Quid with some damage.
And honestly, we haven't seen that ignite button pressed yet. I'm kind of disappointed, guys.
Well, ask and you shall not receive.
I want to see some fire.
Did you like that old mastery back in the day where you just walk up and ignite the guy at level 1 for 5 AD?
I would use that for sure. Honestly, though, because if you're looking at later into the game, when you're playing a LeBlanc, the only thing you're usually worried about is if the enemy has point-and-click CC, and that's exactly what Maokai is.
Yeah.
So usually, if a... Well...
Okay, Vulcan's ambitious.
Yeah, he's a little bit far forward, and remember the cow is still only level 5, so there's no unbreakable will if he does get caught there, but he can escape pretty easily.
So usually, if the LeBlanc is able to get the early lead, then you become this annoying poke machine, basically, and you start to camp Fog of War, and you go for these distortion bursts on people. But if the enemy has a point and click like Maokai, then you actually have the possibility of getting punished. If he goes in and he twisted advance you, there's a plenty of AoE on 100 Thieves, and you just try and burst down the LeBlanc while it is rooted temporarily. But bottom lane is the focus at the moment.
Ayla going in for the flash engage. They want Vulcan. They know how squishy he is without that ultimate. Bullet time forces them back from any sort of an additional follow-up. But 100 Thieves doing a nice job there, picking up their first kill.
Yeah, Vulcan wasn't level 6 yet, so he was quite squishy for the Ziggs alt combo. That is a much-needed kill for 100 Thieves because the gold was getting a little bit out of control for them. You can see almost a 1,500 gold lead already opened up for Cloud9, so the kill's going to be nice. Unfortunately, it went over to River, and it didn't allow them to actually get priority on this Drake. So Blabber's just going to kind of continue doing what he's been doing, and Thanatos is having a great time top lane 1v1.
Oh, he's enjoying that one, and Quid is not struggling a whole lot here in mid lane against JoJo's LeBlanc, it would seem. We were talking about the defensive itemization at the very end of the draft. He has gone for the Merc Treads Rush just to make sure he's that much faster to try to get away. He's that much more resilient against some of that early damage she might get. And now 100 Thieves looking to once again control this topside river. Remember, they were the ones starting the first pot of grubs. They got 2 out of the 3, and now with 10 seconds left on the clock before that second one spawns, they want to contest again.
Yeah, even with the price increase on Merc Treads, it's so much value versus Nidalee plus LeBlanc, and then even Renekton flash stuns for later, because usually Renektons will target the backline carries and try and use their flashes later. Right now, though, Thanatos should be fine. It's just basically double tanks in front of him, and he has Vulcan in the river.
Yeah, you just want to annoy the guy, push him back a little bit, make sure that he's always thinking twice before stepping up, because your team wants to start the grubs.
Interesting lane situation here. JoJo is bot, free hitting the wave and slowly pushing it to turret. He has his teleport if C9 want to fight, and here it comes.
They do. JoJo's ready to make his way into the fight. The first grub is down to about 800 HP. River and the rest 100 Thieves looking to secure that one for themselves. They've got it. Cloud9 still looking for their entry into the fight now. Thanatos on the side. Vulcan makes the engagement. It's only under River. Thanatos here with the dominance, but he's in the middle of everybody. Thanatos is way too far forward, and Sniper gets a headshot. Vulcan in the middle now of all 100 Thieves. Bullet time comes through, but all it does is force them back for an extra second. The Void Grub still being taken low. Blabber doing a good job walking up there to steal away a second the same way he did the first time. But 4 out of 6 ain't bad. 100 Thieves will at least secure the baby Void Grub spawns.
And that is a perfect fight for 100 Thieves. Not only do they control the grubs, they get JoJo's teleport, and they slow down Thanatos in the top lane, who was accruing quite a big lead. At the start of this fight, you could see C9 just can't find the right way in. Thanatos and Vulcan both swing and kind of miss.
Yeah, I want to point out Maokai diff here, because Vulcan actually goes combo onto River, but he's Maokai with a Locket. You saw that big shield on everybody? Locket early on especially is such high value for everyone in a full-on team fight, and then he flash got the root onto the Renekton. He didn't even have to use it on the LeBlanc, like lock down anyone on the front line here. He got the lockdown. The Maokai ultimate went through, and then Ayla's follow-up on the Rel, it was just like 100 Thieves. Really nice second grub fight. And as you said, their goal originally is just to get 2-4 anyway, since one of them was stolen previously. So they accomplished that goal with just 4 grubs anyway. Very nice stuff from the 100 Thieves.
And I gotta remind everyone, the way that 100 Thieves team comp is set up, it definitely feels like they're gonna be outscaling. You can see a little bits of it in that fight. They have true front line, they have strong engage from Ayla and River, and they have a lot of damage from Quid and Tomo, who are both off to pretty good starts. Meanwhile, C9, they kind of need to win these skirmishes or have really good positioning for Berserker bullet times, neither of which happened in that last team fight. So from an execution standpoint with these two comps, I'd say 100 Thieves has actually slightly outplayed C9 in the first 13 minutes.
But we do have to keep in mind C9 is winning in terms of farm in multiple roles, as you would expect in the jungle. We've already talked about Thanatos doing a good job controlling things here in the top lane. The biggest gold lead on the map is actually Berserker versus Tomo, because he's at plus 20 on the Misfortune, already has his Bloodthirster completed with 4 stacks left to still farm on the Cull. That's going to be another gold spike for him. So C9 are getting value out of these early game picks, but we're going to need to see that team fight come together to make sure that 100 Thieves doesn't just keep scaling for free like you're talking about.
I'm going to need to see this LeBlanc kill someone. I'm going to need to see.
Okay, we want that Ignite money.
I want to see. He's got his gun now.
He used the Ignite.
He's used an Ignite. It didn't burn anyone all the way down, but he does have the Ludens now, so does have some burst potential.
It's a little tricky, though, because Quid has the Mercury Treads, Ayla, Cassante, and Maokai are all tanks, and Tomo is far away in most cases.
So here's something interesting. Rift Herald spawning just now. There is 1 stack left on Blabber's jungle item. If he can get rid of that stack and fully evolve his smite, they will have a decided advantage in some sort of a smite fight against 100 Thieves, because River still has 5 stacks left to remove on his own. So 100 Thieves falling back right now as Cloud9 takes control over the top side River.
Yeah, I think C9 should still be able to control the neutrals here, get your Rift Herald charge, be able to use that towards mid lane, continue to increase their gold lead that they do have. And then they'll open up more angles for the LeBlanc to be able to combo people, to pick people off.
There we go from Vulcan. River's eating a whole lot of damage from the bullet time. Twisted advance to try to get himself away, but it ain't going to be good enough as JoJo takes him out. Thanatos into the back now, locking up Tomo. The Rift Herald secured by Blabber as the Ziggs barely walks out. Thanatos trying to get away from Sniper, who's gone all out and looking to deal with them. 100 Thieves fumble the ball. Cloud9 gets the objective plus a kill.
We were expecting 100 Thieves to give that one, and that's why, because they didn't have good vision for that approach, and they allowed C9 to deal so much damage to River before they could really retaliate.
Yeah, honestly, I was expecting them to back off too, but they go straight for it. And this time, the difference is on Vulcan's combo, the bullet time is channeling. And so they actually get their kill onto River. And with Vulcan having access to his ultimate there, he does not go down in trade kill. Even though Thanatos isn't able to finish off Tomo because of good peel from Sniper, it is still so worth here. Cloud9 with the extra kill on top of the objective that we thought they were just going to grab.
I think Tomo had to be down to like 10 or 20 HP in that last, because the Make It Rain was over top of his character, and I was watching it just whittle away.
That was a hero play from Sniper coming in and tackling him away, but Sniper now...
Oh, he pops the Pathmaker already. He wanted to try to use that to buffer through the CC from Vulcan, but he popped it a little bit too early. Vulcan knew exactly what the play was going to be, read him like a book, and that's another kill of it at Cloud9 now. They're 2,500 gold up, wanting to make it 3 here with this turret claim to the bottom lane. First turret of the game as Ayla now once again in a bad spot. It's a 3v2, but Quid and Tomo are both ready to arrive. 100 Thieves firing back a little bit here, but C9's calling in troops of their own. JoJo makes his way into the fight. Vulcan still chasing. River with a flash away. Tomo doing the same. 100 Thieves still looking at maybe there's a little more, but no, sir. It's almost a 3,500 gold lead for C9.
Still pushing the lead here. They got their tower on the bottom side as well for Cloud9 and can turn on Dragon. As long as they don't get chunked any longer.
It's tight. Sniper is revived and running down the mid lane. I don't think 100 Thieves want to give this one away. River's going to approach. He still has Maokai ultimate.
Ayla is at about 300, 400 HP. This is not a very safe spot for him to be. Vulcan goes in for the engage on Quid. River now in a tight spot as well. Thanatos finds the first kill on Ayla, and 100 Thieves are sent running yet again. JoJo goes after Tomo, needs a little bit more damage. Bullet time, cutting him to pieces. Sniper trying to get one back on Blabber. Needs more damage, but he can't find it. 100 Thieves again are tempted into a situation where they feel like they need to fight, and Cloud9 sit them down.
And Cloud9 is just applying so much pressure to 100 Thieves. It starts with the original kill onto Sniper, and that entire run of play is turret to the Dragon. Let's check out the 3-person gank here, where it's just a little bit before 100 Thieves expected, and Maokai and Rel couldn't make it a 3v3 quite in time.
Yeah, earlier move from C9 after the reset, after the Herald fight. Nice kind of wrap around on Cassante, knowing Cassante had no ultimate. It was the key for them actually going for that play. And then picking off extra kills here. Thanatos over in the tri-bush grabbing that one. And noting the spears that Blabber hit, not only this one where he was able to then jump in and actually get the kill onto Corki, but also the 2 other ones pushed 2 members of 100 Thieves out of the fight. First he hit River, pushed River out of the fight, even though he doesn't get the kill there. Then he was able to hit one onto Ayla as well, push him.
I thought he was gonna jump on him.
I'm ready. The action has been
He's
quick.
got no flash, man.
The action has been quick this game.
Nope. JoJo's still just fine for now. Ayla moving up here as well to clear out that ward. Dragon 2-0, the count for C9. 4,000 gold ahead. Baron's not going to spawn for another minute and a half, so the Rift Herald's going to be summoned up here in mid lane. Just a charge alone will be enough to finish off this tier 1 turret. Berserker's going to push up the rest of the wave here, escort this one in. Kaboom! Let's see if they want to really care about getting the second charge. Not sure whether or not they do. JoJo jumping in after Quid here. Has to reset that position. River cannot get on top of him in time. And now Vulcan and Blabber coming around to complete the job. Unbreakable Will used for the tower dive. It's just too easy, man. But now the price might be paid by the Cloud9 jungler. Blabber's locked up, and there's enough damage for 100 Thieves to take him out. Make it a 1-for-1 trade.
I mean, we knew something eventually was going to happen with the way JoJo was pressing Distortion up in that top lane. It ends up being a 1-for-1 trade because Blabber ends up getting caught at the very end of that engagement. One note that I want to make as we approach later and later team fights is about how spread out C9 can actually make fights. Because if they are close together where multiple people can get hit by the Rel engage and the Ziggs and Corki AoE, that's the way that 100 Thieves could negate this 4,000 gold lead. But if we see more fights where you have a Renekton flash stunning over on one side while JoJo 2,000 units away is distorting in, those are the fights where C9 is going to be able to dominate.
I think that's why 100 Thieves focused so much early on trying to get those Void Grubs so they could keep their towers up longer so they would have more defense. But Cloud9 are about to finish off all of the outer towers and accomplish that goal of opening up the map. So now you get so much room to play with for your LeBlanc and your Nidalee, who are walking around hunting through Fog of War, and Thanatos, who has been crushing it since lane phase. 2 items on the Renekton now as well. Has the Sterix for the extra tankiness. Not tanky enough to deal with 4 people at once, but he's doing a very good job utilizing the vision from the plants there to be able to play safely. Even though Ziggs can just blow up the tower on the bottom side, the rest of Cloud9 push mid and top.
And the problem with going for grubs early, giving up those dragons to your opponents, the grubs are a down payment. You have to be able to see the dividends on those by taking enemy turrets. 100 Thieves only just now got their first turret of the game, the bottom lane tier 1. Not a very useful turret, and Cloud9 has already claimed 3, almost 4, with the mid lane tier 2 nearly dead as well.
I will say, though, because they had the down payment and gave away the Drakes, they got a tax break with the objective bounty and the bot lane. So some of the interest they paid was refunded at the end of the year.
I see.
Yes, of course. How did I not see
They were shorting themselves, so then they could actually reap the benefits later. And now they are in a sizable gold disadvantage. It has steadily climbed for Cloud9 in addition to those dragons, the gold lead. And this is what is the most painful point of the game for 100 Thieves. Because this is the point of the game where Cloud9 will constantly group up. You see Blabber and Vulcan working in tandem. Alistar is just so tanky right now. Vulcan gets to go lead the way for him to go get vision. And then once you establish your vision through the 100 Thieves jungle, then you start to look for these picks in transition between objectives. And just try and make it harder for 100 Thieves to farm minions.
Yeah. And also, they need to make it really difficult for 100 Thieves to walk into any of these spots to contest the Drake, and that's what they're doing a really good job of right now. They have mid lane push deep. Renekton is much stronger than Kasanchi at the moment, so he can push deep the bottom lane, and it just means it's very, very hard for 100 Thieves to actually contest this third Drake.
And even though 100 Thieves denied them, many Void Grubs, Cloud9 still are going to have split pushing LeBlanc, annoying as ever, up there with 2 items as well, Horizon Focus, 5 stacks on the Darksteel for JoJo. While the rest of the team is trying to delay around this dragon.
C9 kind of let him in, though. They just gave away mid push, and they're completely in river because of the JoJo top push.
He's teleporting in for the flank
as well.
Yeah, keep your eyes on Vulcan. He's always ready to go in for these engages. 100 Thieves is clumped up pretty tightly. The engage only finds Sniper. He's going to be fine for now.
Boy.
He goes all out, and he drags Thanatos into the middle of everybody. Sterix keeps him alive. Thanatos gets away. Bullet time looking to peel, but Sniper cuts him up. 100 Thieves find their angle.
They stun locked him. JoJo stayed at the teleport for Quid to arrive, and then they just brought Thanatos back into the rest of them while the other half of the team was staring at the other side of the team fight, and Sniper jumps back in to make sure he cannot escape, getting the kill, getting that dragon.
And keep your eyes on Thanatos in this fight, because the way C9 loses fights is when he's trying to get aggro and no one else on C9 can hit. Not only did they pull him away, the Maokai ultimate prevented Berserker from actually walking up to follow through, so by the time he's almost dead, C9 finally enters the fight. This was very well played by 100.
JoJo was sitting at the teleport arrival, not attacking anyone, and Berserker got 0 auto attacks off. He was by the dragon. There were no Misfortune auto attacks, just the ultimate, and then flash away. So both of the C9 carries got very, very, very little damage off there, and that's how 100 Thieves are able to actually get the kill, actually get another cash-in on another objective bounty. And the neutral ones, the ones on Dragon and neutral objectives are actually even bigger than the ones on the towers there, so 100 Thieves cutting down a little bit more on that C9 lead.
And even if there was no objective bounty, they critically stop Cloud9 from moving to Soul Point. They prevent that dire situation where now every 5 minutes you're feeling the blade hanging over your head, hoping that that soul doesn't end up becoming the win con way earlier than you'd want.
And this is the moment where I feel like Cloud9 fans are getting very nervous, because the game was going quite well. They were extending their leads, they were winning skirmishes, but that moment, if we look back, could actually be when 100 Thieves manages to stall the snowball and eventually win the game. Also, if they get a pick onto Quid or Tomo and take Baron, it's going to be completely fine. But that moment, getting that Drake, is actually so crucial in maintaining 100 Thieves' chances of winning this game.
If I was a betting man, I would say the analyst desk is going to review that dragon fight right there, because the analyst desk was already talking about that problem for Cloud9 with being so desynced in the team fight that their carries are unable to get any damage out. That doesn't mean that they have no chance now. They still have this big lead, right?
Yeah.
They very easily can retake control of this game. They just have to have better positioning at the start and go in at the same time, a little bit closer to your carries.
Berserker and Thanatos have to have a level of connection. He can't be more than a bullet time away from Berserker at any time, I feel like, because when they're doing damage to Thanatos, Berserker has to be allowed to do damage to them. That's what they've been missing.
But I gotta give props to Sniper for that, because Thanatos was originally in range of where the bullet time would help. Now Vulcan's coming in, 3-man pulverize, bullet time coming in back over the top as Ayla tries to lock up Cloud9. Health bars are dropping fast, and JoJo's the first to fall. 100 Thieves already have 2, and they don't wanna stop. 100 just popped the enemy solo laners, and Baron's on the menu.
And this could be what slingshots 100 Thieves back ahead. Somehow, some way, they win one more fight. Even though Thanatos thought he found the angle, Locket just absorbed that entire engage, and now they're just going to get the Baron.
Couple of fights here, one with the rush for Locket. Baron's going to get picked up. Honestly, the market manipulation by 100 Thieves has been genius. The objective bounties were up for every objective that they've taken.
They have claimed way more than the standard deduction on their insurance payments. They are just way cash positive out of this objective bounty trade.
All right, let's take a look at the team fight again, because it is a blast cone initiation from Thanatos.
It really was. He stacks up enough rage to go in here, and they try and combo it with the Alistair, but if you look at who actually gets caught by the bullet time, it's like 3 hits on Quid and a little bit of damage on Ayla, so the bullet time really doesn't get that much value, and then by that time, LeBlanc and Renekton are down. How did JoJo die?
It's Ayla's counter engage. Ayla's counter engage there was massive. It locked up all of C9 as they were trying to pile in and follow up on Thanatos, and it made it so nobody could survive. The bullet time was only hitting Cloud9 guys.
That's not good.
No, there's no friendly fire in this game.
And the initiation, actually, the double knockup there from Vulcan at the beginning was pretty nice. Got the flash out of Tomo at the very least, but the counter engage was just so much better. And again, the LeBlanc, like, AoE is the downfall of LeBlanc. The point and click, and then if you're just able to layer enough AoE on top, like the passive doesn't even matter when she goes in Viz, just burst down the area where she was. 100 Thieves now with the Baron buff as another dragon approaches.
And Thanatos is trying to fight as well at the same time as
River's already made his way into the fight, and JoJo's about to get bursted down. Quid takes him out, and Ayla with another beautiful lockup C9 is crumbling in front of the Thieves. The gold lead finally back in 100's hands. Tomo's ready to teleport into the bottom lane to use the Baron to push into the tier 2. Cloud9 will not be in fighting shape for the Drake, so they'll lose another opportunity for Soul Point. 100 Thieves, damn, they're looking good in this mid game.
River and Ayla are able to just run at them. The Maokai goes in, gets the initiation, Ziggs bomb over the top. Then the second engage from Ayla, and now 100 Thieves with the remnants of this Baron buff. 1 minute left on it. They're inside the base already.
We were talking back at the start of this game about how this draft from C9 looked like they were confidently saying, we're just a better team. You're not going to outplay us. We're going to run over you. And 100 Thieves just ran that car off the road.
That has been a 5,000 gold comeback and a 6,500 gold Baron power play. Look at Renekton up in the top of this fight, never makes the approach, and really just watch JoJo. They lock him down with River, they blast him back, and then Ayla comes in over the top after the Maokai all roots him. It was actually all Maokai, then Ayla gets the rest of the team fight.
Exactly. That's what we're talking about at the beginning of the game with the problems that LeBlanc faces with the point and click from Maokai. And River actually played it perfectly because not only did he get the initial play with the flash twisted advance that we mentioned, but his
he's flashing over the wall again. The twisted advance on top of the Nature's Grasp. River knows that JoJo cannot deal with them. Vulcan doesn't even get a chance to do anything back. River continues chasing. This tree has no fear. Quid and Ayla right behind him. JoJo has done nothing but run for the last 3 fights.
That tree is all gas, no brakes. River is going in. I love to see it too, especially after the last series that we had yesterday, where there was a small transition from like a Mumu priority into Maokai priority. It's been fun to watch the evolution over this playoffs. And now 100 Thieves, I mean, they're the ones, as stated at the very beginning, with very, very easy team fight here. Just straight running them over like a truck. Now they're again at the door here for another inhibitor tower. Bottom's already taken, and the supers are going in the base. Vulcan tries to peel a little bit.
Okay, 100 Thieves have broken the first inhibitor turret. They got to be a little bit careful here. Ayla at 1/3 HP. Thanatos still moving forward off to the side, but the rest of Cloud9 isn't there. They're not going to follow. So 100 Thieves, they'll break into the enemy base. They'll get the inhibitor bot, expose inhibitor top. That first Nexus turret is also taking a ton of damage, and the Thieves are up 4K.
Man, I hope we see that River Maokai play again. He was just 1v3, nearly solo killing JoJo at the start of that fight. If that's not a ringing endorsement of the difference between late game Maokai and late game Nidalee, I don't know what is, because he's just walking down the solo laner that was pretty fed early game in JoJo.
Where's my Nidalee heal?
I mean, look at this guy. He just... This is all he cares about. He doesn't care who shows up from Cloud9. Yeah. He's just going to stay on JoJo this whole time.
Try and damage me.
Flash W.
My goodness. Just wears him down. Teammate shows up, don't care.
Yeah.
And the coolest thing is always this Ziggs. You know, Tomo looks very far away. We've been focusing on how far away from your carries you are, but it doesn't matter with Ziggs.
Just press the R.
All right. Nature's Grasp is flying in, and Cloud9 will be forced away from their last remaining Tier 3 turret. All of those now rubble thanks to 100 Thieves. Mid lane inhibitor about to drop, but just barely hanging on. It's still burning to the void damage. But the Corki Rockets are a little bit more threatening. Yeah. Now only that one inhib left here in the top lane. 100 Thieves is going to clear that out.
That's 100 inhibs.
Yeah, 100 Thieves now with double super minions every single lane. They don't have Baron or anything, but they have so much pressure. That first Nexus turret is only regenerated back to half HP. Quid doing a great job poking at these guys. JoJo's got to be careful every time he distorts forward. You know 100 Thieves are going to be looking for him. Tomo with the satchels on the Ziggs. It's so easy to clear out these turrets. Vulcan wants the engage. Bullet time does a little, but it's only hitting Sniper. Vulcan's already down. Thanatos, Guardian Angel popped. JoJo dropped. Cloud9 stopped in their tracks. 100 Thieves say damn the doubters and take game number 1.
Tomo drops one last nuke on them at the fountain, and that'll do it. 100 Thieves. Everyone is against them. Everyone was doubting them, including me. Cloud9, the favorites here. The top 3, the triumvirate of the LCS that has ruled us all summer split. starting to crumble here. 100 Thieves fighting against the currents, and they are winning.
And this means that Cloud9 now have to win 3 of the next 4 games for their season to continue. This is an elimination game for both of these guys. What a massive Game 1 statement. 100 Thieves didn't even have side select before this one. They picked scaling as well when they beat Dignitas with early game. So they're showing they can do it all, and they showed up in Game 1.
Today's winner takes on FlyQuest on Friday with TL waiting on Saturday for the LCS Championship. We talked about this a little earlier. We released more seats. Head on over to riot.com/LCS Championship to claim your spot at YouTube Theater. But now we're going to head back over to the lounge. Hey, Raz, break that down for me.
Well, Raz isn't here, Flowers, but we have something better. We got APA and Inspired to break this one down for you. We're going to start just right away in the early laning phase. This is obviously a very heavily early game comp from Cloud9, and you wanted to talk about some of the stuff that went wrong in lane.
So Jojo goes Ignite LeBlanc, and I think with Ignite LeBlanc, it's really important, especially in comps like this where you face, the Cassante, the Maokai, the Rel, where you get a very big lane lead. And I think Jojo did that very well. Like here you can see Chunks quit out, and Quid ends up having to take a base on the second wave, which is generally pretty terrible. All you can afford is like 150 gold. You get the refillable, maybe a control word.
Yep, got a refillable and a control word.
But then on the next cycle of laning phase, after Jojo TV's back, River ends up coming through mid to give Quid a little bit of leeway or pressure so that Jojo can't keep punishing Quid in the early LeBlanc matchup. Which this helps Quid a little bit, but the wave's still not fully crashed after this. So he ends up calling Ayla again. And you can see Ayla on the minimap walking right through. Oops. And this is the second push out that 100 Thieves needed for mid lane for Quid. And it kind of nullifies Jojo's potential in the early game with this Ignite LeBlanc.
So what should Cloud9 have done to actually try to stop this?
I mean, it looks like C9 were just happy with giving LeBlanc the XP lead because every time people come to Corky's lane trying him push out the wave, he has to share XP. So in theory, LeBlanc gets a little bit ahead in XP, but I think Corky is just really happy with that, trading a little bit of XP advantage for LeBlanc for him having a free early game. I think C9 should have tried to group up more with Nidalee and Alistar and actually contest that timing when 100 Thieves was trying to push out the waves, because I think the 3v3 is basically unlosable, even though 100 Thieves has a bigger wave. I think if Alistar just hits the first target and Nidalee and LeBlanc follow on that, they just get a free kill. And I think there was just a missed opportunity there.
So from that spot, I know you guys were thinking 100 Thieves in a pretty good spot, but Cloud9 were able to kind of battle back. Let's talk a little bit about this 14-minute Herald fight and maybe whether or not 100 Thieves should have even taken it.
I think the most important is for Cassante to keep Renekton in the bot lane. I think it's way more beneficial for 100 Thieves if Sniper is playing to stop Renekton's TP rather than join with TP. So I think he should be just looking at Renekton, and the moment he sees TP being channeled in the top side, he just stops the TP and keeps Renekton in lane, because then it's higher chance of winning the fight 4v4 for his teammates.
You can see they're both TPing.
And I also think that fight, first of all, is not really needed to take. I think their comp is hard out scaling, and LeBlanc is not in the position to pressure Corky anymore, so Corky will just free scale. But I think if they played slower together and used the Ziggs poke a little bit more and don't give Alistar the hard engage on the first target, they could have won that fight, I'm pretty sure. If Cassante keeps Renekton in lane and they just take the 4v4 slowly with Maokai ult and Ziggs bombs on range, I feel like they could have won the fight, but they were a little bit too hesitant, and the fed Renekton managed to join the team fight and just basically turn it around.
I do think with how Sniper did not stop the TP, Thanatos getting that insane flank pretty much starts 1v4, and Sniper just has to trade his flash to just save everyone with his ultimate.
Yeah.
So this was another kind of series of fights, basically, and leading into the Dragon that Cloud9 was able to kind of come out on top of.
I feel like at this point 100 Thieves are a little bit lost, because they just lost the fight on Herald. The Renekton was pretty unstoppable, and they were not sure what to do, and they were just trying to stall the game by defending their towers. And that's basically why this random scrap happened. Meanwhile, Jojo just pushed out top and made the wave bounce, so the top wave, 100 Thieves is just gonna slowly lose minions. And even though they have a scaling comp, they're trying to contest the early fights here, which I don't think is the best idea, because Renekton level 11 with the gold lead is probably
He's
the
just
strongest
God.
top laner.
He's just God at that
Yeah,
point.
he's just God at this point, so you probably should avoid him and not try to contest objectives.
All right, so Cloud9 obviously was in a pretty good spot. Let's jump forward to about 25 minutes. This is just before the big fight in mid lane. We obviously had Thanatos was on a flank. Cloud9 want to look for a fight here around mid, and they are able to find Tomo, but the fight doesn't work out for them.
So I think what me and Inspire were talking about a little bit earlier is if you go in Ziggs at the very start of the fight, even if you get on top of him, you get sucked in, and he always gets his spells off anyways. So he just throws his spells and dies. So that's pretty much just what Tomo does. You know, C9, Thanatos, and Vulcan do end up getting on top of him, but then Tomo just drops all of his spells right after this W. And then C9 is just so sucked in. Like, Vulcan's in, Jojo ended up going in, and since he's no Flash LeBlanc, River just W'd him. And they just got so sucked in that they're all in Zig spells, they're on Rel.
I think they just tunnel the vision way too much on killing the person here. Because they're in a good position in the game. I think Renekton is eventually gonna get a great flank and be able to engage. But right now they just
rushed it.
Yeah, they just rushed it. I think
Renekton has no flash.
Yeah, if they were a little bit more patient and they engage like at the better timing, I feel like they will just have better opportunity. Also, like, I'm pretty sure you can make it that Cassante is always under his bot tower and he's not able to join the team fight like very fast because he's losing silent to Renekton. But here, as we could see, like the moment they engaged on, Sniper was already in the river ready to flank and like follow up on the engage. So I think it was just way too rushed by C9.
Well, Cloud9 came in heavy favorites, but are down one game already. And as we head to break, let's take a look at our LCS Connected Comms replay presented by AT&T and voted on by chat.
Renekton might have plant.
Look LB, guys. Look LB.
You can go whenever. We're coming with you. We're coming with
Look
you.
LB, look LB.
Fight is good, guys. Fight is
Look
good.
LB, look LB.
Keep going.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Literally there.
Nice.
Combo. I'm gonna take over mid.
Go.
Last fight.
Don't play
Oh, look at this. No shot. No, he's got to try again.
You good, dude? They're watching.
Hey, man, chill. I got it.
Yep. Wow. Pulled it off at the end.
Wow.
Not bad.
Not bad, not bad.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Maybe look Renekton.
Can we look for Marco? Oh.
Yeah. I'm looking Renekton here. Look Renekton, guys.
Yeah.
Kill Renekton. He's in thing.
I got him.
Nice.
I'm looking roll.
Just chunk guys slowly.
I'm looking.
I'm looking to fight. I can start Corki. Nice.
I'm looking 6 guys. I'm looking 6.
Okay, jump
I'm looking 6.
Fine.
Careful, Cassante.
Cassante has ult. I'm helping you, Balu. Look me, guys. Look me.
I'm going mid, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're looking. I can TP here.
I'm looking Renekton here, guys.
Yeah, get Renekton. It's good.
Look Renekton.
Cover me.
Kill Renekton, guys. Kill Renekton.
Cutting. Everybody's nothing.
Renekton dead.
Yeah, take it slow now.
Yeah. Renekton should be there,
Yeah,
guys.
yeah,
I'm
can we
coming too. Yeah, look Renekton behind.
I'm okay.
I'm coming. Kill Renekton.
It's good.
RB.
Yeah. Kill Renekton.
Correct, no flash.
Yeah,
Give me Baron.
No flash.
Keep chasing, I think.
I can look.
If we can go.
No, don't.
Just go Baron.
So you choked playoffs?
To be honest, I wouldn't say it's choking. I think we just suck. I don't know if that's the same thing. Like, we could say we sucked last split in the playoffs. We just, TL and FlyQuest got better and we weren't improving. Or we could say we choked. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. We just lost, which sucks. But this split, I don't think it'll happen again. I mean, I hope it doesn't happen again. And I think we're preparing for that. So, I mean, if I don't go international this year, I just have to retire because, like, no other team, I don't know if the league can see it, but FlyQuest, TL, and C9 are, like, miles above every other team.
Well, miles above every other team or not, it's 100 Thieves who are up 1-0 over Cloud9 for that last ticket to Worlds, last ticket to the LCS Finals next weekend. I'm Azale, again joined by Emily, APA, and Inspired. What do you want to see from the Game 2 draft?
Just a better draft from C9, honestly. I was not really a big fan of the Nidalee LeBlanc, especially with the early sequence where they just let Quid get off like pretty much scot-free. So, like, yeah, I just don't want to see another Nidalee LeBlanc game.
So can I devil's advocate to you guys just a little bit, just for the sake of argument? Everyone says Cloud9 is the strongest early game team, and they went, full early game with the early game champs. Should that not have, because that's obviously going to be their thought process, is we're way stronger early, we're going to blow them out of the water.
I don't know, in my opinion, if even you pick early game champs, if enemy teams plays well, it's not like you can just auto-get the lead. And I don't even think Nidalee and LeBlanc are that strong at the early game. I mean, they are 2 AP champions, so like before first reset, they don't really do that much damage.
Pretty good.
So you can't even like invade the Maokai early game because he just has better base stats. And then also on the mid lane, I feel like if Corki plays well, he can like try to neutralize the wave and like just get the reset after reset after reset and just turtle to the mid game. So I'm not sure if that was a good angle for C9 to draft early game.
Mm-hmm.
As we see the first bans go through, the Smolder Lilia still for C9, and then the Rumble for 100 Thieves, what do you think C9 should change in draft? Or do you think it's another case of them looking at it and being like, no, it was just mis-execution?
I think you can.
I think they should let Jojo counter pick. I think he shouldn't just blind pick LeBlanc that early in the draft.
Yeah, no, I think it's fine to have one of the pair. Like you can have Nidalee, you can have Blobber's Nidalee, or you can have Jojo's LeBlanc, but I think you should put a pair that works well with it. If you pick Nidalee, pick Corki for Pyro, pick Tristana, Zeri, Smolder, like whatever 80 mid, even Nasus for Pyro. Or if you want to go the LeBlanc route, have Blobber go generally just like a more 80 focused jungler. I know Lisa and Viego are not like the biggest in the meta, but if you're going like down that route, like that forced, like just go there and like Jojo did get the early lead in lane. If Blabber was there to help him out and fight with him, like he should be able to do something.
Mm-hmm. I have to shout out that previous line. It was so funny. One of the Cloud9 fans had a sign in game 1 that said, "Forget the meta, pick with your heart," and then they scratched it out and said,
Nasus.
"Pick meta, forget your heart." Nasus is open. Wow. Senna also open. How on the Senna hype train are you guys?
She heals a lot.
Soraka with a gun?
Yeah, he's a Soraka with a gun.
Yeah, that's a perfect way. I think in our games yesterday, Senna was just healing me for like 800 HP HQ at the very later stages of the game. And I'm thinking to myself, man, if we don't get completely one-shot by FlyQuest, they just can never win.
Pretty good champ. All right, well, Nasus going to be locked in, obviously, for Cloud9. Ziggs already picked here, 400 Thieves. I wouldn't be shocked by the Renekton at all. Sniper seems to be definitely the strongest, most comfortable on Renekton and Jax. Those are his kind of 2 big ones.
I like this pickup because I think the top matchup didn't look too good for Sniper from the Cassandra side, so he for sure rather play it from the Renekton side. And I think Ziggs is just a prio pick, so you just pick him early and he can be flexed. Most likely he's gonna go bot because I think he's just the strongest there. And yeah, I think so far a solid draft for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, in general, I also just think Tomo is going to be more likely to play the Ziggs than Quid. One thing I want to point out on the other side, though, is that the Nasus could be going either top or mid still, right?
You don't want to play that into Renekton, I don't think.
No,
yeah,
no, I don't think you do either. I think it's going to be Jojo. But then the response is, what do you think they are going to pick into it for Quid?
See, I think Quid plays...
Will he play this Garen champion?
Like, he played Sylas in the past. Like,
I mean, Sylas does look good right now.
He probably would play
really
Garen. I mean, he flexed the
Yeah.
Aatrox into mid once too, right?
I think Quid does actually have a very big melee champion pool. So I think he'd be willing to play like all these picks we're suggesting, like Sylas, Yone, Garen, I'm sure there's other quids probably thought about and just cooked up by himself.
It's really interesting to me because when we saw Nasus for Jensen the other day, he was playing into a 4 melee comp. And I play a lot of Nasus, and I've got to say, your number one problem is getting kited, right? And if you're playing against all these melee champions who are just going to be standing on top of you, giving you easy access, it's not really a problem.
Yeah.
The comps that I feel like are really difficult are sometimes not even about the lane matchups. It's like, if you play Nasus into a champion like Alistar, you walk into every single team fight, you get headbutted out, then you walk in, then you get queued, then you get E-stunned, then the headbutts back up. It's like, your problem is reaching backline oftentimes without flashing Ghost. So, what do you want to see 100 Thieves actually draft to make his life difficult?
So I think one thing that I've liked a lot versus Nasus and playing some of the Nasus, it feels terrible to play against Ivern. You pop Daisy down and Daisy just knocks you up in the air, you get slowed, then you get rooted by the Ivern Q, and then Daisy knocks you up again. So
that's the kind of stuff that makes it unplayable, man.
Yeah, honestly, like Ivan Garen 4-5 from 100 Thieves, I wouldn't mind that. I feel like it's gonna be good against C9 comp so far.
Well, Cloud9 obviously is looking for a pretty heavy dive, it feels like, with the Kai'Sa, with the Gnar. Expecting some sort of hard engage support, you feel like, for Vulcan. Almost always with Kai'Sa, it's going to be, Nautilus is taken away, Rel's banned away, so maybe looking towards like an Alistar or something like that. But
yeah,
what kind of
almost
picks would you want
sure it's gonna
JoJo?
be Alistar for.
It
for
feels
Vulcan.
like kind of has to be, right? Like,
Yeah.
I feel like Nautilus, Alistar, Rel, those three champs are kind of like interchangeable. Leona gets mixed in as well, but they all kind of do a similar thing.
They're
What would you want?
characters.
Pardon me?
They're just all engaged characters.
Yeah.
And that's, to be honest, that's what Vulcan's like best at. He's the engaged guy to me. So just stick him on an engaged character and he'll be solid.
Oh yeah, and Leona is open. I mean, honestly, I don't like this vibe pickup when Ivan Leona is open. Like, I would way rather just have Garen and then last pick jungle, or just pick Ivan yourself. Because I think this Ivan Leona has so much value against 100 Thief comp.
And as annoying as it is to play Nasus against Ivern, it feels so good to play with Ivern because now you're getting shielded up.
shield.
Exactly, you're getting the slows. If he ever hits a Q, you get basically a free flash with that. So we're getting the LCK matchup here in the mid lane. It's kind of funny to see how mid lane meta evolves. It goes from like the biggest snooze fest, Corki Azir, to when those are all banned out, all of a sudden it's Nasus Garen.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like 100 Thieves just didn't want River to be put on a champion that can't engage. That's why the Vi was locked in on 4, because I'm sure that Ivan was just a better pick. But I think it just suits their playstyle way more if River is on the champion that can actually initiate the team fight and start something going for the team.
Really quick, we have to toss, but who do you think won the draft, all three of you?
I'm a fan of the 100 Thieves draft, to be honest with you. I like the Garen, I like the Ziggs Ziggs outranges all these characters. I'm a bit scared of Vi and Ivern, but I think if Ivern doesn't take over this game, I can see Garen just completely running it.
Oh, it's really hard for me to go against Ivern.
I think C9 wins. I think Berserker on Kai'Sa has a really free game, and then he's playing against many melee champs. He's gonna carry this game.
Well, we gotta toss the casters. Take it away, guys.
All right, thank y'all very much. It has arrived. We've been wondering if we would get the chance to see the LCK spicy special, if we would get to see the Nasus versus the Garen, and yes, we will in game 2 of C9 versus 100 Thieves.
It's so fun because we already got to see, Nasus a little bit, and you got one side of it, but now we also get to see the Chovy answer, the Garen answer. So a lot of people are talking about, who's the best mid laner in the LCS. Is Quid the LCS Chovy? Well, he's certainly laying down the exact same counter pick here and laying down the Garen. Let's see if they can also beat it.
And for those of you who might not be super familiar with this, who might be wondering, well, why is Garen the answer? When you think of Nasus, you think of stacking, or if you're a carry, you think of Wither, because the slow is so powerful. But Garen's Q can instantly get rid of that slow. It's so good. Right now, let's go ahead and toss things over to Raz, though. He's standing by for an interview with Reaper.
And I'm hoping to get Reaper to break down that last draft. So on the last game you guys had, it was a tough one. Can you just kind of an assessment of the last game that you had?
Last game we had all lane parity, and then we played the map really good until 4th Dragon, I feel like. And then those moments kinda we seeing often when we play at the playoffs game. We kinda had a lead and then we kinda draw. So right now this draft is kinda like the more team fight and then unexpected way draft. So I hope we are gonna win this game, yeah.
Okay, I can kind of see the vibes. How are the vibes coming out of that one? Because I saw a few of the players and even just like Jack walking around, it seemed like they're all pretty positive. Like, what's the expectation going forward?
It's gonna be dub today.
That sounds good to me. I'm gonna send it straight back to the casters. Go for it, and you break it down.
I'm glad to hear that Raz saw them looking positive walking around, because it does sound like, and whenever you have a draft change like this, it seems like they have lost confidence in their ability to steamroll 100 Thieves. We're kind of going over it in game number 1, where it was a very, very ego early game. We are going to win and snowball off of our early leads. And then upon being unable to accomplish that in the previous game, they are now going back to safety. And maybe we'll see this as a more confidence building game if they're able to win with more team fight tools for themselves and not so much pressure on the clock.
And I also want to remind people what is at stake, especially for Cloud9, because the expectations from this roster at the start of the year, but also since the inception of this roster in the LCS, they basically always go to Worlds. From 2013 to now, only 1 year did they not go to Worlds, and that was 2020. So if they don't win 3 of the next 4 games, that's another no Worlds blemish on that near-perfect timeline.
100 Thieves having a much more even representation.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Still quite good, actually.
Yeah, 50-50 for that is not bad at all.
And for 100 Thieves, since all season long, they have struggled and they have been doubted. There's a reason why everyone predicted for Cloud9 against 100 Thieves. So they have a much more like underdog attitude, and sometimes that can relieve some of the pressure here in the series. And upon winning game number 1, can really boost morale and give them that we deserve it attitude, as Blabber will pass through.
Yeah, they're going after Quid here. He'll try to get away from that one. Jojo, though, can just stick to him pretty easily. River shows up, provides a little bit of extra pressure to help Quid get away, but River, now the sacrificial lamb for his mid laner's sins. Sniper rotates over, but it's too slow, it's too late. It's first blood for Cloud9.
And that's actually way worse. Because, yeah, you sacrificed and you saved Quid, but you gave double buffs. So Cloud9 are very, very, very happy with that one. Jojo playing the showmaker side of it and having the double buffs here with the gank from Ivern is so nice. Flowers, you were mentioning the Q before, but Quid had been using his Q really, really aggressively. And then with the Ivern coming to follow up, they were able to chase it down. And then once River goes in to try and peel for him, this Ivern is just changing the entire scenery with the slows from the shields popping and then hitting his Qs. Speaking of Qs, Jojo also getting the +12 off that one. Feels so good. First blood money, extra stacks here for the Nasus. Whew.
Yeah, dream start for Jojo. And I think the point that the desk brought up during this draft with the Ivern being available and River opting for Vi could end up really costing him, because I can see the Ivern completely running this game. Even just this lane, giving the brush for Jojo to just stand in is making it so easy for him to safely farm with his Q in this entire laning phase. So really loving this opening from C9.
Blabber just driving by there. You give him the brush, you give him the trigger seed, just help him shove the wave up, make sure everything resets back to a neutral state. Jojo's loving the state of the mid game, or the mid lane, excuse me. Down here in bottom side, Tomo staying closer to Berserker in farm than what we saw in the previous game. Ziggs should be able to farm pretty effectively in most situations, as Blabber just again trying to always be a nuisance here on the Ivern against River. I like what the Lounge was talking about back in the draft about how, yeah, Ivern feels like it could have been really good on the 100 Thieves side too, but if you're 100 Thieves, you also want River having the go button. When we remember last game, it was him making the plays so many times. Because now the flash dredge line from Ayla doesn't connect because Jojo can flash away in response. River's still ready to maybe keep fighting, but honestly, with Jojo having an ult and an Ivern right next to him, they're not getting this kill.
Yeah, they do get the flash out of Jojo. Mid lane obviously is going to be a battleground this game, and it is the Q max first instead of putting extra points into E, because in the Nasus versus Garen here, he's really focusing on getting a lot of early stacks.
Yeah.
And again, when you get those Qs onto kills as well, really helps accelerate. So we'll see the objective trade though in the end. Yeah. Cloud9 taking Dragon as River transitions up into the top side of the map for Grubs.
This is a very similar thing to what we saw in the first game. River has secured those first 2 grubs. Remember that in game number 1, both times Cloud9 was able to walk up with Blabber, Smite steal the third one. This time, Blabber's not there yet. The rest of C9's ready to deal with it. Meanwhile, Blabber's under pressure on the other side of the map as Tomo and Ayla go in after him. Voidgrub's going to be secured by River up on the top side at the same time as well, but 100 Thieves are in a bad spot. JoJo's a raid boss. 100 Thieves need to get the hell out of town. It's a 3-0 game for C9.
Oh, it's all Cloud9 at the beginning of this game. Reaper gave them a more comfortable draft for later in the game, but they're not waiting till later in the game. They're getting kills all over the map. I was a little bit more worried than it sounded like in your voice for that Ziggs bomb that was so close to an 8 health dragon, but that didn't end up stealing it either, so they came out ahead there anyways, even with the little bit early smite, still get their dragon and then getting their kills. Thanks for the replay here. We're going to see it. This is why I didn't say anything, but I was clenching as this was happening.
Well, the bomb, it missed. It was too high.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was close as hell. That thing exploded. Not close enough, though.
The fight at the bottom side here over the Grubs, when there's a Mega Gnar and a level 6 Nasus, I understand. I guess you're Garen Renekton. You feel like you also have the Giga Bruiser power spikes, but this to me wasn't even a close fight. And JoJo is just so extra accelerated now after this engagement.
Yeah, that felt a little bit silly from 100 Thieves going in for that. I'm guessing maybe the plan was try to burst Vulcan or something at the very beginning. Now they're trying to find that damage on him yet again. Leona is so very tanky. They need a little bit more damage to do it. It looked like they wanted to save the Demacian Justice, but end up committing it anyway. And now they need to get this wave shoved up. But once again, JoJo reaches into his back pocket, finds an Ivern.
I mean, you gotta admit, it's a little goofy. Like the way these fights are playing out.
I love it.
They're just spamming R buttons, and it's just a bunch of tanks standing on top of each other.
If I presented the choice to anyone in chat for Corki Azir or Nasus Garen, I'm going to say chat would vote like 97%. We leave the room for the trolls.
For now. For now.
To be able to see this,
It's because it's different, but it's a little goofy. And I think to the point as well, Berserker is going to feast in this game on Kai'Sa against all these melee champions, and really, whether Garen or Nasus get more fed, I think they're the ones that are going to run the team fights, because everyone just has to stand on top of each other, so whoever has the most stats could end up snowballing this game.
Yeah, I feel like Ziggs as well is going to have kind of a feast here. If everyone's grouped up for the AoE for Tomo, we could see some very big value from those bombs. So
Ayla's still only level 5, finally gets the ulti right now, but Cloud9's already found a ton of damage on him. Daisy is bloodthirsty, would need a little bit more to finish him off. Ayla survives, he drank his potion.
Daisy's like, where's my team? I'm taking out this Nautilus myself. Where's the backup? Can't quite get it, but it doesn't matter because you saw what it did to the mini-map there. It brought all the extra 100 Thieves members over, and so JoJo, this Nasus, continuing to get gains on the bottom side, got all the way up to the turret plate down, and the stacks, 165 already.
That's a lot.
Pre-10 minutes into the game, and this is what you get with your Q-Max version of the Nasus in mid here, stacking up early, plus getting the bonuses off the kills. Like, actually really, really accelerated Nasus game.
So one thing about that Nasus as well, when you look at 100 Thieves, this isn't like last time when they played Ziggs and then they still had a marksman mid anyway because of a Corki. You don't have that big late game DPS threat. Nasus likes Trinity Force and tank items. Who the hell's going to kill him?
I mean, Leandries is going to be purchased, but it's not like you've got Ivern shields on top of him, and I don't think anyone's going to kill him is my answer, really, Flowers. You know, everybody else is melee, and if you're going to melee the Nasus that has stacked up this quickly,
this is a fight.
He's going to melee you back.
100 Thieves looking to start this one off. They want to go for the high value target, and Blabber is already down before he can be that support that he needs to be. Flash over the wall from Tomo to escape into the Dragon Pit, but Berserker's ready to flash after him. JoJo looking to escape now, too, as Berserker gets one back on Tomo. 1 for 1 thus far. Berserker's got to try to make it home. He does not have his flash. River wants him, but he ain't going to find him.
I mean, really good engage there by 100 Thieves to make sure they could get rid of the shields early on in the fight, but Berserker saved it at the end there, chasing Tomo over the wall and getting the kill. I'd still actually say that would be advantage Cloud9 in the short term, but a fight in mid lane now is Sniper!
Oh, Sniper flashes in for the Ruthless Predator, has that last little bit of extra auto attack range thanks to the buff on the ability to lock up Berserker and get the extra kill.
All right, it is goofy, chat. Look at this.
Yes! Yes!
The mid lane dive leaves it open for Thanatos here. Luckily, they have Ziggs to be able to clear it, but that costs a turret plate as well. Thanatos up in the tower.
I mean, this is what peak drafting looks like currently.
I love it. I'm having fun.
And it comes from North America.
It came from Korea.
No, it's from North America right now.
Okay, it is. It is in North America currently. I agree.
I know that it came from Korea. I'm just, come on, let me have this.
I mean, just think of the power that Chovy has over the world right now. Like, who else could play Nasus Garen, and then everyone else in the world is like, you know what? Yes, we must try it. And it is, weirdly enough, hard to argue with because the way the Nasus works, we should explain it a little bit. When he's up against a mage, he can max E, clear the wave, get pushed. When he's up against melee, he's going to max Q, get fed throughout the game. And then even in late game teamfights, once he maxes his E, he can shred the enemy front line by 45% of their armor. And then you just wither that guy and the team focuses him. So it is actually a very powerful pick.
Plus, in laning phase, he takes fleet footwork, extra little bit of healing there. We joke about this all the time because of the amount of abilities in League of Legends. The word description is a book report.
They even feed him the stacks. But how nice.
He's got the 12% lifesteal.
That too.
That keeps you in lane. That keeps you stacking.
The simplest of paths.
Yeah, 240 stacks at 12.5 minutes.
All right, well, good luck, LCS showmaker here, JoJo. Let's see. I know he is a big fan. See if they can actually snowball this one, though, because the gold is basically dead even. Just ticking over tiny bit here, 400 Thieves, as Cloud9 will retain their double dragon lead. But remind you that the Void Grubs were all picking up by 100 Thieves, so we'll keep track of the tower pressure that they are able to get. And Quid has been able to finish his Stride Breaker now, which is such an annoying item. It's always this Garen Rush where it gives him so much utility.
Yeah.
Slowing you to be able to go for plays like this.
JoJo eats a chunk of damage, but again, not really a whole lot. They want to keep engaging. River going in for the dive. The bomb arrives from Tomo. They bust up the tier 1 turret, but they're very far forward. It's a 1-for-1 trade. River for JoJo. The Nasus is out of the picture, but Cloud9 is calling in backup. Quid's going to be careful here. 40% HP left on him, but a teleport for a teleport's the name of the game as Sniper ready to participate now as well. Dredgeline from Vulcan would have been a lockup. Dredgeline from Ayla onto Vulcan, excuse me. So Vulcan having to flash away on that Leona to make sure he doesn't give an extra one over to the Thieves, who are now 1,500 gold ahead.
So let's count it, Flowers. It was a kill, it was the tower, and it was an extra minion wave that got pushed in here. Sniper teleported later because he finished up that top minion wave. Every one of those extra waves really does count. It's not just the gold, but also the experience there. And then his teleport still was able to rebuff the Cloud9 counterattack there. So nicely done from 100 Thieves.
That's a $10 word, rebuff. I like that.
Thank you. I'll expect my payment after the cast.
The other thing I really like about that fight is the timing from 100 Thieves when JoJo was out of mana. So even though he's incredibly fed and has a ton of Q stacks, he just didn't have the ability to use them. So they surprised him with the fake safety under the turret when Ziggs comes down, blows it up, and then also JoJo couldn't necessarily fight back. So River trying to find those windows with this Vi to find the right fights.
C9 going after the Rift Herald now. Looks like they'll be the ones to start this up. But you can see 100 Thieves, no men on the bottom side of the map. They might try to contest this. Tomo has the Mega Inferno Bomb, but with C9 having the control over this, Ivern also such a nuisance with these brushes, creating these extra pockets of safety around neutral objectives in this way, makes it so C9 can secure that one just pretty easily, as Tomo has to make his way all the way out of mid lane, go the long way around. He'll stay safe for now. We'll see how Cloud9 can use this Rift Herald, how much value they can get. Reminder that last game, C9 is up to about a 4,500 gold lead before things started to swing back the way of the Thieves in the mid game past the 20-minute mark. Thieves are having a much better early game this time around, despite the Omega stack Nasus.
And there was a recent quote by Quid about how much their team has actually improved and how he's really excited about how good of a team they are and really hopes they win so they can continue to stay together and play this year. And it's stuff like this that kind of reminds, or is kind of proof in the pudding, where we're in the mid game, 15, 60 minutes in. They play side lanes well. They're on the same page about their engages. They did win the first game against Cloud9. They eliminated Dignitas. I want to see if they can continue to keep this pressure up, because even though I do see JoJo at 303 stacks at 16 minutes and think, oh my God, how are they going to deal with this? If they can prevent C9 from getting pressure in the right waves and continue to take out these turrets, they could win this game.
There's a mini Gnar on my screen. Nicely
Mine
done with the vision here. Thanatos, mini Gnar is always, this target for dives, so River was kind of heading down, but they did have vision in their jungle, which saw the transition over, so Thanatos just walk right back, does not overextend, but that is a very viable burst target for them to go for, so good defensive vision is always a must here, especially since JoJo just wants to stack freely in the top lane. You see him right now doing it. Pushing up there while the Ziggs demolishes the mid lane tower. But we are already up to 327 stacks for JoJo.
327 for JoJo. And I like the fact you were talking about like target selection and something earlier. Blabber being exploded at the beginning of that fight around this bottom lane tier 1 turret against 100 Thieves, the one they won last, I think is going to be a critical step in 100 Thieves' success for the entire rest of this game. Ivern is such a pain in the butt if he can spam all of those shields, all of those brushes, but if you take him out early, he's not super tanky.
Yeah, and his focus is on keeping that Nasus up. Keep the Nasus on the front line, and he will be able to put out enough pressure as they take down this top tower. Everybody's going for it too. It might be a dive after.
There's no plating left. The Nasus is so stacked, it's very easy to burn down the turret. Quid, no chance to get away from that one. And now Vulcan is driving Shelly right into the tier 2. Gonna look to take that one down, finds the collision, but now 100 Thieves are still willing to fight. What in the hell? River just delivers them an extra death.
River not respecting the ejection out of Rift Herald right there. That's a Leona driving that thing. You don't want to catch a Leona popping out. So nicely done from Vulcan. He used it to get the tower damage, and he basically ganked River. We'll count it.
It feels like 100 Thieves just kind of temporarily lost focus there. Quid, 4 people sneaking up on him. He still burns his flash even though no one is there to defend him. And then River at the end of that, as Kobe mentioned, just forgetting that Leona is actually driving the Rift Herald. It really just equalizes the game right there in terms of goal.
I think it's one of the biggest things differentiating this top 3 in the LCS from the rest of the teams has been what they do to accelerate through the mid game. And it leads to scenarios like this where it feels like 100 Thieves, like you're saying, they're like a little bit dizzy or a little bit behind the plays in reacting to them. And then Cloud9 just gained so much off of it. It wasn't just a successful topside play, but
River jumps in, but he only finds Vulcan. Dredge line to follow it up. 100 Thieves is committing onto a support. Got to be careful about that one. C9 regrouping, ready to continue their defense. Quid and River on the side. Daisy's probably just going to die to Tomo here. That last little auto attack in the air takes her out of the picture. JoJo's still on the front line. 100 Thieves moving into enemy territory to steal away the red buff, control the vision, force Cloud9 back as Quid shoves up the wave towards the tier 2 turret in the bottom lane. They want to take this one. They've got the 6 grubs. River's going in, but where's the follow-up? Nobody else is there in time. The tier 2 turret is at least going to fall, but River has to flash away, just barely keeping himself alive. Sniper flashes in. They haven't found any value targets here just yet. JoJo's still on the front line, but it's a killing spree for Berserker. 100 Thieves. They might have got the turret, but they're just not on the same page in the fight.
They keep trying to force, and Ivern is keeping everybody up here for Cloud9. The defensive play for Cloud9 on the back of it, even though 100 Thieves get their tower. Look how deep they go. It's a little bit too far for some of the follow-up. They do get the Ziggs bomb, but the redemption comes down from the Ivern. There's a little bit of peel there. Then he hits the Q onto River, which forces River's flash and him out of the fight. Then he gets another shield as you get the re-engage. Then it's Gnar disengage, and 100 Thieves are unable to, like you say, kind of force everyone at the same time to actually get a kill target. And because it's so disjointed, it gives enough time for all these shields and heals to come out and peel for Cloud9.
And I gotta give props there to Vulcan, making sure he puts himself in the way of Ayla's dredge line. If that would have connected on Thanatos after River's initial engage, they probably kill him in mini Gnar before he can go Mega. Maybe the fight looks really different, but Vulcan's doing a good job playing that Vanguard.
And to me, it is going to be all about the Ivern and them just having the correct team fight position. It's because if it's Leona or Nasus or Gnar that's taking damage and it's Ivern shielding him, I just don't think the damage is high enough by 100 Thieves to meaningfully win the fight when you're getting those shields multiplied by the resistance of all these bruisers.
So the one thing that I also want to point out, The inventory for Quid, second item fully completed. Kobe already talked about the Stride Breaker and how that's the core for Garen. Second item, Mortal Reminder here, because he knows he's going to need Armor Pen. We're already talking about how this is just a meatball entree where all the tanks are just standing on top of each other pressing R, plus the heal cut. Nasus does so much healing. Ivern is going to be able to provide extra support. He's even got the Redemption, the Moonstone Renewer. There's a lot of healing here, so being able to cut that down on everybody you're dealing damage to helps a ton. But man, when River just keeps finding himself in these really ridiculous positions, 100 Thieves are in a pretty tough spot. Cloud9 with that pick. Let's see what else they can get off of it.
I mean, they might be able to get Baron off of this. I can understand why River's trying to find these picks because I think the situation is actually that dire with the way this game has gone so far. Now, 4v5 at the Baron pit. 100 Thieves trying to stop it.
All right, Cloud9 challenging 100 Thieves to answer this attempt on the Baron. It's already down to 7,000 HP. There is no jungler for the Thieves. Ayla decides to go for the engage. The Baron's down to 1,200. It's secured by Blabber, and now there's no way for the Thieves to take the fight in a 3v5. Quid spinning, he ain't winning. Cloud9's grinning, it's all smiles as 100 Thieves can't keep up. Vulcan and JoJo jumping in, making sure they get 4 of them. Tomo's still standing, but there's nothing left to do but run. Game 2 belongs to Cloud9.
Cloud9 dropped 3 members of 100 Thieves, and Flowers drops bars on him as well. The Baron buff acquired for C9, and honestly, probably the game. Let's look at how it all started, though. It was River queuing into the brush.
They just saw him at the last second, so he had to go early, trying to do a little bit of hide and seek. And then this is just absolute desperation by 100 Thieves. The redemption there from Blabber. As long as Tomo doesn't perfectly burst the Baron with his Ziggs combo, they don't get that. They were never going to win this fight. As Quid, you can see spinning on top of anyone who gets Ivern shielded. Doesn't do any damage to take people down to half health.
Okay, we base on Drix in 1 minute, guys. It's our solo. Reset. Take a deep breath. Can we take mid tower first? I think it's pretty OP. No. Trust me.
He sounded like a teacher talking to his class. No.
Bad Blabber.
Slow it down.
No. Calm down. Take a deep breath.
Get the soul.
I love that focus, though, especially after game number 1. You know, there's going to be a lot of overreactions after game number 1.
Yeah.
And, you know, both Reapers said it, as well as you could hear in-game Vulcan really trying to be that calming leader for the team. Focus step by step here. Get yourselves back into the series with a win here to try and even it, and then you can start to look more aggressive.
And they've stayed very connected this entire game, even if they looked very disconnected in game 1. I think partially that is kind of the only way you can play this team comp since you're all just melee champions that run in together. But even this play right here, nice timing to go in.
Vulcan with a solar flare, tries to lock up Tomo. 100 Thieves can disengage in time, but not fast enough to save their tier 1 turret. Daisy's the only one who really takes any meaningful damage there. So Cloud9 can just back away. Cloud9 with a Cloud Soul now as well. Nasus loves this soul.
Nasus certainly does. It's going to be turbocharged Nasus with an Ivern buffing him up. Just running at you at light speed here. We'll see if Cloud9 make any blunders, but I very much doubt it in this game.
Yeah.
They just have so much power, and it's so straightforward for them to finish it out. And we already heard the comms as well, with them being very focused on being methodical, step by step. We're just going to 4-1 split push here. Actually, Blabber will hover JoJo a little bit, so it's a 3-2 split push with top and mid.
I am a little curious to see how much they can just walk through turrets, because Ziggs is going to be able to clear waves, you would think. And they are all melee champions, basically, in a team fight when Thanatos turns Mega. So it might not be super fast, even if they have a huge lead, unless they actually get like a big team fight outside of the 100 Thieves base.
Well, you're talking about everybody's melee champions. The only ranged one is the Kai'Sa, but I see a Seeker's arm guard. And to me, that is Kai'Sa just pedal to the metal, not reading the stop signs anymore. It's time to go in.
And while we love to focus on stacks here, it's actually Berserker that is the one just running rampant. You know, 6 kills for him. A Berserker just basically gets to live in a dream world, killing every one of those melee champs. And as you say, Flowers, he can even go melee a little bit if he's feeling risky with his with his arm guard. And then we'll see next Baron setup here. They're already going to take over the jungle. It is 2 minutes away, but as you highlight, it's very short-range team compositions. So oftentimes, you know, even when you do get super deep into the game, it's still going to be one of these neutral objectives where they try and pull you out to it. And then, hey, we have Leona and Ivern. That is great turnaround off of neutral objectives. Fish for Leona ults and Ivern Q follow-ups so that everybody can then get to take that Ivern travel distance, and all the melee champions just go zooming forward.
So we are at a state right now where every single summoner spell on both teams is available. That's something I'm also going to be watching for in this last minute and a half lead up towards the Baron, is can anybody force any summoner spells out? Can anybody just try to tip those scales a little bit?
Well, I think in the side lane, that is definitely possible. Thanatos is 3 items now with the Gnar. He actually added the Wit's End for extra magic resistance from... He knows he's split pushing against melee champs, but the Ziggs bomb is going to come over the top, and so Thanatos is kind of protecting against that as well, even though we're focusing on JoJo split pushing first.
They might go for him on Sniper. I'm just waiting for 100 Thieves to try and make a fast play somewhere, because if they slow play all the way to the Baron buff, they're going to lose. So if ever JoJo is pushed up, you can see Sniper tried to make a quick play there in the bottom lane. I think more realistically, Blabber or Berserker would be the targets that River would maybe try and flash ult and then have everyone flash in behind him, because if they actually have a straight up 5v5, it's heavily in the favor of C9.
Certainly is. And even the split pushes, now we have a completed Spirit Visage for JoJo. So both the split pushers have magic resist to deal with the bombs coming over the top too, and they're ahead as far as their individual counterparts. So Cloud9 will be able to utilize that to get 2 lanes in their control once again.
See, they thought just in case somebody might have been in that brush, they immediately wanted to engage with Vulcan's Zenith Blade, but 100 Thieves knows better. They know how far behind they are. When we saw Quid versus JoJo in the bottom lane, this is the point of doom for Garen. If Nasus hitting you on the head with auto attacks does not, or out DPS's Garen's spin, it's over. Garen's under the turret for the rest of the game. And right now, C9 has total control over the Baron pit as 100 Thieves trying to look for any sort of an approach angle here. Ayla hits him with the dredge line, but it's not really that valuable. Over the wall comes River. They're trying to get Berserker, but it doesn't even matter. Tomo's already dead, and the Seeker's arm guard prevents any sort of retaliation. 100 Thieves have already lost 2 men, and it's not stopping there. Sniper wants his hero moment. Instead, he gets slammed back into the wall and beat down into the ground. A double kill for JoJo. Baron is no longer required. This game is done.
C9 bounced back in a big way. Solid game all around for them. Thanatos, I think, really bouncing back, getting one of his Gnar comfort picks here, and this one didn't really feel that close.
C9 made it look pretty easy. The Garen was not the answer to the Nasus. The Ivern helped the entire time. C9 takes the dub in game 2. They tie up this series, and they pad their stats doing it just to add insult to injury. 17-4. C9 makes it 1-1.
Reaper tells them to calm down a little bit. They get a more calm team composition, and they roll here. Cloud9 evening it up. Let's see about this exciting series.
I think a lot less stress for C9 fans after this one. Game 1, there seemed to be a lot of cause for concern with Nidalee LeBlanc getting outscaled. But this time, they did pick a good scaling team composition into what 100 Thieves had, and then their early game execution led to an easy victory.
Feels like live by the river, die by the river. Game number 1 is engages were awesome. Game number 2 caught out a lot. In case you guys missed it, you can now subscribe to the LCS Twitch channel where paid and gifted subs will unlock an in-game emote, and all subs unlock typical Twitch features like badges and emotes. You'll get access to an exclusive sub-only Discord where you can vote on ProView VODs to check out as well, like some behind-the-scenes content. Check out what you might be missing as we head back over to the lounge. Sub now to make Raz break that one down.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen. It is showtime.
You can't really play the game. So like, what do you think about that? try your picks and like playing against that mid jungle?
I think that River and Quid are definitely the best part of 100. I think like the top and bottom are good, but I think their mid jungle is really what carries that team. So yeah, just gotta focus on them, and I think it'll be a good series.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
Look, if you guys are willing to sub, then we might be able to break this down. I'll accept that one. But yes, this is after Cloud9 taking their first win of the series, guys. We're gonna go into this one. First thoughts, we've got APA, we've got Inspired, we've got you, Azale, begrudgingly. So talk about it a little bit, because we'll go through the play here.
So I think a big reason why you pick this Garen pick is because you can have QW and just mitigate the Nasus W. So I don't actually know what Quid used his W and Q on.
Where is his Q?
I think he must have traded before because it was so late there. He must have just used it on a trade or something and then got withered and didn't have it.
And then I think River just comes in and tries to save his mid laner and just like pays for his mid laner sins.
River just didn't understand the strengths of the champion, because I think here Garen can get out just by flashing at the end. But yeah, Vi doesn't have damage at this point of the game.
Did he?
The Iron Shield.
Oh, that was close. Oh my God. I was actually shocked.
Wait, you were so surprised?
I saw the play myself.
You watched the game,
I watched it.
What do you mean, bro?
And then this one was actually really sad for Renekton. Renekton ended up getting stun locked completely. This was after Grubs.
Why did they even fight it?
They're fighting level 6 Nasus.
I don't know why he's fighting.
Level 6 Nasus, but also Thanatos had perfect Narvar. He's 99%.
Here, great play by River, waiting up Berserker, and at least they get the kill. I mean, honestly, I think River did whatever, the best he could on the Vi. I don't know why Vi was locked in. I think Ivan was open, you just pick Ivan on forward.
Honestly, I was quite surprised by this pick. I thought they're trolling with the turret being up, but Ziggs just completely deletes it. And then even though River dives in a little bit too deep, they end up going 1-for-1. They got some sums out.
The Vi was just so weird to me because usually when I think of Vi, it's like, oh, the other team has a Zeri or has some champion like this or an Azir or whatever, something that you really have to lock down and burst down. And then I look at the Cloud9 comp and it's like, okay, I guess you're supposed to go on Berserker, but Berserker's diving into you with Kai'Sa.
Yeah,
so...
I mean, if I play Nasus in an enemy jungle picks Vi into me, I'm like,
so happy.
Wow.
You want to ult me? That means you're in range of my Q.
Are you coming to me?
Oh, come to me? Sure, that's fine.
This game felt so tragic for 100 Thieves, especially out of the early game. You had double buffs, Nasus. You got really stacked up this game.
Look at Quid in some of these fights. He looked very uncomfortable.
Honestly, when you think about it, right? You are a Nasus, and you need to imagine the perfect comp you want to face.
Yeah.
Isn't it the comp you want to face? Like, and Nasus was first pick. Nasus was first pick, and there is no ADC that will shred him in late game.
Give me like a Kayle instead of a Garen or something like that.
Yeah, this is like Ziggs that doesn't really do much damage.
Close.
There is a Vi, a Renekton,
yeah,
and a Nautilus that also can't really engage on you.
I mean, I do think it's kind of like when we talked about tanks earlier. A champion like Garen, again, there's almost zero mechanical skill in the champion. The skill is in understanding when you are strong, when you can kill someone, when you can engage, like when you can do these sorts of things. And it's so much more knowledge-based than actual like mechanics or anything like that. Like I can press the buttons on the champion. It doesn't mean I'm as good as the Garen one-tricks. It's the same thing we watch like a Trinivir one-trick. I don't know if you guys ever watched some of those players. And they just like have this sicko thing in their head that tells them they can 100-0 dive you under a tower. They just know, you know? And I felt like Quid looked really uncomfortable.
Yeah, it just looked like Quid was super inexperienced with the Garen.
Yeah, it looked the very first time Garen player. I think
for sure didn't
he
know
probably
he could
just
kill
checked the early laning phase and see that how you play the early lane. But after that, he didn't really know what his job was.
What adaptations would you make if you're 100 Thieves? Because you go into that game and it looks pretty doomed early on after Grubs.
Get rid of the Vi.
Yeah.
Just don't pick it.
Don't
pick it.
I swear, if they took Ivern instead of Vi, how different is that game?
Yeah, I
like
think it's way different.
Ivern on 4 and Garen on 5?
Yeah, Nasus hates his life against Ivan, and Garen loves it.
Yep.
And Garen would probably come in the last pick anyway.
Yep. It's not like C9 could have taken Garen. They already early picked Nasus, so it's not like they can steal it away.
You never know, Garen jungle.
Yeah, true. But yeah, I mean, I think I would have liked to see that for sure. 100 Thieves are making some good plays, though. I did like seeing how they were still staying proactive and still trying to get what they could get done, because it's like, it was still a closer game, I think, than expected after Nasus got the early first blood.
Yeah, and I do think that regardless of the picks and how doomed the game was, it felt like Cloud9 was a lot better in how to play and set up for Baron. Like that Baron setup, I thought was really difficult for 100 Thieves. It looked like they were just team fighting better. A, do you think it was just because of the comp? Because it did feel like they cleaned it up a lot more after game 1.
I think a lot of it was just comp. Like, Like 100 Thieves has to go into the Ivern, has to go into the Nasus, and that's exactly what those characters want. And then you could just watch like JoJo and Vulcan just like absorb everything coming into them, and just completely mow over them.
Yeah, there was not even much skill involved. Like Leon and Nasus, you just want enemies to come into you, and enemy comp wants to do that. So like, I don't know what those
You just have to
win
wait
conditions.
and win.
Yeah, you just wait and win.
Because even, man, because this is the second Nasus game we've seen. The last one we saw in playoffs, that is, Jensen picked it up, and that was an easy win from them, only because he kind of grinded the way back into the game off of one fight. How strong of the pick? Because that was just an instant first pick. Is there a comp where you're comfortable going up against a Nasus? I'll go for you, Inspired.
I mean, I think Garen is a good answer if you have a good Garen player.
That one of 100 Thieves.
Didn't work for them. Other than that, yeah, I mean, Nasus seems like a strong champion. He has strong lane, he scales well, he's good in team fights, good on side lane. Like, what else do you want from a champion?
100 Thieves is going blue. Do you want to see them pick Nasus?
It's an interesting pick. I think they banned in game 1, and then they dropped the ban. I don't know what they dropped the ban for, so I'd be interested to see if they either ban the Nasus again or if they take it on blue.
Sweet. Right. That's going to be, I mean, the series is tied up. We're going to game 3 right after this break, guys.
Dude, why'd you put your new rig in the basement?
Didn't you hear? Bill's a gagillionaire now.
Basically, my new connection is so strong I can game anywhere. Check it out. We've got gamer rocker, gamer floaty, gamer couch.
Whoa.
It's got wheels.
Gamer bench, gamer throne, and gamer mower.
What's that?
It's hard to game while walking downstairs.
I get it.
That's smart.
Live like a gagillionaire with low latency everywhere. AT&T Fiber with All-Fi.
It's 3v3, guys. It's 3v3. We can fight, no?
Look right side. Look
Renekton, look Renekton, guys. Look Renekton.
Yeah. He has no hook.
I look Renekton.
Nice.
I'm looking bye.
No ignite.
They didn't use anything, right?
No ignite.
We can get flash.
Nice. Good job.
Look Ivan.
Nice.
Good fight. No flash.
Nasus. We can one shot with both, maybe.
Kites are flash over. I'm dead. Kites are no flash.
No flash.
Yeah, I'm going, guys. Okay.
Garen no flash. Look
Look at bye.
Final flash.
Play slow, guys.
Careful, 6 damage in Renekton. Look,
no flash. Yeah, we'll use our orbs on me, guys. Look.
IV. Slowly, guys, okay?
We can fight after. I'm dumbing Nautilus, okay? I'm dumbing Nautilus, guys. We're fighting.
I got it. There's someone behind us. No flash.
Yeah, look here.
Yeah. Renekton no flash, guys.
Nice.
Can we chase him? I have Q.
If you have Q, yeah.
If you have Q, I'm looking.
Close. Oh, can you go?
I think it's hard to kill, but I can try.
I can slow.
No.
Nice coming
back. No.
They have no damage.
Nice.
Don't be scared.
Also flash. Okay.
I'm looking Nautilus.
Yeah, I'm blocking Garen. Yes, flash ult, okay? Okay. Watch Renekton. We can kill everyone we can.
Hey, look Garen.
Yeah, I'm watching
him. Hey, guys, we can end, okay?
Renekton
flash.
Yeah, kill Renekton.
Garen has ult. Let's just walk with our minions, guys.
Yeah, go in.
Anyone fuck with him? Bobber with Daisy, maybe?
We don't need to.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter.
Welcome back, everybody. We're in Game 3 here for Cloud9 versus 100 Thieves. It is tied up. We're still here with APA, Inspired, and Azael, so we're going to be covering the draft here. Thoughts, guys, on what adaptations? We mentioned the Nasus pretty heavily. Do we even think it's going to get through the bans?
100 Thieves should let it through. It looked pretty OP. Yeah. You're on blue side.
That's true.
I feel like if Quid's willing to play the Garen, you're most definitely willing to play the Nasus. So I'm interested to see if they take a B1 or if C9 ends up just banning it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it does become really interesting, right? Because it's like, from JoJo's point of view, he might think, well, Garen's a good answer. He just played it badly. I could play Garen into it. So it's always interesting to kind of, see what the pros think coming out of a game like that, where there's misplays. It's kind of hard to judge sometimes. Was it the champion or was it execution? And sometimes I feel like it was the champion, but pros get a little bit stubborn and maybe it's an ego thing. They're like, no, just let it through. I could beat it.
So since C9's on red side for the first time this series, they've been Smolder all 3 games. I think, in all honesty, FlyQuest and Quad just completely terrified of the Smolder now.
Nasus is banned, so 100 Thieves are going to ban it on blue, which that obviously hurts you a fair bit in draft. If you're not willing to play it, you're going to have to ban it on both sides.
Yeah, and I'm imagining that Ziggs is going to be the first pick. It's been going through 400 Thieves.
And the Kai'Sa ban for sure.
Yeah.
They want to take the Ziggs.
Surely C9 is willing to ban it here. Ivern is also going to be up and available, so, I mean, if you're 100 Thieves, the Lilia ban, yeah, that hurts you a little bit. But River can play pretty much anything, and I think they'll just go Ziggs or Ivern.
Could be Azir.
Okay, so I assume it's gonna be a Ziggs first pick.
I can imagine.
So if they go Ziggs, are we not just then kind of getting them stuck in the same situation where they have no AD carry?
See, I don't know if the Ziggs was the reason they were losing last game at all.
Yeah.
No, that's fair, but like we were talking about how those comps are kind of pretty difficult to play out, right?
Yeah, but you did get rid of the Nasus, so it's not like...
Yeah, I think with the Ziggs pick here, they can easily pick Corki 2-3, and if JoJo takes away the Corki right now, they will be looking to pick Zeri. So I think they will still get an AD carry in their comp.
It's interesting because 100 Thieves, we obviously, in their last series, they did it a couple times where they had Ziggs bot and just paired it with melee mids because that's kind of what Golden Glue was talking about, trying to facilitate Quid. He saw him as a specialist on, Yone, on Yasuo, on these types of champions. So it'll be interesting to see if he does go towards that because, yeah, obviously the meta is more play Corki or Zeri or whatever and pair it with the Ziggs, but that doesn't seem like it's always 100 Thieves style.
And we're going Ivern here, actually. So Inspired, I want to hear more about you because you're the guy that was picking Ivern into C9, and now they're picking it up themselves and early picking it. So like, how do you view Ivern with their comp, and what would you go if you're 100 Thieves to pick against it?
I mean, I would pick. Honestly, I mean, against Ivern, you can either go AP jungler and try to outfarm him because Ivern can't really farm as well as AP junglers, so there will be a point in the game where you are really strong on champion like Brand or Zyra. But other than that, it's really hard to pick something to counter Ivern because he's always gonna scale, he's always gonna do his job, and he's always gonna be solid in the game. So just early rotation of Ivern, you can't really punish that too hard.
And we don't see Corki coming in from either side, to be honest. Like, I know Quid was not playing Corki all throughout the season pretty much. He was like, playing the Ezreal, playing the Zeri, playing the Smolder, playing so many other AD mids.
Yeah.
So I'm not really sure he prioritizes the Corki. So I'm curious to see if even C9 prioritizes it because they picked Misfortune and Gnar. So if they pick Corki, they're gonna have pretty much no AP damage.
I think they didn't pick Corki because they were scared of Zeri on 3. If they pick Corki here, then JoJo can just go Zeri for free, and I think that's why they weren't willing to pick Corki. And it seems like they just picked Gnar to answer that, and they're saving the last pick for JoJo.
C9, are you afraid of Ziggs as an actual flex? Because I feel like you're the only team that would be willing to flex it here. As a first pick, that would make it much stronger. Do you see Quid as more of as a Ziggs player?
I have seen Quid and solo queue play it, specifically bot lane, not mid lane. So I don't know how much he's willing to translate the roles, but I think Quid has a very expansive champion pool. So I think he would be willing if, Tomo and Ayla are just like, this Misfortune matchup is completely unplayable, you have to take it. But I don't think that's the case. I think it's just going to be going Tomo Ziggs.
Okay.
So Vi's going to get banned out. Same thing River played last game. Obviously, MF a lot more susceptible to it, and Yasuo is the concern here for C9. 100 Thieves already banned out the Leona. Obviously, C9 needs some sort of lockdown from their support to set up the MF. The Rel is already gone. That's kind of primo pick. They're going to ban out the Braum.
They banned Braum into the Valley Star.
Yeah, I find that surprising. Like an Alistar could come in here, or even like a Nautilus. I think either of those are probably the ones Volk can go for.
I'm just honestly curious to see what Quid takes.
I mean, I was expecting Diana Yasuo for 5. I feel like the Yasuo ban is good. Like, honestly, looking at 100 Thieves draft, I was thinking maybe Diana Yasuo 4-5 and try to one-shot the Ivern in teamfights. But the Yasuo is banned out, so...
Even with the Vi Yasuo, I was expecting it to be a Corki on 4. Just like, because it's freeing it up a little bit, so they can pick it, and it's pretty nice into the comp that they already have.
But like they were saying, it's like 100 Thieves isn't really prioritizing Corki a lot of time when they're playing it. When they are playing ADC, you know, APA was saying, you know, goes more the Ezreal, the Smolder, whatever.
Yeah,
so, you know, picking your support here lets JoJo have counter pick on 5, right? It's like, if you're going to go red, let him have his pick of the matchup, and it is going to be Zeri mid.
I think he just didn't want to play Corki against Zeri, and now the Zeri is blind picked. So maybe we'll see JoJo on some mage, because Zeri struggles against mages quite heavily. Even against LeBlanc, I feel like maybe JoJo will try to play another game of LeBlanc.
Would you have a concern about, you know, there not being that kind of big carry, like hyper carry for Ivern to buff up if you do go towards LeBlanc, right? Because then it's like you just have MF with shields, basically.
That is true. I mean, I'm not sure what will JoJo counterpick the Zeri with, but blind pick Zeri mid is a little bit cocky choice from Quid.
It's tough though, right? Because it's like you're saying you want to avoid the Corki Zeri matchup, but Corki is kind of like what fits with the comp. If they go LeBlanc, then you are a little bit light on sustained damage, I think. You know, that is maybe one of the possible concerns here from the Cloud9 composition. They are going to lock that in, and it puts a lot of onus, I think, on Berserker to be able to get those big ults.
I think mostly on JoJo. If he doesn't win lane, this LeBlanc is not going to be useful in the game. So
same as game 1. Like he
kind
of got nullified in lane and he was not that useful.
Which comps do you guys prefer between the two?
I don't like the LeBlanc pick.
I like 100 Thieves way more. I feel like LeBlanc kind of cooked their draft. If it was just double AD carry scaling from C9, I think they would just win through 5v5.
I mean, in my opinion, C9 just didn't expect at all 100 Thieves to blind pick the Zeri. They were hoping that Quid will lock in Corki and they will get to pick Zeri last pick and have a hyper carry with Ivern, but they didn't have any other hyper carry to pick into the Zeri.
Final thoughts, APA?
I think it's 100 Thieves' favorite draft.
Yeah.
All right, that sounds great to me. I'm looking forward to this draft. I'm looking forward to what the casters have to say on this one. I'm going to send it straight to you guys.
All right, game number 3 with a lot of similarities to game number 1. We've got plenty of repeat champs on both sides. The big difference for me, Blabber instead of a Nidalee on a very different champ in the Ivern. Let's see if JoJo can redeem his LeBlanc as well.
And Flowers, you and I were discussing between games that we want to see one of those JoJo games. We need to see this out of him in this Worlds qualification match as he moves forward, or if he moves forward in these Summer Split playoffs. His LeBlanc did not look great the first time. It is a slightly different situation. And Kobe, we were talking a little bit about why they didn't just pick the hyper carry in the first place, so it's a little bit strange how we ended up here.
Yeah, I think the analyst S kind of hit it nail on the head there, and Cloud9 felt a little bit awkward for their last pick. And I said it in game number 1, I still feel this way. I think it's hard to play LeBlanc into point and click that's followed up by a bunch of AoE. Maokai can make LeBlanc's life really difficult later on into the game, and we saw it with Maokai into Rel plus Ziggs bombs over the top. It's like you point and click on her, and then you have enough AoE that you can just splash damage on the area that she was, even if she has her passive available, and just burst.
Yep, I love that 3-champion combo. And now as we're, hold on, let's see if this turns into anything. Doesn't look like it probably will. 100 Thieves backing away from the enemy jungle now. Let's go ahead and toss things over to Emily, standing by with an interview with Golden Glue.
Hello, I'm here with 100 Thieves coach Golden Glue. We thought something might happen a little bit at level 1, but not really. I want to talk to you through first blue side draft, right? What do you think your biggest adjustment that you wanted from the team going from the loss into this game?
I think the 2 big adjustments is Ben Nasus, and seems like we have to lose that champion once per series. It's part of our ritual. And I think the other one was like, I think we had a little bit of lapse in focus when they Rift Herald top and they killed 2 of us. We didn't call a move, and I think we just lost focus for a little bit. So I think overall we're playing well as a team. It was just like change dropped up a little bit, and then make sure we're staying focused the whole time.
And then looking at, I guess, more of an overall picture, what do you think you did super well in game 1 that you'd also like the team to bring into this matchup?
I mean, I think game 1 we just played pretty well in team fights, and our positioning was really good. And even though we were 5K goal down, we were still able to win team fights. So I think we feel really strong about our fighting ability, and I just want us to keep taking fights as much as we can.
All right, well, your team doesn't seem to have a problem with that very often. We will send it back to live before one of those fights breaks out.
All right, no fights right now, but it is Quid with control over the mid lane, getting that wave shoved up. You can see similar stories being told for 100 Thieves on both side lanes as well, as everything's getting all pushed up. But we have two of the most, what is the right word? Herbivore junglers.
Plants.
Yeah,
we got plants.
We got two literal plants in the jungle, so there's probably not a lot of invade that's going to come from this lane control.
I think herbivores was the word you're saying?
Yeah, I know, but I wanted to use it as an adjective. Yeah, like carnivorous, herbivorous. Yeah. There's got to be an equivalent, man.
All right, I'm going to say that's not it, but I 100% agree. I 100% agree with the double trees. The thing with the double trees is that Ivern is the tree that clears a little bit quicker.
It's a word.
It is correct.
Yeah.
Why does it sound so weird?
Of an animal.
Jojo!
On mid lane.
Okay, that's carnivorous.
That was downright carnivorous. That was downright diabolical in the mid lane. Jojo's on the board 3 minutes in.
We will judge every play to be carnivorous or herbivorous for this game.
Okay.
I love that. And I also love that JoJo steps up in this moment. This is what you want to see out of a mid lane counterpick when you go for the block. Screw needing a jungle gank. He just lands the chain, flash follows, and gets the kill.
And it's not even with an Ignite like game number 1. He's back on Teleport Flash with the LeBlanc, so not even needing that extra little bit of damage. This is what we wanted to see when we saw him lock it in game number 1. It's a great start for the C9 mid laner. Even hitting him with the question mark in all chat, the classic flame.
Yeah, that flame is, topside?
Yeah, they want to go in for this dive on Thanatos. Sniper with a slice and dice, but Thanatos, cool and collected, holds his summoner spells, and only Sniper is forced to flash. Now River wants to go in after him. Wanted to flash for the Bramble smash. Twisted advance is so good at dropping the tower aggro. 100 Thieves get what they came for.
Well done there by River and Sniper, stacking a gargantuan wave in front of Thanatos so they could get 2 tries at that dive. And that's the Renekton power, but we're going to see this solo kill one more time. The brush probably helped. Let's see how JoJo does this.
Flash is also a kill summoner because you flash to keep the chain length, I'm assuming here. JoJo probably flashes before, and then Quid tried to flash after. So really nicely done there.
Mid, stead, nice. Good job. Good job. Nice, nice. Oh, flash. Flash is OP.
You can tell there's a little bit of a chip on the shoulder there from the Ignite last time. But yeah, as I was saying, like Flash is also a kill summoner with LeBlanc, so you can ensure that you actually get the chain to land. And Best World, he actually got the response flash from Quid. So they're going to have more repeat pressure around this lane. Vulcan shows first, but look at Ivern's here too.
Beautifully done. Headbutt to the minion. Flash for the pulverized distance on Quid. But Zeri is still Zeri. Hopping over the wall there with the roller skates, the potion, enough to keep him alive through the Ignite.
That was almost a classic LeBlanc moment, but preventing that second kill from coming through is actually pretty huge. The wave is in a very bad spot for Quid anyway, so Ayla would have loved to shove that in, but it will freeze. I think it's pretty crucial that Quid didn't go down for a second time because that lane would have definitely gotten out of control.
So here's something interesting, differentiating this game from the first two. Look at how early C9 is taking this Drake. Previously it was a trade, Drake for Grubs. This time around they might just get it for free before those even spawn.
Yeah, a couple of knock-on effects. They can get an objective, and also, even though they didn't kill Zeri there, the minion wave really bad for Zeri, and so he still even loses out more. This LeBlanc got a really big experience advantage because they actually were able to keep the wave in the middle, and a bunch of minions kept on dying while Quid had to go back to base. So now you see level 6 JoJo to level 5 Quid, and the chain doesn't hit. Wow, Quid, that was a very necessary little dodge there.
Quid is playing with absolute fire right there. If he gets hit by that chain, he's probably dead one more time. But because he managed to go up there and dodge the chain, he's probably going to be able to hit 6. And now he's not as fearful and might be able to get this next wave in.
Okay, so as C9 was able to secure the first Drake, as we're now seeing River looking to get those first 3 grubs here for 100 Thieves, I also want to just comment really quickly on the fact that it's so easy for C9 to help JoJo because of the damage he has, because of the lockdown that LeBlanc has. It's much more difficult to help Quid on the other side. JoJo is so elusive with the distortions, with the clone. Quid does not have any hard CC of his own. Returning the favor for 100 Thieves' side is difficult.
Extremely difficult. So much of a mobility advantage over there on the JoJo side. Of course, still trying to remain aggressive, and you're going to see constantly 100 Thieves call up other members to help this mid lane now. You mentioned it a lot in game number 1 too, Flowers, but you know, Ziggs allowing the rel roams as we see top side again, another dive.
They want to at least get him off this wave. Vulcan has a really good timing on this support for Thanatos.
Vulcan doing a good job being in the right place at the right time. They also have Blabber right behind him too. So C9 ready to respond to this. No dive's going to come out.
Yeah, I really like that Vulcan was there. I think so often with Thanatos this split, they've left him on an island and he's usually completely okay. But that was a situation where he really needed someone to be there to catch that wave and keep him in the game.
And it's a good thing Berserker has the Strut move speed, because he actually was up there too and walks all the way down with that extra move speed and only dropped 1 melee minion in order to give that extra support. Still in the end, the 3 grubs over to the side of 100 Thieves, trade for the original dragon that we had seen from Cloud9 after their mid lane play. So they ended up trading those objectives. And now the classic control ward fight here where Daisy gives the extra.
Over the wall goes Vulcan. Headbutt pulverized, trying to go for Ayla, but Ayla is confident. He re-engages, thrown up into the air, flashing into the way of the bullet time, just barely staying alive, but it ain't gonna be enough. Jojo with the auto attack to finish him off. River wants to flash away, but Blabber wins the plant battle. C9, 2 for 1.
So Vulcan goes in a little bit early, but it's very nicely set up as they come up the river, and Berserker's Misfortune Ultimate allows them to get an extra. They barely got the last one there too. 2 for 1 for Cloud9. Pretty small advantage, but they also retain the vision control between the corridor here. This is going to be a constant topic where we talk about roams from bottom lane up to mid lane. So not only do they get the extra kill, but they also were able to secure their vision.
Yeah, I think possibly Blabber really just wanted this crab. That's why he threw Daisy out so early. It's channeling that whole time. But really, as they're able to fight this 4v4, I'd say the Ivern and the LeBlanc power is actually working pretty well here. Ivern, I really do think, is a difference maker in this series, keeping people alive on the outskirts of these fights. Jojo would have potentially had to back out of that fight had it not been for Blabber's presence.
Nicely done there. Still a very close game overall between these two teams. Remember that today's winner takes on FlyQuest on Friday. TL is waiting on Saturday for the LCS Championship. We just opened up more tickets. If you want to see how the story of LCS Summer 2024 concludes live and in person, head on over to riot.com/LCS Championship to claim your seat at the theater. We will see you there, and we'll see Tomo get himself back after pushing up that wave in bottom. No extra risk to be taken. We're still about a minute away from either one of these neutral objectives spawning for the second time.
And I like what Cloud9 are doing now. Because they have Jojo fed this time around with his early kills, he's got his Ludens already, so there's a big item advantage. They send him into the side lane, a longer lane here for LeBlanc to have room to work with and try and pressure. So he can constantly push the wave first, because for Quid it's very dangerous to move up. He just has his Merc Treads and his Vamp Scepter, and so Jojo gets so much freedom when you rotate him at the 10-minute mark here into the side lane off of his Ludens. He's going to be able to slowly get turret plate money, slowly get little advantages. Maybe you see a deep like jungle ward play roaming to the rest of his team.
But the Krugs are coming up very shortly with Jojo in the bottom lane as well. This is the type of fight that 100 Thieves really liked in that first game when they were able to point and click CC Jojo in the team fight. So I think there's also all the ultimates up for 100 Thieves, and Sniper's in a good position up in this top lane. So just really look to see if 100 Thieves can turn something around here.
Immediately, though, Cloud9 letting the bullet time rip, trying to force 100 Thieves back into their own jungle. As Tomo's still in pretty good shape overall here, but Cloud9 maintains control over the topside river. Sniper and Thanatos could both try to work their way towards this as Jojo jumps over the wall. River now having to retreat away from that one. Twisted advance onto a minion to try to escape the chain. Still ends up taking the damage from the second part of the proc. Sniper's getting chased away by Thanatos, but now it's Vulcan locked up here. 100 Thieves CC doing a good job with the zap to the wall, trying to keep the rest of C9 zoned out. He's a tanky cow, but he's still going down. 100 Thieves get the one kill out of the skirmish.
Really interesting fight there because Cloud9 thought they were going to preempt the fight when they had Jojo there early, but the combo doesn't land, and then when they're already down bullet time, it allows 100 Thieves to kind of easily win this fight. This is what happened up in the top side to start this fight, where Thanatos was trying to mark the Renekton, but he doesn't have Mega by the time this fight starts, and Sniper can walk all the way through. Let's check out River. dodging the original engage, which opens up 100 Thieves' ability to engage onto Vulcan.
Exactly, Jat. He dodges the first chain and then W's the R chain, and that's all LeBlanc's, kit basically right there used. So that was the whole advantage that they got from the earlier play where we mentioned him push the wave in onto Quid, and it actually did force Quid's teleport in order to join the fight, but because River's able to dodge the key abilities, that didn't end up mattering for Cloud9, and 100 Thieves are so happy. That's 5 of the grubs, even though 1 was stolen away by Cloud9. They still get their grubs, and they're able to get the kill.
Very good play on the herbivorous champions for River. I wouldn't have expected this after what he's played all split.
My man is cooking up some salad, and it's looking good. As C9 are going to secure what looks like the second Drake without any sort of a contest. And at the end of the last game, I said 100 Thieves, they live by River, they die by River. His first game on the Maokai was so good. His second game on the Vi was so not. And it looks like he's back in game 1 mode here again in our third head-to-head between these two.
All right, so Captain Flowers starting the petition. Keep River on Maokai.
He seems like a Maokai player. He seems like he's dialed in on the tree. That's the one for me. That's my pick. That's my guy right there.
Yeah, I mean, some of the cool plays to watch with Maokai are always like, what can you dodge with your Twisted Advance? Or what can you get with your flash engages or your flash knockbacks with your Q? Let's take a look, though, as they transition everybody to topside.
Thanatos going for the Mega Gnar into the wall, locks up Ayla while also killing the wave, which means that Ayla takes a ton of damage from the turret and then has to flash away from the boulder toss in order to not die. Nice free pickup on a really critical enemy summoner spell there from Thanatos.
And because he managed to trade so much damage, Jojo gets to free hit this mid lane turret. I will say Renekton's free hitting the bot lane turret as well, so we're really just generating gold throughout the map.
Trading some turret plates here.
Platage.
Now, Renekton in the mid game can become a fearsome tool, but not quite yet. And we'll see about the LeBlanc, because this is what we really have had a magnifying glass on. This has been the controversial pick from game number 1. And since Jojo was able to start this one out with the solo kill, with the trash talk of the question mark even, to get him back in mentally as well, we're really looking at that being a pivotal point for Cloud9. Mid-game vision control, looking for the classic LeBlanc brush plays and pick attempts.
Okay, Rift Herald has spawned. By the way, I was informed, you can see the sub thing on the screen right now. Inero gifted 50. Nick Inero Smith.
Oh, thanks, bud.
Coaching legend of the LCS. Bald brother to you and I.
So man, is he getting a shout out because he's your friend or because he gifted 50?
Both. Anyway, let's see what gets gifted here with his Herald. It looks like Cloud9 ain't giving nothing to nobody, as 100 Thieves are just going to take it by force. C9 still trying to get tested a little bit, though. Herald Eyeball picked up by Quid on the Zeri. We'll see where they can end up dropping this. Want to draw your attention to the gold differences right now. The biggest gold differences is still Jojo.
He was on a
and
ward.
that is why he can grab the kills so easily like that. But Quid's looking to put some pain right back into him. Jojo's going to lose the clone. Nature's Grasp does not find him. 100 Thieves won't get anything back, and at the same time, Cloud9 takes the tier 1 down in the bottom lane, but now the Herald's summoned up. Quid's going to commit that one to the tier 1 here in the top lane. Honestly, didn't even really need it, but they're just going to use it anyway. And that, all right.
Whoopsies.
Okay. We're gonna have to go back to the DMV, work on that one a little bit longer, but Herald didn't really go too far there on the drive.
Still got the turret. I think that was a strange play, though, because I think 100 Thieves really wanted to be on the same page of we're just going to brute force our way up to the top lane. We have the Herald. He's going to respect it, and we're going to be able to just get this turret for free. But Jojo had other ideas because he's accelerated on this LeBlanc, and because you're really not playing against LeBlanc that often, I think Ayla just completely forgot about the insane LeBlanc burst, and Jojo kind of gets a kill for free there.
It's the classic where you're always hunting support players towards this mid game when you have your Ludens, when you have your burst potential, because they are going to be the squishiest. And even in that play, he had a null magic mantle in his inventory, but still popped 100% 2-0 there by Jojo. 3 kills now for him in the LeBlanc. Still 100 Thieves right back to the same game plan. Get these outer towers down. Topside was taken care of. Mid lane, though, actually able to push him off as the rest of 100 Thieves are also coming up the river, but they still got the bottom outer turret too.
And I think that's important that Tomo can stand there even when Jojo jumps on him, hit him right back, and force him to go ahead and take a more defensive approach, because as soon as JoJo's just in pure carnivore mode, munching on anybody that comes near him, that's when LeBlanc is impossible to control. Tomo's still pretty strong right now. Seraph's Embrace, first completed item, also really big for surviving some of this burst. Liking that choice.
I'm really looking forward to the next Drake fight, because I think that's going to be the tipping point of this game. And you really need to have a magnifying glass on JoJo and River, because if River or even Sniper can point and click CC JoJo, that's the majority of C9's gold lead, it feels like, in this game with the 3-0 bountied up LeBlanc. And pre-fight, JoJo needs to be playing on the edges. He needs to be landing the CC to poke them.
And there he goes, Tomo surviving thanks to the Seraphs as he gets away from the bullet time. C9 might not have got the kill, but they force the flash. They take the Ziggs down to just barely over 200 HP. It's a really good omen with only 15 seconds left before that Drake spawns. Tomo does not have teleport, so he's gonna have to walk all the way back out here as Cloud9 establishes control over the middle of Summoner's Rift.
LeBlanc with the classic brush plays, but now there's more brush on the Rift, and they go even further.
They're looking to lock up Ayla. They force the crash down defensively. As 100 Thieves are again always on the retreat. JoJo playing this LeBlanc aggressively.
There's
Jumps
the W.
again. Ayla taking a ton of damage, but now the wombo combo from 100 Thieves shuts them down. Just like game one, 100 Thieves combos their area of effect and forces Cloud9 back.
Point and click plus AoE, dead LeBlanc. River has had enough. The herbivores are striking back, Flowers.
And they are doing it with violence, my friend. Let's take another look.
JoJo had been doing so much work earlier on in this fight, getting the poke down, but it literally is as simple as C Champ, press W on Champ. He can't snap back because the CC gets completely chained. 100-0, goodbye LeBlanc.
Just like we drew it up. Then let's see what else they're able to get in the rest of it, because 100 Thieves afterwards were able to get a bunch of health bars off of Cloud9. They pushed them out. Golden Glue is hyped.
He's hyped.
He is juiced.
I love the contrast between Golden Glue and Joseph Jang, who's just sitting back there, arms crossed, like very stoic. They're like, okay, we're cool. And Golden Glue is just hyped for it, man. Berserker popping the cleanse, trying to escape from the ruthless predator of Sniper. C9, all 5 ready to go here. Keep looking for something. Tomo's not there yet. Ayla's all the way back in the base. 100 Thieves knows there is no chance to try to turn this. C9's gonna keep their guys safe. Berserker now with no summoners for whatever the next fight may be.
And they might be able to get a lot of mid-turret damage off this because the way C9 tried to loop around and Sniper backed up. They're gonna have some free time on this turret. Can they get it into satchel range will be the question.
Okay, here we go. 100
Nice
Thieves
move.
knocking it down. Easy pick up there with a tier 1 turret, over 1,000 gold lead now for the Thieves.
Thieves, the Thieves, the Thieves. Now turn your resources towards the top half of the map. Baron is spawning. You have a really, really good team fight. You're looking at the Zeri to get a little bit more money to finish off item number 2 here, but he's going back to base right now, so we'll see how much in inventory Quid actually has. And Sniper's able to push out the rest of the lanes. I mean, from here on out, you go with the straightforward. Group up, herbivores in front, have River at the ready, and you put a stop to the annoying playstyle of the distortion poke. As is kind of evidenced by game number 1 and the classic here. There you go. Quid was able to get his Runon's Hurricane, so Zeri is team fight ready.
Okay.
You've got the AoE available to you as well with the extra shards that come out there, and Tomo's got the magic damage covered.
He really does, and Quid has also made it through the early game. He now has a 300 gold lead on JoJo, and speaking of JoJo's LeBlanc, he's got to be feeling the pressure right now, just because of his history in playoffs since joining the LCS, as we might see a fight.
Ooh, that was a max range root collar, but Ayla gets far enough away to safety that C9 does not want to overcommit onto a realm.
But JoJo had such a great start to the LCS, winning his first split with EG back in 2022, but since then has consistently fallen short. Last split especially, 3rd place, getting swept out of the playoffs, and if this ended up being a 4th after the hype behind this entire team and the hype of C9 acquiring the former MVP in JoJo, it would be considered a disaster, so JoJo really wants to perform here in this game.
Yeah, I mean, you even heard, we replayed a previous interview with him and APA during the break. For anybody who missed it, as APA was asking him whether or not he choked or whether or not they sucked back in spring, JoJo said, I don't know, man, it doesn't really matter, but if I miss International completely this year, I might as well just retire.
In his brain, he didn't even think it was possible that he wouldn't make Worlds. But if they lose this game, which they are falling behind, they would be 1 game away from being eliminated and having 100 Thieves go in their place.
Yeah, I feel like that's one of those statements you kind of throw out in the moment, but I don't actually think.
No, right, but
think he would
it just shows that the pressure's on, right?
Yeah.
It shows that, like, hey, there's expectations. These guys were supposed to be the super team in spring that everybody else was competing for silver medals against. They didn't even get to go to MSI. We sent 2 dudes. They weren't either dude.
And there's a reason why I just keep harping on the Maokai, because it's always the point and click that makes the AoE work. Like, JoJo can outplay a lot of the rest of the stuff that's been killing him. It's just the Maokai, so he has to track that, and he can still go for aggressive plays on the map, just has to be wary of River.
Ooh, Sniper sliced over the wall and then started channeling his teleport to immediately join up with the rest of 100 Thieves, who are starting a very, very aggressive Baron. C9 has pretty much everybody ready to respond here. Thanatos does not have his teleport, though, so he has to walk all the way up from the bottom lane the normal way. JoJo chased down by the twisted advance yet again. He's called out yet again. River on the Maokai marks his man, and he gets him every time.
All right, how about this? Omnivore. He's a lot of herbivore, but he's also got some carnivore in him. That one, the twisted advance, guaranteed to follow, and Quid also trying to follow.
Quid going in with a lightning crash very aggressively as Berserker is stuck on the side now against Sniper. He has to use the cleanse, he has to use the flash just to get away.
Absolutely love that aggression from Sniper, seeing an angle when the objective isn't up yet, when he wouldn't kill him, but just getting those summoner spells away from Berserker make it so much easier for 100 Thieves to secure this second Drake and really pull ahead in the game.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, it's very rough, but we see the Gnar going back, and Gnar also has teleport, so Cloud9 very well may just run straight.
Yeah, Tomo's in a lot of trouble here as JoJo wanted to jump in on him. Both of these mages going to take some serious damage there as JoJo distorts away from the minefield. 100 Thieves just want to get this Drake and get out. They still don't have the cooldowns back for a lot of those tools, those resources they used in the initial pick onto JoJo. They will secure themselves the Drake, however. Cloud9 might have got the first 2, the Thieves got the next.
And I know because of the expectations we've set, most of this conversation would be about C9 choking or JoJo not performing to expectations, but I got to give credit to 100 Thieves. Yeah. They are playing very well. River is completely on point with when he engages, and the team is so good about following him up. On top of that, they're playing side lanes well. Sniper's not getting picked off like he was earlier in the year. Quid staying safe. They are just playing very solid League of Legends.
And I gotta say, we just saw in that replay, JoJo is the one playing with fire. He queued the Maokai over the back of the pit. We're like, that's the one you gotta keep your eyes on and watch out for and make plays elsewhere. And he went right up to him and poked the tree.
Okay, let's take stock of what we've got here, because C9 did use both teleports to try to get in position to maybe stop that Drake take previously from 100 Thieves. It didn't work out. Quid has his teleport. Sniper's going to have his here pretty soon. That'll be a macro advantage for the side of 100 Thieves. C9 is grouped up as a unit, trying to use the Ivern brushes to push into the top side river, make enough space to claw back some of this vision, but 100 Thieves are fighting him tooth and nail in the battle for wards.
And we just need to keep our eyes on JoJo and River. River wouldn't have flash this time, but if he can get in W range, they're going to go.
Nothing just yet. A little bit of poke. Sniper's not hidden away on a flank angle either. They kind of know where he's at. JoJo knows now. JoJo knows there is a target on his back, his front, his forehead, everywhere.
Again, the real live Cloud9 reactions is Jat's like, leg came all the way up over the desk.
That was spooky. I mean, the fact that Quid is confident enough to just E over like that.
Ooh, Thanatos and Vulcan, though, think they might have found a potential pick. Sniper's down to 1/3 HP. Steric's Gage gonna pop, but immediately they turn it right back onto JoJo. There is one plan every damn time.
I take it back. It's not just the Maokai. Ayla here with the Q flash says, not on my watch either.
Okay.
Whoa.
So here's the teleport thing I'm talking about. Sniper is looking for a recall right now, but he still doesn't quite have the cooldown on the Unleashed TP. 100 Thieves is starting up the Baron, but they're very slow about it here early on, and River is still gravely injured.
There's no bullet time to stop this Baron, so they'd have to slow walk a Daisy in and maybe try and get it. I think they're just going to trade mid-turret and give up the Baron. No contest.
And critically, you can see Sniper sitting in the fountain, waiting on the last couple of seconds on the TP, but he's also waiting to see if he even needs to. He's not going to commit it. 100 Thieves don't even have to spend that resource. What a huge swing for them.
I would bet my life that we don't see any more LeBlanc in this series, at least on the side of Cloud9.
He's taken out of the game. He has 196 CS now, 27 minutes in. He's 80 CS down against the Zeri, and he is the weak point of this team. It's the one target that everyone on 100 Thieves saves all their cooldowns for.
Watch Ayla here. He goes to poke Ayla. Ayla's also had enough. This game is revenge of the herbivores.
I think this game would actually qualify as professional therapy for anyone who doesn't like playing against LeBlanc. This is just feel-good moment after feel-good moment if you do not like playing against LeBlanc, because 100 Thieves have this guy downloaded. They got him saved on 3 different hard drives. They're making a PowerPoint presentation on how to shut this dude down.
Merc Treads and Scimitar on the Zeri, so he can't get one shot. They have the Verdant Barrier on the Ziggs. Everyone has some level of LeBlanc durability at this point.
All right, let's see if 100 Thieves can close it all out, seal the deal. JoJo trying to step up here, threatened with the distortion. Bullet time flies through. Sniper's going to take a ton of damage. Quid is already almost dead. They aren't going to find him. Instead, it's just JoJo yet again. Even when Cloud9 looks like they might find something, they miss by inches, and JoJo pays the price.
That's unreal. We need to... all eyes were on Quid, and then JoJo dies. That's just... How does this keep happening?
100 Thieves, man. They understood the assignment. Now with the teleport coming out, they're going to put Sniper back in the bottom lane. The remainder of the team continues pushing together as a 4-man unit back in mid, and now it's a pincer assault on both mid and bottom lane tier 3 turrets at the same time.
I saw 17 life on Quid, and he survives it, and now 100 Thieves take half of Cloud9's base in one fell swoop.
I saw 0 life on JoJo as well.
I also saw that.
That's a pretty...
And that's been the story of this game. It's over half of the kills for 100 Thieves, and they're easily taking the space because C9 actually has no way in.
And I'm glad you mentioned that Verdant Barrier earlier on Tomo. Right there, they ended up using it. JoJo has to jump in once just to pop the thing. Then he has to wait for the cooldown to go back in for his real engage. He continues taking poke. He can't get the targets he needs. When he finally has a chance, Tomo's then ready to flash away because there's no other threat onto the back line. 100 Thieves take 2 inhibs. They're up 5,000 gold.
Look at the replay, the counter engage from Ayla. The bullet time just almost able to finish off Quid, but not quite. And it's the counter engage from Ayla and River that locks them up.
I mean, Sniper tanked basically an entire bullet time as well on the Renekton here.
Yeah. The Sterix gauges are incredibly powerful, as now it looks like Vulcan's your target. 100 Thieves willing to commit onto the enemy support. A little bit more damage will bring them down, and there it is. Finally, it's somebody not named JoJo, but they ain't done yet. Another one comes through as Blabber drops. Thanatos trying to stand and defend. C9 get a couple back, finally, but the fight's still going the wrong way. Thanatos locked up by Sniper. Tomo needs a little bit more damage over the wall, but he ain't quite going to find the skill shots just yet, so an even 2 for 2.
Weirdly, probably the best fight Cloud9 has had this entire game because Berserker got a lot of value out of his bullet time, and C9 was actually able to kite out a little bit. The fight didn't start with JoJo just getting one shot, but I think we should talk a little bit about how these comps can execute and how C9 doesn't have many tools outside of the JoJo poke, because this would almost be the ideal fight for Berserker, where everyone is in a choke point and he gets to channel for at least a little bit.
Yeah, they sent a lot on him, and Ivern doing his best there to try and keep everyone up. But again, the root, the forward momentum of the 100 Thieves comp, and Maokai here just running forward with Ayla. I feel like Rel and Maokai is just too strong of engage. It is so easy for them to just force, even if they're going forward into MF Ultimate. Really nicely done by 100 Thieves again. And this is really shaping up to be far more exciting than I think most people thought coming into it.
Yeah.
Everyone had voted Cloud9 in a 3-1 or a 3-0 or some variation of that, but 100 Thieves here are on the brink of actually pushing them to elimination game.
This is a bit of a weird sequence, though, right now, with 100 Thieves taking a bunch of vision on the top side, probably looking to break that third inhibitor, which could leave a window for C9 to prevent this dragon, but it actually seems like C9 is wanting to prevent this backdoored inhibitor.
Let's go back to the interview that Emily had with Golden Glue at the start of this game. He said, we lost focus in the mid game, that play around the turret in the top side, we didn't communicate right, and that's what 100 Thieves is gonna have to do correctly in this game to finish it out. Clean communication as they try to continue this push here into the top lane, tier 3 turret. The Maokai ulti flies out, the lockup onto Thanatos, but it ain't enough to kill him. Magnet Storm from Ayla locks up everybody, drags them all to their demise. Bullet time, plus the turret takes out the 100 Thieves support, but River is not done. He'll trade his life away as they continue the chase. Vulcan is eliminated, and the super minions are marching in from the previously claimed inhibitors that were taken in bot and mid. First Nexus turret is already down, and the second is in the sights of 100 Thieves. Quid's getting jumped on by Thanatos, but he's got the shield bow. He's still alive, he's still firing. He still don't care. Cloud9 are pushed to the brink, and 100 Thieves are one game away from Worlds.
What a performance in Game 3 by 100 Thieves. Nobody but 100 Thieves expected to be at this moment right here.
The top 3 teams in the LCS have been clearly above all of the others up until this point. 100 Thieves trying to ascend.
Incredible, incredible games 1 and 3 from the Thieves so far. That was just a beautiful montage of finding the enemy carry and executing again and again and again with game 3 wrapped up. Azael, Emily, what do you got for me?
We got some draft haters over here at the lounge. Man, that LeBlanc pick, I just think cooked their whole draft. It looked so hard to play. You had no hyper carry for Ivern to facilitate at all. That draft just looked rough.
Yeah, I think with the Ivern early pick coming in from C9, I think you really want like that stable, like pretty much just ADC mid lane. You know, like we're thinking the Zeri, Smolder, Corki type picks. And then I think JoJo picks LeBlanc. He picks it to smash lane. But then I think even though he did win lane, like he started off the game 3-0.
Got a solo kill even.
Yeah.
It's just so hard to pilot LeBlanc that game. Like you're in the Maokai, you're in the Rel, like so much target CC, even the Renekton, like flash W stun. It's just so hard to play LeBlanc that game. And even though he got pretty far ahead of Quid, it's just not that useful of a pick. And then it kind of like makes your draft super weird because you have no more consistent damage for your Ivern to play around.
I just think Cloud9's read is very strange throughout all the playoffs. You know, they came into the last series and coming out of that, they said, "Oh, we had the wrong read on playoffs. You know, we're gonna change things up for this series." Coming into here, it just feels like they're really hyper fixated on dominating early game. You know, in game number 1, we saw the Nidalee, Renekton, LeBlanc. This game, we see LeBlanc again instead of just rounding out your draft with a hyper carry. It's kind of surprising.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. I mean, I don't know. I hope they realize why they lost this game. Like, I think the draft started fine. I think they should have looked to pick Hypercarry a bit earlier because they should know they're a better team, so they will always get to scale. Like, I really think they need to look into more scaling in their comps.
So this is game number 1. We're just going back through the series. If you guys missed the series so far, game number 1, Cloud9 again went for a very strong early game comp. Obviously, Nidalee, Renekton. They did the LeBlanc even with no flash with the Ignite, and they tried to really snowball the early game, but weren't able to do it.
Yeah, and the big difference to me, since we have our like resident Ziggs aficionado here, is obviously 100 Thieves have such a high priority on this pick. Ziggs is an incredibly strong pick, and I think they've been piling it pretty well. What do you think C9 should do to kind of try to deal with the Ziggs? As we saw, like even in this fight, they tried to jump on him. He's actually able to flash out, and then so much of C9, you guys covered this in the post game here, is already sucked into this team fight where they just take tons of damage.
So to me, honestly, after watching 3 games, I think they've played 3 games now of MF Ziggs. I feel like they should just ban it because I personally have a very high opinion of Berserker. I think he's very good. I think
they played Kai'Sa game 2. And game 3, the Kai'Sa was banned 1 to 3. And we already predicted that Ziggs is going to be first pick, but C9 just egoed completely and left the Ziggs go.
I feel like they should just ban it and then make Tomo, in a sense, have to play the lane. Because Ziggs is so good at nullifying, and I feel like if you're able to nullify Berserker, who is like supposed to be able to carry the series through bot gap, is just making the series super weird when you're picking, to me, just like weird mid lane picks.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people coming in here, you know, thought that Cloud9 just has individually stronger players. So if you just play like a stable draft that has some pretty good scaling, you'd win out in team fights, you'd have advantages early game just kind of naturally. But the game is going a very different way, and you know, Cloud9 are kind of painting themselves into a corner in both game 1 and 3 where they had to create these big advantages and they just weren't enough. Game 2 felt like the only game where they actually could just kind of scale, and that's the one they won.
I mean, this game was just like, to me, it was just the Nasus show. Like, you picked Garen mid and Nasus to counterpick it, but in all reality, it looked like the Garen was completely useless throughout the entire game, and then Nasus just got to stack up freely, and like, to me, it feels like these games are just coming down to comps. Like, it feels like no team is playing completely better than the other. It's just coming down to which draft seems better.
Yeah, and then this one, we had like the Vi pick coming through. I understand that's probably because 100 Thieves really wanted River to be on something with Engage. We've seen how good in his 2 Maokai games he is at choosing when to go in. But that was the big draft piece for me that really like fell short in this red side draft from 100 Thieves. And then we also saw Quid make a few mistakes on Garen that kind of ended up leading to this massive Nasus snowball.
And I've got to say now, you know, this is one of those series where I think sometimes when you're a big underdog, you can come in and you're just like, let's just like do our best. Let's just play or play a little bit more relaxed. C9 has got to be sweating so hard now. They're one game from missing Worlds. You know, Jojo was so confident in the face-to-face with you that he literally said, I will retire if we lose to 100 Thieves. And this is after a spring split that was already a pretty big disappointment for Cloud9, where, you know, everyone had them power ranked as #1. They did not really pan out at all in spring. Summer they come in, they're having a really good regular season. They finished 2nd, and it looked like the top 3 were so much better than the rest of the teams. They are one game away from the Worlds ticket being gone.
I don't think anyone in the predictions had even 100 Thieves taking 2 games.
Nope.
And we're, after game 3, 100 Thieves is 2-1 up in the series. So it's like very worrying for if you're a C9 member. Like, you're so nervous at this stage that you're supposed to be heavy favorites, but what looks like their prep and what looks like their drafts are just not working, so they have to change things up, in my opinion.
They also showed us against FlyQuest that sometimes they're willing to just kind of stick to the same draft the whole way through, right? You know, I do think that's something that Reaper has done a lot throughout his career, is that, you know, he believes in his prep and he believes that it's very execution-based a lot of time. You know, against FlyQuest when they lost to you guys, they played 4 Corkis, 4 Cassantes in a row. Here, they're obviously really dialed in on the LeBlanc. It'll be interesting to see if they go to it again.
By contrast, I think one interesting thing that we've seen out of 100 Thieves, in addition to the Ziggs prio, is the fact that they've picked a lot more stable compositions, especially when they have been able to lock in the Maokai, as we see, again, another example of how useful that champ can be within 100 Thieves compositions, and also how good River is at sometimes choosing when to go in on the Maokai. And I think it's really different than what we saw from them against Dignitas, right? Where they were going for these like hard dive comps. And at the beginning, when all 3 of us were talking about like, oh, how do 100 Thieves take a game? We were like, I think they have to just do something insane, right? They have to pick a dive comp, they have to snowball it super well. That's not what's actually happened in these drafts for the 100 Thieves wins.
I also think it's interesting, we've been talking a lot. I'm just such an MF hater, man.
You are.
I just think the champion
hater.
is so garbage. It needs so much setup, I feel like, to succeed. And I feel like in almost every team fight, we just see Berserker pop out an ult, it like hits someone, they flash out of it, and then he's just strafing and not able to do anything. And you put this person on a hyper carry, you put him on Zeri, early pick something like that, and we've seen so many times for Cloud9 how he can take over games. But you guys, I know, do like MF.
I do like MF, but I agree with you. I think if you have Berserker on your team, just pick him Zeri and go kill them.
Pentakill Pikachu.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we are going to be going into game number 4 here pretty shortly. Cloud9 selected blue side. Their year is on the line. We're headed to a break, but game 4 coming up next.
Yo, Berserker, can we play this? I'm looking.
Yeah.
Coming.
Yeah, look.
On Q.
Yeah. Look, Phil.
Exalt.
I'll be in 2 seconds, Phil. Run the flash. Yeah. Round 1 HP.
I'm chain.
Okay. Yeah. Zero ult is still on. No flash. Nice.
Go to back.
Yeah.
Can we take this?
Yeah, I'm gonna look here. I'm gonna look.
I'm gonna look backline one time. If you go in, I can just go on.
Look at me.
Yeah, we can fight here, guys.
I'll be there.
LeBlanc dead.
Okay, Mega no. Mega no. He's Mega.
Yes, Mega.
Everything no play.
We can go.
He can flash, okay? He can flash.
W and 5. We can keep chasing, guys.
Just get Dragon if we can. Get Dragon.
Okay.
I'm after the flash, guys.
Yeah. Okay. Was pretty good fight.
Yo, can we look LeBlanc or
Yes,
not?
we can. Look.
Up. Yeah.
Look at me.
I can look one time here. I can look one time. I have W. LeBlanc dead, guys. LeBlanc dead.
Nice. Go bot side, help. We can fight, Come.
Yeah.
Look LeBlanc. Yeah.
It's good to
come in.
Look Maokai slowly maybe?
Yeah, look Phil.
There, he ulted.
I know Mikhail's now.
Okay. We have Heinz.
It's a good choke. Look there, guys.
It's hard.
Pick in the front. Okay, dead.
Maokai dead.
If you can run, it's
No case Zeri.
Zeri's my dead.
They can't stand if you guys run.
Okay, Zeri 1 HP. Help Thanatos.
Right out.
He's okay. Okay, not bad actually. I use her.
Okay, I'm good. Don't care about it.
Try to like.
LeBlanc no ult. He does no damage. Look Nar one time. Nar.
I can go.
Half HP. Help Bill, guys. I'm at fault.
It's good.
Two dead.
Yeah. I'm gonna look Misfortune.
You guys can play in game. No flash MF. Just heal Alistar.
You can keep going.
Alistar. KMF.
It's only
No
enough, guys.
man.
Go.
Just K.
No some say.
Just
We can win. Just
break.
Yeah.
He was playing well up until that point. Like he was poking well, he was doing so much. He won lane. Like
he solo killed them.
Yeah, I'm just hoping he says that. Okay, guys, let's not do it. Let's just get an easier way to win the game.
And we're back. As we're still talking about how draft is going to go for this. A lot of strong opinions. What do we think?
Sniper
C9, yeah, he is just straight up.
The vibes are immaculate for him.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying, man. It's like the pressure is not on them, I feel like. They've already, accomplished a lot, whereas Cloud9, that's a team that's like, you win the championship or you failed, and they might not even make it to Worlds. So I feel like the pressure is insane on those kind of rosters.
We were talking about it earlier. Like, everybody but River has not made Worlds yet on this 100 Thieves roster. So for them to win this series is like such a major accomplishment to them. But then you look at C9, like everybody, I think, but Thanatos has been to these major tournaments.
Yeah, and that's what they're expected to go, right? There was a lot of talk about, the C9 JoJo pickup and how that's supposed to be this massive move that was really supposed to set up C9 for success. And they have not been able to reach that level of success. Of course, they're not out of this series just yet, but just look at JoJo's face and look at Sniper's face, right?
Yeah, JoJo's so stressed.
The player cams tell me so much about them casting.
Labber is also all of them look like...
Of course, you've got to be sweating. You're one game away from what is going to be considered an absolute failure.
You said it best, Azale, where the expectations for C9 compared to 100 Thieves are like so different.
Night and day.
Like everybody's just happy 100 Thieves are in this match. They're happy they're top 4, but for C9 it's like you said, if you don't win, it's like almost a failure.
Yep. Well, everyone's going to call it a failure, guaranteed.
Yeah. And as we see the bans coming through, it is interesting. C9 are still sticking with the Smolder Lilia bans. I feel like Inspired, you guys really did scar them for life with,
I guess
with the
so.
Smolder.
I think they still think they play against
And they do not want to play it. As we see,
it's quid, it's quad, you get it mixed up. It happens to me sometimes too.
100 Thieves loosening up a bit on their bans. We might see a Ziggs first pick.
I don't think that's what you want to do.
Oh no, I feel like that's so cooked. Berserker has played it. He played it once in playoffs.
It didn't look that good though.
It didn't look very good, and prior to that, he had played it once in his entire career in LCK CL. He's 0-2 on the pick in his entire career. Has not really played it at all, and it's just like we're talking about. Give the guy a champion that he is known for, that he can take over on. It's the hyper carries, exactly.
Like Ziggs to me is a nullifier in the bot lane. But
it's like that's what
do you have to
you think
nullify
Tomo
Tomo
should be playing. Yeah.
I mean, in my opinion, this was a Renekton first pick angle. Like Nari's banned, you know that they're gonna pick Renekton 1-2, and I think just give Thanatos Renekton.
So now, what do you actually want to see them pick for JoJo? Because I feel like you need an AD carry pairing. You need something in there, or they're going to be in the exact same situation.
Corki Cassante.
It's Corki Cassante.
They could be going back to the OG stats of Corki Cassante Ziggs.
Leona.
It's not a Corki.
Well, the Cassante, you know, it hasn't worked out for Thanatos very much. He did go 1-3, obviously, in your series with it. He got, I think, 1 win maybe in the regular season. No, I think he actually had no wins in the regular season on it. He was 0-2. I think he's like 1-5, 1-6 or something like that on it throughout the season. And he is really well known for, you know, his lane dominance, but of course, going to be on more of a, again, a nullifying pick. It's like a nullifying pick in Berserker Ziggs and more of a nullifying pick here as well.
Now, Tomo decided to just go for the Kai'Sa.
Am I on camera?
Yeah.
No. Are you on mic?
And that is something that he's been super comfortable with previously, or like he has played. My interesting thing here is what C9 end up doing with the Ziggs if they do flex it mid.
I think it's Ziggs bot for
You
sure.
do?
No way.
It's 100% Ziggs bot. There is no JoJo in the deciding game of this season.
Yeah, that's true.
But you would have said the same thing about Berserker.
Yeah, I mean,
Right?
I don't know
It's
why
kinda
there's
crazy.
Ziggs on my screen.
I don't know why there's Ziggs on my
C9
screen either. I'm actually really surprised. And I don't know, man. I'm just getting the feeling that it's a 100 Thieves series. They just feel like they're kind of in the zone, and Cloud9 to me feels like they're really overthinking what they need to do in draft. I just think that Cloud9 needs to just play standard stuff that they are comfortable playing. It's the same thing that they've done all split long. This is a team that we talked about it. They're 10-1 against teams other than your two teams, right? Yeah. Like what they were doing was already working, you know, but they seem to be feeling like they have to change the recipe.
I do really like this Kai'Sa pick. It's what Berserker picked game 2, and their only win against 100 Thieves. And it was Kai'Sa into Ziggs, and now they're just swapping the matchup. So it looks pretty good in game 2, so I'm looking forward to how Tomo plays it this time around.
Yeah, I think you're trying to pick a jungle on 4 and let Quid get the last pick in this case. But what would you pick for River?
I like taking the Maokai and the Vi away. Even.
I mean, Ivanban, maybe they're looking for the Sejuani. I mean, it's still an endgame champ that River likes to play.
And Quid does love a lot of melee mid laners, right?
Yeah.
So if you go Sejuani here, then it opens up for a potential counter pick of like Yone or Yasuo or whatever,
And
like
Kai'Sa
some sort of
can
melee
also go
pairing.
the AP build. You know, you can get the Nashers, Hourglass. Like you can get a whole bunch of AP items, so she can even fill the AP role.
So what? Maybe Yon for JoJo is gonna be the pick now, because they also want an AD champ in the mid lane. But Yon against Rel, Kai'Sa, Sejuani, Renekton.
Then you're playing no ADC again, right? And it's one of those difficult to execute
Can you
comps, I
blind
feel
pick
like.
the ADC here against Yasuo, Sejuani?
That's the tough part, right? That's why I feel like they kind of painted themselves in that corner instead of just going.
for Blaver.
Yeah.
I think it's a decent pick. Looking pretty good against the 400 Thieves house.
It looked really good when Contracts played into 100 Thieves, even though they did lose that series. He was, or was it? No,
Corki.
Doesn't 100 Thieves just go Zeri now? Or
they could go Zeri. They could go Yasuo Yon.
Yeah. I actually like Yasuo here.
I will say, you want to play Yasuo into Leona and Skarner though? I feel like that's tough.
The mid matchup itself is pretty good, and then you do have a lot of setup. Like you have the Rel, you have the Sejuani for some type of knockup. I don't know if it's the best into Leona, but like mid lane perspective, one-on-one is okay.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. I just always find like when you're playing Yasuo against point and click CC, it's kind of similar to LeBlanc where you can get locked down. But it is going to be Yone as that final pick here, and 100 Thieves potentially could lock their LCS final spot and their Worlds ticket in this game. Take it away, casters.
All right, thank you all very much. Here we go. 100 Thieves with the full Sind composition, all 5 ready to dive. C9, though, switching it up a bit. Berserker on the Ziggs. I know a lot of people, myself included, always like seeing Berserker on classic carries. This is not that role. We'll see how well he can do on it. Blabber also playing the Skarner. We got to see this earlier in playoffs from Energy in their elimination series. They did not ultimately win that series, but Contracts' performances on the champion were very good.
Been trying to hype up the Skarner ever since it got those buffs. Flowers is right back to the top, honestly. And the build is pretty HP heavy with it, but you can go for the Zeke's Rush instead if you want to be like more pro-oriented. But man, the Heart Steal into the Sterix Gauge is so effective for solo queue. The solo queue win rate just skyrocketed. Contracts, as you mentioned, was such a massive, massive influence on those energy games, even though they weren't able to win them. So I would also say Skarner really does like being into multiple short-range opponents, so you can get really big ultimates. We'll see about the value there. But your topic of the Ziggs Flowers, Berserker has 2 Ziggs games for his career, and it is 0-2 so far. So this would be, if Cloud9 are able to keep their hopes alive, his first Ziggs win.
And I just want to take a breath right now and acknowledge the moment that we're in. Because at the start of the year, we were thinking 100 Thieves was going to be a bottom-of-the-pack team, and Cloud9, with 3 former MVPs, was going to run away with the league. We're now 1 game away from them being eliminated, and that's why we have this stat. This is the Blabber era, basically. In elimination matches, that's a lot of games, actually. Let's get that graphic down. There's no way they played 50 elimination games.
That's a lot of games.
Yeah. So either way, acknowledging the moment that we're in right now, where this super team with 3 former MVPs that was unanimously expected to be the best team of 2024 is now 1 game of being limited by this team where Quid, he was the guy in 2023 who was getting memed on for building Crown of the Shattered Queen too often on the double lift version of 100 Thieves. We have Sniper in his absolute rookie split. We have Tomo, who was on Dignitas and then teamless for most of the split, and now trying to get his revenge to Worlds. It would be such an accomplishment for 100 Thieves to make this happen.
To your point, Jat, about the All-Pros and the star power on Cloud9, the All-Chat, Sniper's getting in there. He said, 2-team All-Pro, focus up, bro. Talking trash to Thanatos already, throwing some question marks in there as well, but back onto the actual game. We do have the lane swap, and so we are going to see these top laners roaming around. Sniper goes through the jungle, through enemy territory, honestly, but...
And this is one thing we were talking about at the top of the day. Compared to the other 2 top teams in Liquid and FlyQuest, Liquid especially, who likes to lane swap a ton, whose top laners are both very experienced, these top laners are very green. So lane swapping is an entire extra sort of pressure of a different type of League of Legends that you have to learn. So how well Sniper and Thanatos can pilot this lane swap scenario, which, let's just be honest, this is cheeks if you're a top laner. Like, nobody likes playing top lane in a lane swap, but it's a responsibility that you have. I'm really curious to see who ends up coming out on top in this trade.
And this is something where 100 Thieves has struggled a little bit. This is definitely one of the more passive lane swaps as of now, though, with Sniper and Tomo sharing experience and Berserker and Thanatos sharing experience up top. So no one's giga-starved as of yet, and this kind of becomes about the mid lane if you can get like a cheeky gank off. Otherwise, it's just a slight advantage to 100 Thieves because they don't have the fortification in bot lane.
And you can see both supports already rotating around that mid lane. Very early on, Vulcan was there at level 1. They got a really nice trade for about half of Quid's HP super early, knowing that Yone needs to play this matchup very aggressively. Ayla was just there as well. But now, it looks to me like 4 Thieves here in the bottom lane as River will hit his level 4, stealing away the enemy Krugs. Thanatos will be left to his own devices up there in top side as that massive wave just continues getting eaten by the turret. It's 1 plate down in the top lane, tier 1 for C9, as 100 Thieves are about to claim their 3rd plate here in the bottom lane because the turret is so much more vulnerable.
Whoa. Cloud9 are going to go for the defense here. They're calling Blabber over to usher their bot lane in. Look at the timing on the minions as well, dropping. So 100 Thieves do deny a lot on the bottom side, but this is also counterbalanced by the top side where even Sniper teleporting up to Thanatos now, he's going to be a full level down. Thanatos up there, the Cassante was left very early on for solo experience. And with the all-chat banter at the very beginning, you know, he does come out with a bit of an advantage when they actually match up, plus his teleport.
Thanatos should be really happy about that with the early advantage as long as...
Arctic Assault flash from River. Follow-up from Quid forces out the flash of JoJo. So it's actually 1 flash for 2 favoring C9 there.
But still full send for 100 Thieves. Their name of the game this entire series have been, let's get Quid in a good position, let's take JoJo out of the game. So with no flash, they're going to be making some repeat ganks in mid lane, I am sure of it.
You would have to think so, especially after how last game went. I feel like you want to target the guy who already just had a miserable experience, the guy whose back is now against the wall, having to fight for his life to continue to play League of Legends this season. Blabber looking for an invade here against River, but that chicken camp will be easily defended. Both of these junglers, just big old meatballs in this one.
All right, so Sniper at least is going to get the push out on top side. Thanatos will be very happy to catch the rest of those, still retain his level lead as we have another circle around on mid. You mentioned that the flashes were blown offensively as well. That includes Quid.
Oh, Blabber coming in for the Ishtal impact on Quid, but he cannot quite find it. So Quid can walk away from that one, but he takes big damage.
Really good sidestep, though, not allowing that Blabber E to connect. Otherwise, he might have taken a bunch more damage. Now he can just door and shield up, potion, and probably stay in the lane. I'm really curious to see how the support roams factor into this game, mainly because with the Ziggs lane, you expect the support to leave more often, but because the lane swap was 3 plates in the bot lane, if Vulcan leaves and Berserker gets chunked out, that would just be first turret and accelerate the Kai'Sa very early on in the game, so it hamstrings them a little bit as Blabber is looking to make maybe another move into the mid lane.
And I definitely think they should focus on these grubs. They've got the level lead on Thanatos and top side, so that's a level 6 Cassante. Really just gives you full top prio. Easy for Blabber here to start these up, and he's going to have a little bit of an edge. They're even swapping again now. They actually called Berserker and Vulcan on their recall.
Yep, and interestingly enough, this will be the first time in the series where the Dragon is not taken evenly with or before that first pot of grubs as well. So C9 should be able to secure this one free of charge, as 100 Thieves doesn't have much of a response, with Sniper a full level of EXP behind, like you already mentioned, with Quid so low on health here versus Jojo Pune in the mid lane. River will just come up and annoy him a little bit, but there's not really a whole lot you can do with Rel and Sejuani and Dekorki. Yeah. Jojo can just walk away from it.
Yeah, a little bit of question mark ping there with Ayla and River both sharing space in the mid lane. No jungle camps, no objective to secure, but it's also potentially answering this reswap by C9. So they're really moving this Ziggs around the map and trying to make this mid-game as chaotic as possible. I will say, if C9 can execute this well, this is something 100 Thieves didn't respond to well when they played Team Liquid. That was probably Sniper's worst series we've seen him play, when he was just pulled all around the map by Team Liquid. But C9 is not TL, and 100 Thieves has a bit more practice, so I'm expecting them to respond to it better this time around.
Exactly. That's what I was talking about earlier, right? It's just so different. It's such a weird game state compared to traditional lanes, and being able to find the best way to deal with a bad situation as a top laner is a critical skill in these types of moments. Quid immediately needs to reverse that soul unbound. Once you miss the Q3, there's not a whole lot more to follow up on, especially on Leona. So the gold lead is dead even between our two squads now. Dragon still up again. This is a pretty late first Drake compared to the standard set in the rest of the series. Jojo valking away as soon as he drops the ward over the wall there.
And Cloud9, initially, if you're tracking Berserker Ziggs' movement out of base, it was headed towards top, but then pivots to come back towards bottom here. So trying to get their duo lane back on the Dragon side of the map. Blabber as well is level 6 on the Skarner. Whenever you have flash plus ult here for Skarner, a lot of possible plays can be made. Same could be said there here for the Sejuani though, and since you've got the melee mid laner, 100 Thieves are going to use their push on bot to immediately start this up, and Kai'Sa really does a lot of work on Dragons.
And it's one thing you got to remember too, with this new modern version of Skarner, flash ult is not what it used to be, where it's just instant, we got the guy, let's go. You still have the cast time, you still have to deal with that and making sure that they're not ready to react to it. So I'm looking to see the rest of the team be able to set him up. Following up a Leona engage with a Skarner ulti, now that's money, but Cloud9 have to find that coordination together.
And here's another move by Berserker. He ults the wave bot lane to make sure 100 Thieves can't push it in. Then he immediately TPs top to try and push Sniper off the wave. There's already a level advantage for Thanatos over Sniper, and it's likely going to extend here as he has no one nearby to help him with the wave. But it could be traded for this turret for Tomo. Who can get it first?
Yeah, okay. 100 Thieves, they're racing for it. They have a whole lot less health to cut through. C9 does have the Ziggs. They will have the Satchel to try to do that execute here. 100 Thieves is moving pretty slow, and C9 brings in the Demolition Crew. It's first turret for them.
It's not a fair race, Flowers. Got the bombs there. Execute on the tower. Berserker gets it done. First turret bonus. It's still going to be 100 Thieves, you know, getting a bunch of money into specifically the Kai'Sa, though. Tomo, who is such a big part of this comp. You know, the Kai'Sa, we talked about it last time when they played up against the Ziggs, and it was kind of reverse scenarios, and they actually had the lane phase there. But Tomo now with his hands on the Kai'Sa and getting some solo tower gold here, whereas the Ziggs on top side did share it, and it was spread between Cloud9 members as they were trying to rush through to get the first turret bonus.
And I don't think it's just Tomo being a big, important part of the comp. He's such an important part of the team. We've heard from him about how vocal he is as a player. We've seen how vocal he is on social media. It feels like he's really got something to prove after being teamless, like you were talking about for a while, going back down to NACL, being summoned back up as the sub when Meech needed to step back, and he's really just done so much for this team. He's played Ziggs so far in the series, now back on the traditional marksman role where you can really show off and go for those big plays. I want to see if he can deliver in the clutch moments.
And it really is important to me to funnel the money onto the Kai'Sa early to get your static shiv so you can just delete minion waves. That allows you to then move from mid first, and since you have killer instinct, it's this little combo of you get a couple seconds advantage with your static shiv clearing so quick, then you get to roam with your ultimate as well. And look at this blast cone.
Over the wall.
River's
in there. First grub secured by, I believe, C9 as 100 Thieves is ready for the engage, but River goes in way too early. Nobody else is around him. Vulcan is zoning away the rest of the roster as Thanatos chases after the Sejuani. Now Sniper is ready to work together there with the Yone. Their fate is sealed, but they're ready to go all out with Thanatos. Sniper's down now as 100 Thieves rage forward. Quinn needs a little bit more damage, but he ain't gonna find it here just yet. He's locked up. He's shut down. He is refused, and Cloud9 will not go quietly here just yet. Vulcan dies on the very back end of the fight. Blabber is low, Thanatos is low, River is in, and it's a double kill for the Kai'Sa. Thanatos is on the run, and blood soaks the top side River for both teams.
These are the moments that make and break seasons for both of these teams, and it looked like River might have gone in too early, but he buys so much time on the top side as Thanatos is distracted for Sniper and Quinn's re-engage.
Exactly. Watch Sniper. He flashed in to get the stun that set up the Yone ultimate, and then Ayla comes over the top for the re-engage.
Totally missed Ziggs' ultimate is huge as everyone ran through it. So when they continue the fight, they have the health to make this happen. At this moment, it did look like C9 had turned it, but they just keep returning fire. Tomo ends this fight with 3 kills on this Kai'Sa. River with his flash at the tail end was huge.
And again, another last hit with the W there following River's engage. So more and more money onto the Kai'Sa. Small difference there too. River, after the initial play, had gone to finish the grubs as we see another engage on bot.
Okay, nobody really in danger here from C9. Jojo's the only viable target there because the Leona and Skarner are not going to be that scared of a potential Sejuani jumping on him without a ton of firepower behind him. The gold, though, I gotta make sure we point out, this gold is still neck and neck between the two teams. 100 Thieves with the single kill lead, all the money on that Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
The static shiv completed, the ability to destroy the waves you guys were talking about earlier, working towards that second item completion next, as 100 Thieves setting up around this bottom side river. Cloud9 wanting to do the same. They're the ones now past the midpoint. They're the ones pushing up, trying to force onto this tier 1 turret here in the bottom lane with 45 seconds left on the plate money. Berserker is here. The Ziggs is ready for demolition duty. 100 Thieves still looking for an angle of approach. River's gonna lose his Arctic armor. Feels a little bit more dangerous now as Vulcan continues going forward. Blabber with the Ishtal impact will not collide with River. He can use the Arctic Assault just to continue creating space.
It's still a lot of plate gold going over to C9, but now with the Dragon up, there's almost 2 concurrent objectives going on.
Oh, Blabber's the one to be caught now. Manages to get himself away before a whole lot more punishment, but it cost the solar flare from Vulcan. That's the big primary engage tool, and that means that 100 Thieves will force C9 back and secure themselves their second Drake of the game. But importantly, the Herald is also spawning now. C9 has first rotation to the top side river for this one.
Man, what a game we have right here. It is so difficult for C9 to actually get a good fight because Berserker needs to combo with Leona CC. Everyone on 100 Thieves is so elusive, and then Jojo, he's just getting zoned out of so many of these fights by the Yone and the Renekton. So it's again, not to make it all about JoJo, kind of all about JoJo. He needs to have such a big game with the way this team comp is constructed, and 100 Thieves is controlling the space right now very well.
Yeah, and they actually teleport JoJo away from this play. Cloud9 not going to go into that. They do not want any part of fighting that Rift Trail. You have to give it up to 100 Thieves. And I would say also, really big play from River. You know, he actually is able to lure Blabber away, and then they prey on him with their vision advantage from the brush from mid, and getting that chunk onto Blabber and then pushing them out. And as you say, Flowers, using the extra peel of the Leona ultimate, like that play was just a like missed play from Blabber attempt on River, and then River hitting his play onto Blabber and soaking up just enough cooldowns, even though they don't get a kill, to earn themselves objectives.
I think this is also quirky gaming, what JoJo just did there. APA did a lot of it yesterday, using his teleport and just getting turrets, because you can get 2,000 or 3,000 gold ahead of the other melee champions just by stealing waves and killing turrets. So that's the type of stuff that C9 need to do. They need to show a lot of patience so JoJo can actually get the items to be the carry in team fights.
The quirky motto, get rich or die trying in the side lanes. Always go for those towers, always go for that greed money. That one wasn't necessarily greed as it was a trade, but we'll see. Definitely have to get yourself out there to really fund the build. And Trinity Force plus the Muramana transformation is where it really peaks. And then you start to get, you know, rapid fire and stuff coming in as well, and you really get to abuse the range.
Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about a couple of other builds here. It is the Zeke's approach from Blabber. It's not as much raw health as that solo queue Heartsteel style build, but it does provide you more well-rounded defenses as well as the passive there for the lower econ of pro play. At the same time, it looks like Ziggs for Berserker going for that approach of Seraph's Embrace first as opposed to something more damage heavy like a Leandry's. He knows this entire 100 Thieves squad is dive, and they got their eyes on Berserker and JoJo.
And even though Cloud9 as a team have the gold lead, and JoJo is ahead, and Thanatos is ahead, from the 100 Thieves side, they're looking at Tomo still, but top side.
Yeah, nice! Ulti from Blabber, pulling both of them back in there. River wants to lock up JoJo, but he flashes back over the wall. Sniper's ready to flash after him. He wants JoJo, but River's already down. JoJo will be traded for him, and the fight breaks out. Fate Seal right back onto Thanatos, and Casante's going nowhere. Quid getting the money on that one, and 100 Thieves goes 2 for 1.
Both teams were trying to trap there. They had the teleport behind from Thanatos, and Cloud9 actually got an early kill, but 100 Thieves bring everyone up just a split second earlier and find the extra kill. Now they're going to be able to take towers as well. Blabber can't do much about it. The Skarner's trying to farm his own jungle. They've got top side taken care of.
The value of those kills is not equal whatsoever. It's 2 solo laners for a jungler who managed to get off all his CC and shielding. So even though River was the first to fall, he absolutely gets the last laugh in this fight. And again, it starts with River trying to attack JoJo.
Yeah, both teams here trying to pull off plays. And you see the teleport came in early, so they're like, hey, we've got this trap, teleport, we'll get the kill onto River. But the teleport answered, and Vulcan coming.
Oh, that ult. The River ult was so huge, tagging JoJo over the wall as the teleport comes in. Again, gotta say that Ziggs ultimate, very low value, maybe taking a little bit of damage from Ayla. C9, if they're gonna pull off traps like that with Skarner, Ziggs ult's gotta come over the top of the Skarner ultimate, then they can get the one-shots.
Have to guarantee them. Let's see here. This is a very, very tense one. 100 Thieves also still have the ability to draw Cloud9 over to the Dragons with their pretty early Dragon stacking. Our next one's arriving soon. This is not the one that will break you. So if you don't have good positioning, you don't want to risk your series. You don't want to risk your season on this next Dragon. If the positioning is not right, do not go for it and wait for Dragon Soul. But they don't want to let 100 Thieves continue to accrue any extra power.
And it's a Cloud Soul again, which I think is the one that has the highest variance depending on your comp. For Cloud9, it's all right, sure, whatever. For 100 Thieves, Renekton and the Rel both love this Dragon Soul. As Ayla goes in for the engage, yet again the AoE!
They got JoJo!
Combo with Quid! JoJo is down again! 100 Thieves just keep finding him! A nice E-stall impact from Blabber, but it's too damn little! It's too damn late! The Thieves are here! Whatever is yours is now theirs!
there's a triple kill for Tomo. A 4-0 for 100 Thieves. Unless Thanatos somehow keeps himself alive. The Cassante fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting. But again, it's just not enough. Tomo 7-0-1.
They hand feed Tomo another one. And keep your eyes on Ayla. The Rel finds the angle. Tomo walks up, dodges a couple skill shots there, and he kind of baits. That was beautiful from the bottom lane as a whole. Tomo really baited Jojo there, dodges both of them, and allowed Ayla the follow-up. That was clean.
And then as the fight continues, Blabber can try his best to peel, but there's no damage. Ziggs has already burned his ult on the tanks. Jojo is already dead, so Tomo just gets to free hit 2 tanks to pick up the triple kill.
I gotta say, people at the beginning of the year, everyone was ragging on 100 Thieves bottom lane. Tomo has come in, he has revitalized this team, and he works really well with Ayla. Both of them coming up huge in starting that fight, and Sniper is putting them in the ground.
And you saw on the reaction cam for Jojo. Jojo is normally one of our more emotionless players. He's always usually just chilling. Whatever happens, happens. You could see some frustration on his face with that one, as 100 Thieves are now over 2,000 gold ahead with the Herald used here mid. River wanted to hop in the Uber, but Cloud9 just Grand Theft Auto'd the car, blew it up.
But this is also the moment to put up or shut up 400 Thieves, because nobody expected them to get to this point, but now they actually have to close the deal. Stay calm, make the right reads, but they have to stay aggressive. They have the full send team composition. They have to keep making plays with so much on the line.
C9 really need to defend here. They gotta make sure that they don't let themselves fall any further behind. 100 Thieves with River and Ayla. These two have been so clutch throughout this series. The front line of this Thieves roster has been finding play after play. Ayla's Rel has been absolutely immaculate.
It might go.
He's in the tri-brush. Jojo spots him out with a Frost Bomb. But now Ayla just sees that as the opportunity to go right back in, but a big old Blabber. They combo it together with Berserker finally. Is it gonna be enough? Yes, the Thieves are forced back. Tomo goes legendary though. Sniper's about to die, so it's a 1-for-1. 100 Thieves, very low HP. Tomo still looking to see if maybe there's something else, but the Thieves are hurting after that one. A 1-for-1 trade when the dust settles.
Cloud9 comboed the ultimates together that time around. You saw the impact of the Ziggs ult actually landing, but in the end, still just a 1-for-1. Quid walked away so low on HP. Here's another look at how it started with Ayla in the brush.
Ayla starts it, but it's the best combo of Skarner Ziggs that we've seen yet. Gets huge amounts of damage onto both River and Ayla, but crucially, it's mainly because Jojo isn't the one who's getting one shot, and he can continue damaging throughout this fight. He finishes off Sniper with the final shot.
I cannot believe Quid lived. That had to be 10 HP.
So many low members on the side of 100 Thieves, but Tomo was so fearsome there. The Kaisa kind of buying them room. He kind of stepped up and dared anyone to chase.
On your screen right there, this would be, if 100 Thieves wins this game, this will be the second time since 2013, over a decade, that Cloud9 would not be sent to Worlds as one of North America's representatives. They do not want that to happen. 100 Thieves, 3-3 on going versus not going.
I like what the Thieves are doing now, setting up their split push. They've got Sniper level 11 with his teleport ready, so he pushes bottom while the rest of the team takes over vision coverage of this Baron, and it makes Cloud9 even more tense than they already were, trying to clear out some of the vision, moving up. You see them in group.
Yeah, even if 100 Thieves doesn't go for a fight here, I still love what they're doing because they're not letting Jojo get gold. They're delaying his eventual power as the Dragon timer continues to tick. So it just gives them another shot at Soul with lower income. Honestly, the more that 100 Thieves can just 5v5 mid lane and keep gold low right now, the better it is for them.
And just look at the itemization. That's what I'm going to be keeping track of as we work towards this Dragon. You can see the QSS on Quid to try to get away from the lockup. Seeker's arm guard completed for Tomo and not yet broken is going to be massive considering the importance of this Kaisa. Maximum possible bounty, 8-0. So much of whatever happens is all about Tomo, and Blabber just lost his flash with sub 60 seconds until the Dragon Soul for 100 Thieves.
Cloud9 were so worried about a Baron setup that they actually camp the Dragon lead in here for 100 Thieves. Because of the Soul Arrival in only 40 seconds, 100 Thieves get a very meaningful flash out of Blabber. The Skarner now not nearly as fearsome, and you have to believe that 100 Thieves are going to go for the soul rather than trying to find the pick on the Baron, and it puts Cloud9 in a bind.
So that item stuff I was just talking about, even bigger deal now for 100 Thieves. Warmog's completed for both River and for Ayla. They can be as aggressive as they need to be with face checking, clearing vision, whatever. You can eat the poke from the Corki and the Ziggs, just regenerate it right back up. This is going to make it that much more difficult for C9 to get a foothold in this neutral territory.
This is so hard for C9. They don't have vision on the Drake, and we have Sejuani Kai'Sa who's going to be able to take it right now. Unless C9 is ready to just start the Baron, this is soul gone.
For free. Zero cost. 100 Thieves will secure a Cloud Soul with a Renekton and a Rel on their team. That is so much team fight and engage power.
Even Kai'Sa flying in the back line and then going wherever the heck she wants with the incredible move speed.
They're committing to the split. They want to at least get a secondary tower out of it, but 100 Thieves are grouping.
Yeah, Quid already using the Soul Unbound. Sniper and Ayla off to the side as well, but it's just a defensive measure in case Cloud9 would have tried to make a move on Quid. 100 Thieves knows they don't have everybody up here just yet. They cannot fight without Tomo. That would be absolutely silly. Tomo does have now a third full item completed with the Nashors alongside the Ginsu and the Static. Thanatos here in the brush as River and Ayla are about to face check, but again, no commit from either side. This Kai'Sa is huge. As long as Tomo is in the fight and does not get exploded, it's hard for 100 Thieves to lose.
Going to be so fast as well after the Killer Instinct. Let's take a look at the brush. They get in.
Okay, they stun Thanatos. They drop an Ignite on him very early. Sniper has also already used the Dominus, but River's into the back line. Berserker's about to time him. But if he goes anywhere else, he's all ready, dead. Sniper gets the kill. 3-man ulti from Blabber ain't going to be enough to do anything. Berserker and Jojo are already down. 100 Thieves will not be stopped.
Tomo is just too damn good. He flies in there, he tanks the Ziggs ult entirely, he uses the stasis, he allows 100 Thieves to just wipe the rest of the fight. They clean C9.
Great use of multiple points of power here from 100 Thieves. They draw Cloud9 over to the Baron, and it's River from the side who finds the initial engage for them, and they just steamroll. That is Baron, and that is more all chat from Sniper.
God.
Holy moly, he has no chill.
He is relentless, and so are 100 Thieves in this game number 4, in this qualifying game for finals weekend and for Worlds, in this head-to-head to kick Cloud9 to the curb for the rest of the season. Here's how they did it again.
The absolute glow-up 400 Thieves, knowing that one win can get them to Worlds, being willing to pull the trigger here. Tomo just absolutely flies.
Oh my God.
Berserker flashed into the Sejuani ultimate as Tomo basically kills him, tanks everything with the stopwatch, and flashes to safety.
River has had so many 5-head Mega Mind plays in playoffs. It is crazy. He had the Lilia 3-person sleep into steal on the Baron to clutch it out. He has this prediction onto Berserker, flashes over, throws the ult, hits him after the flash. Insane stuff.
It's just too crazy. If we talk about pressure and who it would affect, River, he's the chillest guy you'll see. They could be down 10,000 gold elimination game. He's still laughing. He's probably having the best time right now.
I don't know how you couldn't be, man. 100 Thieves are looking great to close this series out. 7,000 gold ahead, 90 seconds left on the Baron as they clear out the remaining turrets standing outside the Cloud9 base.
100 Thieves' motto always was, take what is not given, and certainly the top 3 teams of the LCS had not been giving any of the other teams anything all season long, but now 100 Thieves, they are on the brink of just taking that world spot.
And even the whole year, when 100 Thieves was a surprise team in spring, winning a bunch of best of ones, people said, no, it's just the best of one difference. Everyone wanted to take a victory lap when 100 Thieves struggled to start Summer Split, but they sub in Tomo, they make things work, and now they're a fight away from Worlds.
Get ready. River or Ayla could always snap engage at any moment, and there it is. Blabber's about to die. He flashes over the wall, but Tomo's already legendary. River's going to take a bunch of damage back as the Mega Inferno Bomb comes over the top and over the wall. The fate's sealed. The game is about to be sealed. Jojo is dead again, and Tomo will not stop
here. Sniper chases Thanatos all the way back away. River was the sacrifice, but it was a noble sacrifice indeed, as 100 Thieves have spearheaded their way into the base.
They're gonna do it here. They're going for the recall for Quid. 12-4 back in on the Nexus turrets. Double TP.
Both teleports coming in at the same time, as 100 Thieves will put the finishing touches on this series. They will turn out the lights on Cloud9 season, and 100 Thieves are going to Worlds.
Sniper in his rookie split. Tomo after getting benched by Dignitas.
It's an incredible story by 100 Thieves.
Wow.
The way they come together as a team, the way they were on the brink of elimination in the series 2 days ago against Dignitas, to this amazing performance. It's well-deserved.
Not a single member of the team voted on the All-Pros, but in playoffs, they get it done.
100 Thieves shock everyone with that display. Let's join Emily on stage for an interview.
I'm gonna get in there. Stay around, River. I want the entire team. I'll pull you first, Sniper. We're all gonna talk. Congratulations. You guys just qualified for the World Championship. I rarely ask this question, but how does it feel?
I mean, it feels amazing, to be honest. Like, this is something my brother could never do, so I'm doing it for you, Amran. No, not at the other way. No, sorry. I meant like, this is something Viper could like never achieve in his career, so this really means a lot to me, and I'm doing this for him, my family, and my teammates. Everybody's just been so supportive, and yeah, it feels amazing.
Congratulations. River, I think you're the only person on this team who has qualified for Worlds previously.
Yeah.
Congratulations. How proud are you of this squad?
I'm so proud of everyone, but especially Tomo. Like,
true.
Tomo carried us so hard. Yeah. So thank you, Tomo.
He did. He's not wrong. He did.
Quid coming over, qualifying for your Worlds, your first year. How much does it mean? 축하합니다, first of all. Congratulations. I don't know if, how do you feel?
I'm really happy because today I feel like we played as a team. Actually, we played really good playing as a team, and I feel like we just out macro them like every game. So I'm really happy, and yeah, I'm so happy.
Yeah, Quid. Let's go, Quid.
Tomo coming in. You were coming in a really like emergency substitute situation. How you synced so well with this team right off the bat. So what was it like to kind of step in and earn these guys' trust almost immediately, it seemed like?
Yeah, I mean, first off, I just want to say, like, it's kind of crazy that a month ago I was literally playing Tier 2, and now I'm going to Worlds. Like, that's so hype for me.
Yeah, let's go, Tomo, the man.
I think everyone on the team was really supportive of my transition to the team, and yeah, I don't know, everything just clicked.
And then Ayla, also, congratulations. You're going to Worlds. After working your butt off in Osh, coming over here, going through the Challenger system, what are you feeling right now?
Honestly, it just feels really rewarding. I think everyone on the team tried really hard behind the scenes. We had a very big slump in the middle of the split, and honestly, it was looking really tough. So just really happy. We worked our asses off. We were trying to figure everything out, and I think it came into fruition today.
100%.
Yeah, let's go. Coming off of, I think the most impressive thing to me is how you guys responded to what was a really dominating Team Liquid loss, I think. So I'll start with you, Sniper, because you're right here. Talk to me about what you think you improved and learned from that loss.
I was honestly like pretty depressed after we lost to TL, but I realized that like I just needed to like really work on my weak side gameplay, and like we're gonna just be any team, you know, that we can play against. So now that I've finally shown that, I think we definitely have a chance to win it all, and yeah, just do good internationally, you know? So, yeah.
All right. Is there anyone you're looking forward to facing at internationals?
Yeah, I mean, Zeus, bro. I'm coming for you, all right? T1 Zeus, you're on my watch.
Wrapping this up, River, you were awarded Player of the Series for the series, so congratulations.
Yeah.
I'll leave it off with you. Is there any player you're looking forward to, or what's the outlook like now that you guys have not only qualified for the World Championship, but Championship weekend?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Yeah,
Sorry.
No. What do you think, like going forward, what's next for the team? Like, how are you going to beat FlyQuest now?
To be honest, I didn't expect we're gonna be C9 today, because
yeah, true.
Like we played so shit against Team Liquid, but after today's game, I feel like we can beat any team now. Like we played really well as team, so we can beat Team Liquid for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. And then lastly, you see everyone here in the crowd cheering for you, for all of you guys. Your prize pool just expanded thanks to LCS Twitch subscribers as well. So is there anything you'd like to say to them and this crowd that stayed to watch you win and qualify for the World Championship?
Thank you guys so much for watching us. Like, all you guys are amazing. Just coming out here and just watching our LCS games. It means a lot to me and my teammates. And yeah, just keep supporting us. We won't disappoint you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, congrats
Thank
to
you.
100 Thieves. And we will head over to the lounge to break that down.
Thank you very much, Emily, and congratulations, 100 Thieves. Honestly, I was a complete doubter. We were all complete doubters.
I'm saying it here. I didn't believe at all.
I didn't believe. It was absolutely insane. And at the end of the day, you have to give them so much credit. You know, obviously, people are going to talk to death the fact that Cloud9, should have drafted differently or played differently or whatever. But 100 Thieves came in, massive underdogs, really stepped up, and I think almost across the board seemed to like outperform their counterparts.
Honestly, like, I was not expecting Tomo, especially in that game 4, to have the the game he did. But then he was like popping off in pretty much every team fight, ulting forward, getting assassination kills. Like I think River himself had a very good game, but I think Tomo was like
the 1-2 punch.
Yeah, the 1-2 punch. Yeah.
He played with like pure confidence.
Yeah, but you could tell. Like 100 Thieves was like unleashed. They didn't care
vibes,
at all.
man.
And C9, all of their players just looked like they were scared of making a mistake. They were all like so stressed of losing the game that they were not themselves.
I always talk about it like you're playing not to lose instead of playing to win, right? Where you get in that mindset of you don't want to be the person who makes the mistake that costs you the game. And it can push you away from doing something that you know is right in the game.
And it's incredible that like River is the only guy on that team that made it to Worlds before.
Yeah.
And for all of them to have that opportunity and to play under that pressure and to have those moments, especially Tomo, we were actually talking about it. Like you had shared that experience of being in tier 2 in one moment and then now
just randomly making Worlds.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, it has to feel so good for Tomo. I think like, especially for Tomo, but just everyone on the roster. Like Sniper's new this year.
Yeah.
Quid is like, this is his 3rd split, I believe, of professional play. Ayla's been around for a while in OS, but I think this is still his first Worlds experience. I know when I made Worlds for the first time, I was happy for like literally the next entire week. So I can imagine it's the same way for everyone.
I was even longer, I think. I was happy for so long.
Like I look at myself in the mirror, it's just like, I made Worlds.
I'm a Worlds mid laner.
You are just looking around, finally I will go play Worlds against Asian teams, like the teams that you always look up to. Yeah, it's always feels so good.
That's really, really cool. Well, congratulations to River is deserved because he is the player of the series. I think he was a monster throughout this series. That's Sejuani ult.
Wow,
the flash predict at the end.
KP.
95% KP. He was everywhere doing everything for this team. I think the Vi game, maybe we can criticize that pick, but it felt like his Maokai, he was on point. He locked down JoJo every single game on the Maokai. His Sejuani game was insane. This guy is a really good jungler.
But even the Vi game, like, even though they lost, I said
played
like,
well in it.
I felt like he played well. Like he was doing anything he could to do. Like it was just his champ that he couldn't really do anything. But the Maokai, in my opinion, was pretty excellent. Like the Sejuani, I don't know. Like when the last team fight, when he manages to flank the Ziggs and predict his flash, like we didn't really see it exactly on our screen. And I just knew that he had to find some insane
Dope
angle
behavior
to make the team fight that one-sided.
Like this play was crazy. There were so many moments where they were just willing to go for plays like these to make dives happen. A lot of it was River basically making the play happen for himself, and then the team having the confidence to follow him up.
And I just think, this is always such a good reminder of how quickly public perception can change on players, right? And I think that it's good to kind of be measured in your judgments of players and teams. it was like 2 weeks ago, everyone was saying how 100 Thieves is so trash, and you know, and Sniper fell off in summer, and it's too bad he wasn't good like he was in spring, and all these kind of things. They're going to Worlds, right? Like, they accomplished a lot. You know, whether or not they win the title, whether or not they can beat you guys, I think that's beside the point. I think they, you know, definitely deserve to be, you know, celebrated for that accomplishment. And it's really cool to see, you know, such a young team be able to do it.
No, now that I take a step, you actually go first.
I agree. Like, even like today, all of our predictions, it's like 3-0, 3-1, C9, and then they come up. It wasn't even like a close series. Like, they dominated the series. It was 3-1 in their favor.
And I'm hearing from producers, only 4% of the Discord as well only like predicted the series. So like basically
and
no
that's
one
going to be
really...
basically hardcore 100 Thieves fans only.
Exactly. Like just doing it just out of heart. And just thinking about the series as a whole, if you take a step back, like this team going into playoffs, it didn't even feel like like IMT.
They were contenders to win.
Yeah, they were. A lot of the times, the IMT could have made it over. There were a lot of games in which, like, 100 Thieves, based off their early games, were struggling to make it to playoffs. So seeing the contrast of struggling to make it to playoffs, really locking in, picking up Tomo that you mentioned, and then being able to make this kind of run is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, they just seemed like a complete different team. They always had good idea in the draft. They knew their win conditions. They played towards them. And even when they had the scaling comps, they were always looking for, like, those little skirmishes to not make the game, like, very like slow, even though they're scaling, and with the scaling comes, they were like still snowballing the games, so it was pretty good. But don't want to take away credit from them. But what happened to Cloud9? They legit seemed like not the team that they used to be. Like I feel like they didn't use the fact that Berserker is excellent ADC at laning. They played MF a lot. In last game, deciding game, they decided to pick Ziggs. I feel like they were just a bit lost.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely didn't look like themselves. But let's pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this week. We can check that out and see what the results are. Well, Cloud9 won something. Fastest 100 CS. There you
got
go.
him.
That is true. Good job, Thanatos.
It's going to be an interesting couple matches we do have remaining. Thank you to all our friends at Samsung for powering our stage PCs, all split long with the speed and reliability of the Samsung 990 Pro SSD. Let's take a look at the bracket. Inspired, are you shaking?
I'm not shaking.
You're not shaking.
Player of the series, Rivers going after you now.
That is true. That is true.
But the question is, you're not shaking, but should you be shaking? Because Cloud9 probably wasn't shaking either.
That's true. I think I will see after game 1 of our series when we play against them. I feel confident going into 100 Thieves. I think we are a better team. I think we are way better than Cloud9 was in like a stable game, and we have better idea on what we should be drafting. And right now that we saw how 100 Thieves plays, I kinda already have some thoughts on what I should be focusing on playing against that team. So I'm confident going into a matchup against them.
All this is true, but what if Tomo is deft and 100 Thieves is DRX and they're gonna win Worlds?
If Tomo is deft and 100 is DRX, then let it happen. I'm fine losing to them if they win Worlds.
All right, fair enough. Also take a look at the NACL bracket. Fearx, Starforge, play versus Fly Challengers. That's coming up next. We will see you all next Friday for the LCS Championship. We'll be back Friday, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific after a 1-hour pre-show. That's going to be FlyQuest. This guy's going to be playing versus 100 Thieves. Let's send it over to the NACL now.
I'm looking real. Just chunk guys slowly.
I'm looking. I'm looking
push. Nice.
I'm looking Ziggs, guys. I'm looking Ziggs.
Careful, K'Sante.
Xante has ult. I'm helping you,
Look me, guys. Look me.
I'm going mid, okay?
Yeah. Renekton should be there, guys. Renekton coming too. Yeah, look Renekton behind.
I'm okay.
I'm coming. Kill Renekton.
It's good.
Kill Renekton.
No flash. Give me Baron.
Keep chasing, I think. We're coming with you.
Look at LB.
Fly is good, guys.
Look at LB.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Nearly there.
Nice. Let's go, guys. Good comeback.
Nice. Watch me, guys. Watch me.
Kill back.
Yeah. I feel.
Also flash.
Okay. I'm looking over.
I'm blocking Garen. Yes, flash ult, okay? Okay. Watch Renekton. We can kill everyone we can.
Look at it.
Yeah, I'm watching
Hey, guys, we can end, okay?
Yeah,
kill Renekton.
Garen has ult. Let's just walk with our minions, guys.
Yeah.
Lab Brand angle. Yeah.
No. C9 angle.
We can fight. Come.
Yeah.
Look.
Block that. Yeah.
We can win.
Look Nar one time. Nar.
I can go.
Half HP. Help Bill, guys. I'm not fault.
He's good.
Do that.
Yeah. I'm gonna look Misfortune.
You guys can play in game. No flash MF. Just heal Alistar.
You can keep going.
Alistar. KMF.
It's only a map, guys.
Just Okay.
No sunset.
We can win. Let's go. One more.
Can go or not?
I have good angle.
Come here or not?
I'm gonna pick here. Look.
They're grouped together, guys.
Okay, Corki in the flash. Corki in the flash.
Yeah. Help Bill, guys. Look Corki.
Corki.
I'm looking Cassante.
Corki's that. We win. We hard.
We sell Kai'Sa.
Look Cassante. We can kill him. Kill Cassante. No flash.
Can someone chase Cassante?
I can come one time.
Let's chase.
You should be. It's all you guys.
Look.
They got mauled. Yeah, you can go.
No flash chicks.
I'm gonna look.
No flash chick.
Corki.
I'll flash over the wall.
Corki dead. Just kill this guy.
Kill Scar, no flash.
I have W on
We can kill him.
Kill them.
Worlds, baby. Let's go.
Go!
Everybody.
Yeah. Rock your body.
Yeah. Can you help me?
Everybody.
Alright, Banzo Rumble.
Yeah.
Nasus.
Orange is starting. Got it.